At the entrance of Keido's most luxurious bar, a luxury car slowly pulled up and stopped. A bodyguard stepped forward to open the car door and said respectfully, "Miss Lu, you've arrived." The one who got out of the car was a young woman of unparalleled beauty, capturing everyone's gaze. She was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Jingyan. She got out of the car with a cigarette between her fingers. Just then, she saw a couple arguing nearby. "I've given so much for you. Why are you abandoning me?" But the man was extremely cold, pushing the girl's hand away and letting her cry in a corner. "I it because I'm not as pretty as them that you don't want me anymore." Lu Jingyan witnessed all this and tooted to herself, "This girl's crying is so pitiful. Another scumbag who dumps girls." Soon, the bodyguard escorted her into the club. As soon as she entered, a young man waved and shouted, "Yin, I'm over here." The moment she stepped in, her stunning beauty caught everyone's attention, causing a stir. "Who is that? She's so beautiful, and that figure is simply top tier. She's the queen of the nightclubs in this area. I hate scumbags the most. They lure you in, hurt you, and then dump you. You have to be careful." After Lu Jingyan sat down, her good friend Sheng Xian said, "What are you doing here? Don't tell me you got lost." Lu Jingyan replied, "I just happened to see a couple breaking up outside. It was quite interesting." But just then, she glanced over and saw that the scumbag from outside was sitting right across from her. This startled her, and she began to size him up carefully. Only upon closer inspection did she realize that this man's looks were truly top-notch. She looked him over from head to toe. That figure, that Adam's apple, were both aesthetic and full of temptation, carrying a strong aura of playing hard to get. No wonder women cried for him. She asked Shinkai, "Who is that man? I've never seen him before." "Oh, he's my cousin." She picked up her phone and found she had no signal, while the man opposite her seemed to have an amazingly fast internet connection. So she stood up, walked over, and said, "Excuse me, may I bother you for a moment? My phone has no signal. Could I use your Wi-Fi? What's your Wi-Fi password?" The man stared at her intently, then said nonchalantly, "Your birthday." Lu Jingyan was stunned, her face filled with confusion. "Huh? How does he know my birthday? That's a good move. Could he really be a scumbag?" The man said no more, got up, and left. Lu Jingyan asked her friend again, "What's your cousin's name?" "Oh, his name is Sheng Xian." Sheng as in flourishing, Xian as in envy. Jingyan let out a soft laugh. "Sheng Xian? Heh, a fresh piece of meat like him can't be wasted." After chatting for a long time, it was getting late, and everyone got into their cars to leave. It was raining outside. Lu Jingyan was spacing out in her car when she was suddenly startled by a figure in front of her. It turned out to be Sheng Xian, walking in the rain holding a small umbrella. She said, "Hey, handsome, let me give you a ride." He replied coldly, "Thank you." "No, thanks." She said, "Are you afraid of getting in my car? A grown man. Are you afraid I'm going to eat you up?" As soon as she said it, the atmosphere suddenly became incredibly awkward and dead silent. Sheng Xian completely ignored her and walked straight ahead. Lu Jingyan couldn't believe it. A man who could ignore her charms, even use her birthday as a Wi-Fi password, was now playing it cool, playing hard to get, was he? Sooner or later, this young lady will make you cry. She picked up her phone and called Chun Kai, saying, "Quick, send me your cousin's schedule for tomorrow. Don't ask why, just know that I need him for something." The next day, at a coffee shop, Lu Jingyan was lurking outside wearing a hat and a mask. Chun Kai said, "It's true, your cousin is here." She saw him sitting by the window. This young lady has nothing but money. So she handed a waiter a stack of cash and told him to accidentally knock Sheng Xian's phone over. Soon, the waiter pretended to walk past Sheng Xian and then accidentally knocked his phone off the table. Just as he bent down to pick it up, Lu Jingyan had already picked up the phone herself. "Oh, so it's your phone. Handsome, what a coincidence we meet again. I did you a small favor. How are you going to thank me?" Sheng Xian took the phone and said, "Thank you." Lu Jingyan leaned in closer to him and said, "I dislike verbal thanks the most. If you truly want to thank me, you'd better find another way." It seems she's trying to seduce someone, huh? Sheng Xian remained expressionless, and the scene was dead silent. He looked at her for a few seconds, then walked away, avoiding her. Lu Jingyan kept her composure. "Really, you should at least treat me to a meal, right? But I'm not very hungry right now, handsome. Leave me your contact information, and we can meet up next time." Sheng Xian still asked her calmly, "What do you want to eat?" That French restaurant across the street. It's quite romantic." He asked, "How much is a meal there?" "Probably 300 or 400. He put down the money and said, "Then I've treated you to a meal." Lu Jingyan was both shocked and confused. Before she could speak, he continued, "I gave you an extra 100. Consider it a thoughtful taxi fare." Lu Jingyan couldn't believe her eyes. Does he think I'm the kind of person who's short of a meal? She walked closer to him and said, "Why are you only looking at your computer?" Seeing her approach, he looked up, and the moment he saw her, his eyes widened in surprise. Seeing a beauty so close, who wouldn't be a little moved and flustered? He turned his face away in confusion and said, "Is there anything else? If the taxi money isn't enough, you can take the subway." After saying that, he stood up and walked away coldly, leaving Lu Jingyan trembling with anger. Seriously, this is the first time I've ever encountered such a situation. I'm so mad. In my 24 years of life, I've always been successful in handling my sugar daddies. But today, I was dismissed with a few banknotes. No, if I can't even handle one man, have I been living in vain all these years? She angrily called Chun Kai. "Hey, send me your cousin's phone number. I need him for something." "No way. If I give you my cousin's number, he'll kill me. I've been afraid of my cousin since I was a child." Lu Jingyan shouted, "Then tell me where he works." "All right, but you absolutely cannot say I told you, or I'm dead. Please understand." After receiving Sheng Xian's work address, she let out a soft, dark laugh. Humph, a man that Lu Jingyan wants. How could he not be hooked? In a lecture hall at City University, the students were chattering, and it was very lively. "Why are there so many people in this classroom? There are almost no empty seats. You must be a new student, right? Professor Sheng's classes are always packed anyway." "Oh, look, Professor Sheng is here. Hey, I've seen posts about him online. I heard he's the youngest professor in the law school, incredibly handsome, and his teaching style is very engaging. I'm so excited, it's really worth it to come to this class." Sheng Xian stood at the podium and said sternly, "Class, please turn to chapter 13, and we will continue after class." After class, Sheng Xian returned to the faculty office and saw a cup of coffee on his desk. He asked, "Whose is this?" "Oh, I thought it was a delivery you ordered, Professor." Sheng Xian saw that this coffee wasn't what he ordered and thought the delivery person had made a mistake and must be contacted. He sent a text, "Hello, your coffee was delivered to the wrong address." The other party replied immediately, "That's right, the coffee is for you. Sending coffee is an excuse. Getting your number is the real reason. Handsome." After reading it, Sheng Xian broke out in a cold sweat and was silent for a long time. The other teacher laughed. "If no one claims this coffee, then I won't be polite." Sheng Xian took it back and said, "Wait, this coffee is mine." "Oh, who sent it to you?" Professor Sheng Xian smiled, probably a student. The day after that night at the bar, Chun Kai was snoring loudly when his phone rang noisily. Sheng Xian asked, "Who was that delinquent girl who was late and smoking last night?" "Oh, you mean Yin Yin? Wow, could my cousin be into her?" "Don't talk nonsense. Go get a checkup when you have time. Also, don't just give my number to anyone, especially not to delinquent girls." Having been called out, Lu Jingyan sneezed. "Who's cursing me so early in the morning?" The next day, she arrived at her company, and the employees were already bustling with activity. What kind of boss comes in this early? More diligent than us employees. What do you expect? She was able to become the #1 socialite in the industry, a beautiful and capable woman, and she's generous to her subordinates. Wow, she's such an angel boss. It turned out that the seemingly frivolous Lu Jingyan was actually a boss deeply loved by her employees. After sitting in her office for about 3 hours, she sighed, drinking her coffee. "Is he not paying attention to me? How can he be so calm? He hasn't replied to a single message in so many days. Does he think I'll back down?" Just then, Chun Kai called. As soon as she answered, Chun Kai said, "A new Cantonese restaurant just opened nearby. Shall we go eat?" So she went to eat with Chun Kai. We're almost there. As they were walking, she glanced at a coffee shop and saw Sheng Xian sitting with Kia and Bomu. The moment she saw Bomu, she was filled with rage. In high school, this woman had clung to her, wanted to be best friends, but later showed her true colors. Now she was scrambling for fame and fortune in the entertainment industry, but was just a nameless actress barely making a living. If it weren't for business dealings, I would have long. But what's important is, why is Sheng Xian, She's actually having a meal with him? How do they know each other? She said to Chun Kai, "You two go ahead and eat first. I have something to take care of. What's more important than eating?" Lu Jingyan, fuming, said 2 words, "Catching a cheater." She slowly pushed open the door and walked in, then headed towards Sheng Xian's private room. The waiter said, "Miss, there are people inside." She ignored him, pushed the door open directly, and said cheerfully, "Brother, it's been a week. Did you miss me?" Bomu was startled. Lu Jingyan, What are you doing here? Lu Jingyan said, "Oh, you haven't replied to my messages these past few days. Were you busy on a date with another woman? I think the view here is great, just right for the three of us to have a heart-to-heart." Bomu asked in surprise, "What is your relationship with lawyer Sheng?" Sheng Xian said, "Say we don't know each other." Lu Jingyan said, "We really don't know each other." Then she picked up a cup of tea and drank it all. Indirect fiancé, that's all. Sheng Xian opened the door and said, "I'm working, not on a date." She had no choice but to go outside and say, "Then I'll wait for you here until you get off work." While waiting, she got sleepy. "Gosh, I'm so sleepy." Then she fell asleep sitting outside the door. She entered dreamland and had a nightmare. So what if you're rich and good at studying? Weren't your parents jinxed to death by you? You're doing indecent things outside, bringing shame to our Lu family, you useless thing. Just then, her eyes welled up with tears, and she woke up. Sheng Xian had also finished his work and opened the door to see Lu Jingyan sitting in the corner. Thought, what's wrong with her? She looked up, saw him, stood up, and said with a smile, "Ah, brother, you're finally out. I didn't drive today. Can you give me a ride home?" Sheng Xian said to Boma, "Miss Bai, please go ahead first." Then he said to Lu Jingyan, "Aren't you coming with me?" "Okay, I'm coming." Lu Jingyan even made a face at Bomu to vent her frustration. Bomu was furious. What's this all about? What is Lu Jingyan so smug about? Sitting in the car, she chattered nonstop. "Brother, you don't know my name yet, do you? My name is Lu Jingyan. Lu as in Lu Jingyan. Jing as in Lu Jingyan. Yin as in Lu Jingyan." After all that talking, Sheng Xian still didn't reply to her, only responding with silence. She looked at him and was once again mesmerized. How did I not notice before? He's the type that makes your heart flutter at first sight and becomes more charming the more you look. She subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch his face, but he spoke up. "What do you think you're doing?" "Ah, I wanted to touch." "Touch? Your face clearly says you're smitten with me, huh?" Sheng Xian was driving and couldn't do anything about her teasing, and the atmosphere in the car became even quieter. Lu Jingyan laughed. "I was just kidding. I'm thanking you for driving me home." Then she leaned closer to him and said in a teasing tone, "Ah, I really want to touch Sheng Xian's reddened ears." He seemed sincere but still said coldly, "Get out of the car." As Lu Jingyan walked away, she muttered, "He couldn't keep up the prim and proper act after all." Just then, she received a phone notification that Sheng Xian had accepted her friend request. As soon as they became friends, she immediately sent a message. "Sheng Xian." She got a reply right away. She messaged, "Are we taking it slow, or are we getting together in one step?" Hearing this, Sheng Xian got a nosebleed, and his face turned red with embarrassment and anger. The next afternoon at the company, she reviewed the messages she had sent. "I quite like getting together in one step. We can discuss it later at a hotel or your place." "My place is fine too. You know my address, brother. Are you coming?" She had sent so many messages, but he had read them and not replied. So good at pretending, acting all high and mighty, acting shy. The secretary came in to report on work and was completely confused. What is CEO Lu talking about? "Ah, it's nothing." "Oh, right, do something for me." "In 3 minutes. I want to know this man's schedule." At City University, Lu Jingyan had now learned Sheng Xian's schedule, so she went to the university. You can't escape my grasp." She saw him appear from a distance and was about to approach when Bomu appeared again. She hid in a corner, peeking at what they were doing. Tom Ma said, "Lawyer Sheng, why did you arrange for someone else? To handle my contract?" Sheng Xian said, "Lawyer Cheng is very professional in economic contracts and will be more suitable for you." Tom Ma said, "Is that the only reason?" "Yesterday, Lu Jingyan suddenly burst in, and you didn't even let her finish." Sheng Xian turned to leave. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Tom Ma said loudly, "Lawyer Sheng, Lu Jingyan and I were classmates for many years. I know what kind of person she is. She says she likes you, but she's just treating you like a product on a shelf that she wants because she saw it, without any regard for your feelings. In her eyes, you're just like all the men she's dated. Just one of her toys." He paused for a few seconds, then quickly left as if he hadn't heard. Tom Ma said angrily, "Damn it." Lu Jingyan said, "After all these years, you still haven't changed your habit of bad-mouthing people behind their backs, have you?" Tom Ma was startled. "What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? When will you stop pretending? If you want to curse someone, do it to their face." Lu Jingyan walked up to Tom Ma and said, "Third-rate actress, terrible acting, all talk and no action, you bitch." Ignoring Tom Ma, who was gritting her teeth in anger, Lu Jingyan continued, "In short, Sheng Xian is the man I like. I advise you not to steal, not to touch, and not to talk nonsense, understand?" Tom Ma said angrily, Lu Jingyan, what do you think men like about you? Besides your face and your family background, do you think anyone would genuinely like you? When we were in school, everyone in our class hated you. Even your parents didn't care much about you. And Sheng Xian will care even less. Lu Jingyan gritted her teeth in anger, paused for a moment, and said, "What right do you have to bring up the past with me? You were just a dog wagging its tail in front of me." As she spoke, Lu Jingyan reached out and grabbed Tang Ma's hair. "What, now that you're an artist, you think you can just run your mouth?" It's not your place to judge Lu Jingyan. In the cafeteria, Sheng Xian was staring blankly at a plate of food. An image of Lu Jingyan suddenly flashed through his mind. Lu Jingyan playing the piano gently like a goddess. Then a disheveled image of her crying for help. "Brother, save me." Just then, Lu Jingyan sat down at the table and called out, "Brother," startling Sheng Xian. "Brother, I want to eat the same meal as you, but I don't have a meal card." She thought to herself, "I finally found him here, and he's just sitting here alone in a daze. Could he be thinking about what Tang Ma said?" So she said to a passing student, "Excuse me, handsome, can I borrow your meal card to buy the same meal as him?" 3 minutes later, a delicious plate of food was on the table. Lu Jingyan said happily, "Thank you, how much is it?" The student smiled, "It's okay, it's on me." Suddenly, Sheng Xian stood up abruptly, startling her. "Oh, you're done eating?" He asked what's wrong. She coughed twice and said, "I've always done things based on my own ideas, so don't easily believe fabricated stories about me." Sheng Xian looked at her and said seriously, "I only believe what I see." Lu Jingyan smiled. As expected, the man I like wouldn't believe Tang Ma's nonsense. She said, "That's right, brother. You still haven't answered my question from last time. Are we taking it slow, or are we getting together in one step? I quite like getting together in one step. You won't refuse, will you?" Sheng Xian covered his face, speechless, regretting not leaving sooner. At night, in the men's dormitory, Sheng Xian went to the previous student's room, gave him the money, and said, "The money she owes you." "Oh, I said it was fine. Just take it. I'm leaving now." "Oh, professor, is that woman your girlfriend?" Sheng Xian turned back and said, "Is there a problem?" The student scratched his head awkwardly. "Can I have her contact information? It's fate that we met." Sheng Xian said seriously, "I don't have her contact information." Just then, a message from Lu Jingyan came in. "Brother, let's keep in touch when you're free." A week later, on a Sunday afternoon, Lu Jingyan was lying in bed, dreaming of her past. In class, her friends were all talking about how much their parents cherished and cared for them, while she sat at her desk, clutching her stomach in pain, waiting for a message from her mother. After a long wait, her mother finally replied with one sentence. "In a meeting, not coming home for dinner today." Then the next day, and the third day, her mother was always on a business trip. The stomach pain lasted for several days, and she messaged again, "Mom, my stomach hurts so much. Can you come pick me up and take me home?" Just then, a teacher called her, making her ecstatic, thinking her mother had come to pick her up, but it wasn't. It was a call from the police. "There was a car accident earlier. It was your parents today." She cried out in pain, begging, "Dad, Mom, don't go, I beg you." Because the dream was so real, she woke up with a start, her face covered in tears. She sat up and wiped her tears. So annoying, dreaming about those things again. "Now I'm all alone, but I don't care." The more she thought, the less she could sleep. So she went to a public square and sat on a bench. People around were gossiping. "Look at her. Why is she wearing so little on the street?" She held a can of beer and smoked a cigarette. As she was sitting, a group of young men approached. "Oh, little sister, sitting here all alone? Let us take you out to have some fun." Lu Jingyan said, "You bunch of freaks want to have fun with me? Are you worthy?" The hooligans got angry. "Who are you calling a freak?" She laughed. "Oh, the shorty and the ugly one have taken their places." Just then, Sheng Xian was passing by in a taxi and saw Lu Jingyan arguing with some hooligans. He recognized her at a glance. He said to the driver, "Driver, stop here for a moment." The hooligan said, "Little sister, don't judge a book by its cover. I'm very good in that department." As soon as he finished speaking, Sheng Xian grabbed him by the collar. The young man turned around to curse at Sheng Xian, but seeing Sheng Xian's height and overwhelming power, he chickened out and didn't dare say a word. Sheng Xian said, "Should I call the police, or will you take a taxi to the police station yourselves?" The three of them quickly ran away, were leaving. Seeing her swaying, Sheng Xian supported her and asked, "What are you doing here?" She said, "Handsome, I didn't like the look of them." Then she fell into his arms. "I wanted to hit someone, and you appeared." Seeing that she couldn't sit steadily, Sheng Xian asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" She leaned against him and said, "You're my most unexpected gain today." Soon, He took her home. When the door opened, the Lu family's housekeeper, Annie's son, was stunned. "May I ask who you are?" "Oh, Miss Lu, how did you end up like this?" Sheng Xian said. "She drank too much." "Where's her room?" "On the second floor." "Thank you for bringing her back." He placed her on the bed and was about to leave, but she mumbled, "Don't go." Looking at her on the bed in her revealing nightgown, it was a truly tempting sight, yet Sheng Xian thought to himself, her sleeping posture is so ugly. He quickly covered her with a blanket, but she suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Handsome, I finally brought you home." Sheng Xian was stunned. She wasn't drunk. I was tricked by her. Andy's son brought a glass of honey water and said, "Miss, I just made some honey water." Lu Jingyan said irritably, "I don't want honey water. You have to drink it because you have to get up early for work tomorrow. You'll feel sick if you don't." "I'm not drinking it no matter what." She grumbled irritably, but Sheng Xian's stern voice rang out, "Drink it." It startled her. She turned to look at him, and he still said, "Drink it quickly, be good." Beauty really is a distraction. Lu Jingyan immediately changed her tune. "Then I'll try to drink it." Sheng Xian gently fed her the honey water, and soon she had finished it all. As he turned to leave, she said, "Sheng Xian, wait a minute." She got out of bed, walked closer to him, and sniffed him. He saw her get out of bed barefoot and thought to himself, not wearing slippers just like a child. Her proximity made him a little shy and blush. She said, "Has anyone ever told you that you smell really good?" She wrapped her arms around his waist and held him tightly. She continued, like a reliable parent, with a very trustworthy scent. Sheng Xian froze from the intimacy. Then he remembered the gossip about her. The eldest daughter of the Lu family is unruly and lawless, treating men only as toys. But why does she keep approaching me again and again? And the more I think about it, the tighter my hands clench. I smiled. I must be sick. A few days later, at Chun Kai's birthday party, Lu Jingyan sang one song after another without stopping. It was supposed to be a very lively and happy birthday party, but she sat dejectedly in a chair in the corner. Chun Kai passed by and said in surprise, "Yin baby, why are you sitting here?" "It's nothing. I caught a cold from the wind a few days ago." "Why didn't you say you had a cold?" "Come on, I'll take you to the hospital." "It's fine. I'll be okay after some rest." "No way. I'll have someone deliver some medicine." Just then, his cousin called. Lu Jingyan knew it was Sheng Xian calling and pricked up her ears to listen. Chun Kai said, "Are you coming over soon?" "On your way, buy some cold medicine. Yin baby is sick." "Oh, you're not coming?" "All right then. I'll order delivery." Lu Jingyan became pensive and sad, knowing that Sheng Xian wasn't coming. She remembered how he had gently fed her medicine that day and thought, Lu Jingyan, what are you even expecting? Just because he was a little more patient with you than others? She went outside and stood in a corner, smoking a pile of cigarettes and throwing them on the ground. Even though she was sick, she still smoked, coughing as she did cough, cough. As she was coughing, Sheng Xian snatched the cigarette from her hand and then looked at her sternly, saying, "You're smoking even with a cold." She asked blankly, "Huh? Didn't you say you weren't coming?" Sheng Xian said, "Chun Kai told me." Before he could finish, she turned her face away. "Oh, if you're not here for me, then I'll be leaving." But as she turned, he grabbed her hand. "Wait, Chun Kai said you were sick." She looked at him and said, "That's right. Aren't you afraid I'll infect you?" Sheng Xian paused, and before he could speak, she wrapped her arms around his neck. "Looks like Handsome isn't afraid, huh? Knowing I'm sick, but not buying medicine. Not even a single take care of yourself. I have to punish you by passing my cold on to you." Sheng Xian, embarrassed by her proximity, blushed and said softly, "I already bought it." She retorted, "What did you say?" "I said I already bought the medicine." She punched him and said, "Who are you kidding? Chun Kai said you were supposed to bring medicine, but you didn't. You're a model teacher. Why are you lying?" Sheng Xian looked at her for a few seconds, then gripped her hand tightly and said, "Calm down." Tears welled up in Lu Jingyan's eyes. "Why are you being so fierce with me? I'm sick and you're still being so fierce with me." Sheng Xian held his head in frustration and said, "Did you not hear a single word I said? I had the medicine delivered directly to your house." As soon as he said it, he was stunned because she was already gone. She returned home annoyed, muttering as she walked, "Liar." As soon as she got back, Annie's son said, "Miss, you're back. Why didn't you say you were sick?" "Someone delivered a bag of medicine, specifically for you." Only then did she realize it was from Sheng Xian, so she obediently went to take the medicine, then lay in bed thinking, why did he only say half of it and not explain clearly? The more she thought, the more confused she became. A proud man like him probably wouldn't be happy about being misunderstood, right? How should I compensate him? Should I transfer the money for the medicine to him? As she was thinking, she fell asleep. Suddenly, the door opened, and she sat up with a jolt. Huh? What are you doing here? How did you get into my room? He asked sternly. Why did you call me a lying model teacher? Lu Jingyan stammered blankly. He moved closer. She said, do you want a clear explanation or proper compensation? She became even more flustered and said, is there another option? He was tolerant and magnanimous. Before she could finish speaking, he pressed his lips against hers, kissing her deeply and passionately. So intense. What kind of kiss leaves you breathless? And since they were on the bed, of course he had to pull up her skirt. As soon as the skirt strap was pulled down, she panicked. Sheng Xian, are you crazy? Then she sat up abruptly. Was I just dreaming? The more she thought about it, she held her head. How could I have a dream like that? It's all Sheng Xian's fault for giving me that medicine. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. How could I have such a dream? The more she thought, the less she understood. So she sat up, took a deep breath, trying to clear her mind, but it was no use. She picked up her phone again. I should probably coax Sheng Xian. What if he's actually angry? She sent a message. Brother, I didn't know you had delivered the medicine to my house. Besides, girls have a few days every month when they're emotionally unstable. I was wrong. I'm on my knees for you. I beg you to forgive me. 5 minutes later, she waited and waited, but still saw no reply. Why isn't he replying? Didn't he see the message? But 2 hours later, there was still no message. She threw her phone down with a bang in anger. The proud and aloof Professor Shang. Who do you think you are? Professor Shang had read it, but didn't reply. Because she had thrown her phone with such force, her hand accidentally pressed the video call button, but she was completely unaware. She was too busy continuing to shout angrily. What do you have to be angry about? I just misunderstood you a little, and you even bullied me in my dream. But as she was shouting, a voice came from the other end of the call. How did I bully you in your dream? Lu Jingyan shyly and slowly lowered her head to look at her phone. Sheng Xian had just finished showering. His clothes were damp, and his six-pack abs were half hidden. You, why aren't you talking? Lu Jingyan was so red-faced she couldn't speak. Both shy and having seen that six-pack, she couldn't stand steady. She suddenly knelt down, muttering, I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Then she hung up the video call. She cried silently in her heart. I finally managed to get through that. It was so embarrassing just now. Just as her face was as red as a ripe persimmon, she received a phone call. It was from her uncle. Her uncle was the president of the Lu group, Lu Hongsheng. He said, Jingyan, the young master of the Yang family I introduced to you last time has arrived in the city. Go meet him tomorrow. Also, the young Master Yang likes classical literature and music, so bring that up more when you chat with him. I'm interested in any connections you build. Lu Jingyan mumbled her agreement. After hanging up, she fell in a deep thought, her mood ruined. Then she opened a group chat and typed, My uncle is making me go on a blind date again. My parents died in a car accident when I was in middle school, and my uncle adopted me. In those years, he treated me like his own daughter, giving me whatever I wanted. Only later did I understand that the reason my uncle was so good to me was because he had obtained all the shares of my parents' Lu family, and I was just a puppet in his asset game. Then she deleted it without sending. Forget it. I won't send it. It would be bad if Qin Kai told Sheng Xian. So the day of the blind date arrived. The son of the Yang group, Yang Ru, arrived at the meeting spot. Miss Lu, I'm very satisfied with your qualifications. If we get married, I want 2 children, preferably both sons, because our family values face very much. Lu Jingyan was annoyed by his incessant talking, thinking, I'm so sleepy. How can he talk so much? Just then, she received a series of messages. She opened them and was shocked and confused. They were from an unknown number. Lu Jingyan, are you okay? I'm not okay at all, but I like sending you messages from behind screen. After all these years, do you still remember what happened that year? Let me remind you, you were at the abandoned auto repair shop behind the middle school. At the mention of the auto repair shop, Lu Jingyan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She stood up in shock. Yang Ru was puzzled. Miss Lu, where are you going? I haven't finished speaking. She walked to a corner of the hallway and replied to the message. Who are you? What do you want? The other party quickly sent a photo filled with hideous red writing. She was stunned the moment she saw it. The more she looked, the more panicked she became. She swayed, holding her phone with trembling hands. Before she could recover, she received a call from her uncle. She hurriedly answered, and before she could explain, Lu Hongsheng roared. What's wrong with you? Why did you ditch your date? Don't you know the Yang family is in talks with us about a major project? At this moment, Lu Jingyan's mind was in extreme turmoil, not knowing how to respond. Lu Hongsheng continued, your words and actions outside represent our Lu family. It's one thing to be willful and cause trouble usually, but to do this today after you've already met the person. I'm ordering you now. Go back and apologize to young Master Yang immediately. After speaking, he hung up with a snap. Lu Jingyan was still extremely confused about what had just happened and was tired of the accumulated burden of the Lu family. Her legs went weak, she couldn't stand steady, and she collapsed onto the floor. What exactly am I to the Lu family? A tool to be summoned when needed and kicked aside when not. Meanwhile, in another room in the restaurant, Sheng Xian was also discussing work with a client. As they were talking and walking towards the door, he caught a glimpse of Lu Jingyan sitting in the corner. He hurried over and called her name, Lu Jingyan. She looked up blankly and was surprised to see him appear before her. He asked, why are you sitting on the floor? Oh, I sprained my ankle. Is brother my GPS? How come you follow me wherever I go? So she quickly tried to stand up, but because her leg was numb, she was unsteady and stumbled towards Sheng Xian. This fall was just perfect. Who knows who else thought it was perfect, but with one fall, she hugged a man with a six-pack. He asked, what's wrong? Did you sprain your right foot too? Her expression wasn't good. What on earth happened? She pushed him away and said, goodness, what could possibly be wrong with me? I'll be leaving first. Just then, Yang Ru came out and saw Lu Jingyan standing next to Sheng Xian. Yang Ru also recognized Sheng Xian and asked, what are you doing here? What's the relationship between you two? Lu Jingyan looked at Yang Ru with extreme disgust. She said, young Master Yang, we only met for the first time today. I don't need to report to you. Yang Ru was so angry he blurted out, a slut indeed. Lu Jingyan laughed. So what? You saw me with another man and you're hopping mad? Yang Ru was so angry he was speechless. She also spoke uncomfortably. Move aside. I won't be keeping you company. Yang Ru blocked her. I didn't say you could leave. Come with me to see Lu Hongsheng. Sheng Xian quickly grabbed Yang Ru's hand and said, let her go. Yang Ru said angrily, Sheng Xian, today is my blind date with Lu Jingyan. You're the one who should get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Sheng Xian squeezed Yang Ru's hand so hard it felt like it would break. Yang Ru screamed in pain. Ah, Sheng Xian, let go. How many times has Lu Jingyan slept with you for you to protect her like this? She's an abandoned child with no upbringing, not even fit to carry the Yang family's shoes. Like mother, like daughter, she's as shameless as her sycophantic mother. Sheng Xian froze when he heard this. Lu Jingyan was so angry, she slapped Yang Ru across the face. Yang Ru said in disbelief, Lu Jingyan, you dare to hit me? She said, young Master Yang, before you looked into me, didn't you hear that I have a very bad temper? She stepped forward and stomped on his foot with her high heel, continuing, not only will I slap you, I'll crush you. At this moment, Sheng Xian was still backing her up from behind. The two of them were so imposing that just looking at them made one want to run. Yang Ru was also terrified, cursing the two of them angrily. You two just wait. Lu Jingyan said nonchalantly, we'll be waiting. After chasing Yang Ru away, Sheng Xian said, don't just hit people casually. Later, Lu Jingyan said, I just vented your anger for you. What right do you have to lecture me? Besides, he was clearly the one who started it, wasn't he? Professor Shang, you said she hit someone. Doesn't her hand hurt? It's nothing, my hand doesn't hurt. But she suddenly paused, a sly smile appearing on her face, and then said coquettishly, no, brother, you're right, my hand hurts so much. Besides, I offended that Yang Ru for you. That's the rich and powerful Yang family. If my uncle finds out, he'll break my legs. He said calmly, I'll take you to the hospital now. Your hand will be fine soon. Seeing that he wasn't taking the bait, she said sullenly, brother, we're practically comrades in arms. How about we go for a late-night snack? Yang Ru was blabbering on just now. I didn't even get to eat dinner. But he was the same as ever, his expression unchanged, completely ignoring her words. Lu Jingyan flared up. She said, fine, casting me aside now that you're done with me. Are you? You heartless scumbag. He stopped in his tracks, then said to her, not going? You don't want a late-night snack anymore? In the end, the two walked into a restaurant. He asked her, what do you want to eat? Anything, including you. Sheng Xian was speechless and said, then order it yourself. She took his phone to order, but accidentally opened his messages. After reading them, she found they were all work-related. She thought, oh, so this is why he doesn't reply to my messages. His business is booming. After a moment, She smiled. Brother, I've ordered. I hope it tastes as good as you. The neighboring table saw the handsome man and started gossiping. Look, a handsome guy. Quick, go get his number. Lu Jingyan glanced over and saw the neighboring table admiring him. She looked unhappy. Sheng Xian was the same as ever, looking at his phone, oblivious. Seeing him focused on his phone, she messaged her sister. The table next to us likes him. Just as she sent it, the girl from the next table came over and said, "Excuse me, can I add you on WeChat?" Sheng Xian said coldly, "I don't have WeChat," while still typing a message. The girl returned to her seat angrily. Lu Jingyan said, "Brother, you're really telling a bald-faced lie today. Using WeChat to send messages right in front of someone and still saying you don't have WeChat. Is this the self-discipline of a scumbag? Sheng Xian, you're so popular. Why don't you just confess? Besides your mom, have you ever slept with a woman?" Sheng Xian was shocked. His mind went blank. What? Even the girl at the next table was stunned. Sheng Xian said awkwardly, "Lu Jingyan, let's eat." Lu Jingyan laughed. "Oh, my brother, tell me quietly, have you? How many? Single digits, double digits, or triple digits?" Sheng Xian said sternly through gritted teeth, "Lu Jingyan, be quiet." Then he held the bill up to her mouth. This scene was so awkward. For some reason, he also suddenly blushed. Both of their hearts were beating fast, perhaps so fast that the other could hear. They both looked away awkwardly. She said, "Ahem, I was just kidding. I won't tease you anymore." After eating, they went home. She said, "Thanks for the treat, brother. Goodbye, I have to go home. Message me when you get home." Lu Jingyan sat in the car and comforted herself. Calm down. In front of a man, whoever hesitates first loses first. After she left, he stood alone, holding the bill absent-mindedly, which still had her lipstick stain on it, staring at it. "Sheng Xian, what's wrong with you? Why are you taking the bill home? Does it even need to be asked?" He's obsessed with her kiss. What else could it be? Haha. After returning home and showering, he sat on the sofa and picked up his phone. Just then, there was a message from Lu Jingyan. "Brother, I'm home." Although there were many other messages, he only clicked on hers. Then there was also a photo she sent. He looked at it and smiled, replying, "Okay, rest early." At this moment, there was a message from Annie Chun. As soon as he opened it, his eyes widened in shock. "Sheng Xian, where did you go today?" "Yang Ru went on a blind date. Did you see him?" "Mom knows Yang Ru is not my biological son, and you and Yang Ru are not close, but he is still your younger brother. As an older brother, how could you help an outsider bully him?" Sheng Xian gritted his teeth in anger after reading it. He sighed in contemplation. "Bully? Ha! I didn't bully him. He just said something that made him happy. It's been 3 years. Is this all you want to ask me, Mom?" The next morning, at Lu Jingyan's house, she placed a pile of things in the middle of the room. Annie's son was puzzled. "Miss Lu, you don't want these things anymore?" "Yes, throw them all away." Or, "Annie's son, you can pick a few sets, and I plan to sell the rest online as secondhand." Annie's son said, "These things are still very new. How can you bear to throw them away, miss?" She said, "I don't regret it at all. Goodbye, all my ex-boyfriend's relics." She dealt with everything and was finally done. Just as she posted it, she received a call and immediately answered. Lu Jingyan's best friend, Song Yin, said, "Baby, why did you post a bunch of stuff like that? Are you moving?" Lu Jingyan said, "Doing charity." "Oh, charity? You're selling cosmetics worth over 10,000 yuan. If your ex-boyfriends knew, they would surely be heartbroken at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean." As expected, Miss Lu doesn't need a knife to kill fish. Breaking their hearts is enough. Lu Jingyan said, "What's wrong with me being a fish? Isn't it fragrant?" Right. You have high standards. How can they be low?" Song Yin continued while cracking melon seeds. "But you can have an assistant do this kind of small thing. Why do it yourself?" Lu Jingyan didn't know how to answer. Song Yin continued, "I think you're very strange, as if you want to turn over a new leaf. Tell me, which bodhisattva enlightened you?" Speaking of which, she suddenly thought of Sheng Xian's serious and ascetic look. Just thinking about it, she was captivated by him at this moment like a bright sun, soothing her a vixen. "What am I thinking?" She said to Song Yin, "Yesterday, I had a blind date with young Master Yang and happened to meet a bodhisattva. Oh, I know that Yang Ru. You were two-timing, and then the bodhisattva saved you from the sea of fire?" Lu Jingyan said, "Not only that, we also teamed up to beat him up." After hearing this, Song Yin sighed. "I feel like you don't want to be a bodhisattva, but want to catch a fish." Lu Jingyan was drooling just thinking about it. "Yeah, he's very fierce, just my type. For now, that's it. I haven't figured out how to eat him yet." Song Yin said, Yin, I'm afraid this isn't a bodhisattva, but a fish you want to catch, right?" Lu Jingyan asked, "How did you know?" Song Yin said, "What's going on with you two? Have you already held hands?" touched faces, kissed, and even gone home together? Lu Jingyan stammered. What nonsense are you talking about? Song Yin laughed. Oh, is President Lu stuttering now? I'm just kidding. Who's the fish between you two? Lu Jingyan retorted. How could I be the fish? Don't I know his worth? Thinking of Sheng Xian's abs, her eyes lit up. His figure, abs, and chest muscles are all golden ratios. The more she thought, the darker her thoughts became. His size. Sheng Xian asked curiously, what else? Lu Jingyan said, nothing. I'm hanging up. One evening, a grand banquet was being held at a large hotel. The guests at this banquet were all beautiful women and handsome men. The boss even invited people from the entertainment industry. Who would dare not to give face, whether for connections or resources? But where's the boss? He was just giving a speech. Lu Jingyan was on the balcony outside, on the phone. Her uncle was pleading, even if young Master Yang was rude, you can't hit him. If word gets out, what face will the Lu family have left? Put your work on hold for now. Your uncle has already arranged for you to have dinner with him tomorrow. You will apologize directly. Lu Jingyan said, we'll talk about tomorrow's business tomorrow. She cursed inwardly. Yang Ru is such a coward, only knows how to tattle. Just then, a couple was arguing loudly. You bastard, I'll beat you to death. He was hitting and cursing his wife, while the wife cried, Wah, husband, I was wrong, please stop hitting me. Lu Jingyan recognized this as domestic violence. She wanted to step forward to stop it, but then stopped. This is none of my business. Why should I meddle? So she went to the restroom to fix her clothes. Just then, she received a message from a stranger. That person also appeared at the banquet today and even sent a photo of her. Lu Jingyan is living well now. Huh? What do you think would happen if others knew about her past? Lu Jingyan was shocked and confused after reading it. She replied, who the hell are you? Say it to my face if you have the guts. Just as she sent it, she heard a notification sound from inside the restroom. She turned around and saw Bo Mu. Bo Mu was still focused on sending a message. She sent, guess who, are you scared? And so Lu Jingyan finally discovered the mastermind, the person who had been threatening her. It was Bo Mu. So Lu Jingyan walked over and grabbed Bo Mu by the collar. Is this fun? I'm fucking asking you, is this fun? Have you had enough fun? Bo Mu said blankly. Lu Jingyan, are you crazy? What'd I do to you? Lu Jingyan snatched Bo Mu's phone and said, if you don't like me, you can play fair and square. Don't play dirty tricks behind my back. Lu Jingyan added, did you take the wrong medicine? If you're sick in the head, go to the hospital. Don't be so unreasonable. In a fit of anger, Lu Jingyan pushed Bo Mu to the ground. She screamed, you pushed me. Just then, Sheng Xian and his client walked over. The two were discussing work, and Sheng Xian was stunned by the scene before him. Lu Jingyan said, I've been wanting to settle scores with you for a long time. I didn't bother with you for talking behind my back all those years ago. So you thought I was easy to bully, right? After all these years, you're still stepping on my head. As soon as she finished speaking, Sheng Xian called her name. Lu Jingyan, stop. She turned to see him and said, what do you mean? You want to protect her? Sheng Xian stepped forward to help Bo Mu up. Bo Mu said, Lawyer Sheng, save me. This woman is crazy. Are you okay, Miss Bo? Seeing this scene, Lu Jingyan became even more furious, gritting her teeth. You see her crying and your heart aches. You think she's right? Sheng Xian said, calm down. Miss Bo, come with me. Lu Jingyan watched the two of them leave and cursed loudly. Sheng Xian, you're supposed to be on my Lu Jingyan side. If you leave today, don't ever appear in front of me again. Just then, Chun Kai also appeared, confused by the scene. Yin Yin, oh cousin and this lady, are you guys fighting again? Sheng Xian said to Chun Kai, take Lu Jingyan back to her room to rest. Don't let her come out. Chun Kai received the order, glanced at Lu Jingyan, and saw her fuming. He couldn't afford to offend either of these two titans. Chun Kai said with a smile, Yin Yin, let's go. Lawyer Sheng, I wasn't causing trouble with Lu Jingyan just now. She rushed in without distinguishing right from wrong and dislocated my joint. We had conflicts in school, but it wasn't my fault. It was all her fault. Sheng Xian interrupted her as she spoke. Miss Bo, this is a private matter. Bo Mu said blankly, what do you mean? Sheng Xian said, her pushing you just now is a private matter. I will pay you for the damages. Bo Mu said in disbelief. Wrong? So you protected me just to give her a chance to escape? Bo Mu continued. Even if it's a private matter, it's between her and me. What right do you have to stand up for her? Sheng Xian looked at her with a sharp gaze and said, from today on, I am Lu Jingyan's lawyer. You can talk to me directly about anything. Bo Mu gritted her teeth. Jingyan, why are you helping Lu Jingyan? Do you really like her? At this moment in Lu Jingyan's room, she was still fuming. I'm so angry. Chen Kai, is your cousin blind? Am I not prettier than that two-faced girl? Isn't my figure better than hers? Chen Kai sensed Lu Jingyan's anger and didn't dare to speak, so he helplessly called Sheng Xian. My cousin is in room 22. Lu Jingyan screamed angrily. Sheng Xian is such a playboy with terrible taste. Bo Mu just knows how to cry. Give me a few bottles of eye drops, and I can cry too. She shouted so loudly that Sheng Xian on the other end of the phone heard everything. Just then, the doorbell rang. As soon as Chen Kai opened the door, Sheng Xian heard her endless cursing. I think your cousin's eyes can be donated. Chen Kai coughed to signal her, but Lu Jingyan was still rambling. Oh, sorry, no one wants to donate blind eyes. Forget it. He can help whoever he wants. I was just trying to trick him into bed anyway. Chen Kai coughed even harder, cough, cough. Lu Jingyan was on a roll and kept talking. Chen Kai asked, what are you coughing for? Drink some water if you're not feeling well. She turned her head and was startled, shocked to find Sheng Xian had entered the room at some point. She said, what are you doing here? To deliver eye drops for her? Chen Kai burst out laughing. Huh? Lu Jingyan said, no laughing. She kicked Chen Kai's, but a few times. I'm laughing and you're laughing too? Chen Kai wailed. I was wrong. Sheng Xian felt inexplicably annoyed seeing the two of them like this. He said, Chen Kai, your aunt wants you to go over. Come over tonight. Wait, I just saw you last night. Why am I seeing you again today? Then you can ask for yourself. Oh, okay. Chen Kai was still confused as he left. Strange, my cousin never goes to my aunt's house. Why is he suddenly talking to her? Now only the two of them were left in the room. Lu Jingyan said coldly, if Lawyer Shang is here for Bo Mu, then please leave. I've already pushed her anyway. If compensation is needed, I'll give you the number of our company's legal counsel. Sheng Xian said nothing, just walked over, picked up the medicine, and applied it to her wound. She was puzzled. He said, don't move. I said, don't move. Why are you like a child? The more he spoke, the more restless she became. I told you not to move. Why are you moving even more? She said, don't think I'll forgive you just because of this. You just helped Bo Mu, and now you're here to coax me. Are you trying to have it both ways? After applying medicine for her, he asked, are you injured anywhere else? That's all. Why did you fight and push someone? What else could it be? I just can't stand the sight of her. He looked at her, thinking she really hadn't outgrown her rebellious phase. He said, don't fight anymore in the future. If you really don't like someone, Miss Lu Jingyan can curse them out instead. Lu Jingyan was stunned. Huh? He continued, cursing doesn't get you into trouble easily, but hitting people is against the law. If you really want to hit someone, you can consider letting the other person make the first move. She said, in that case, I wouldn't be held responsible, right? He adjusted his glasses and said, that's a bit difficult. With the way you hit people so hard, even if the other person started it, I doubt anyone would believe it. Lu Jingyan gave a dry laugh. So you were just making fun of me in the end? You didn't answer the question just now. It's because you don't want to let me go, and you don't want to let Bo Mu go either, right? I'm sorry. I like to eat alone. Sheng Xian said, wait a minute. Then he held up his phone. I wasn't protecting her. I just felt I had picked up a business deal. I just helped you solve the fire downstairs. I see you're quite free now. Please pay my fee. My legal fees are calculated by the minute. I talked with Miss Bo for 22 minutes and 47 seconds. I'll charge you for 22 minutes. Lu Jingyan's mouth fell open in surprise. Huh? I didn't ask you to help me. Sheng Xian smiled. Then should I ask Miss Bo to pay me back? She said, this is clearly a forced sale. She angrily took out her phone and transferred the money to him. He quickly received the consultation fee. She said, take it. Do you want an invoice to pay less tax? Sheng Xian said helplessly, I'll give it to you another day. She continued, which day is another day? The day I want to see you? Do you have a date with some sister today? Otherwise, why would you be at the hotel? I'm working. A netizen of Chen Kai's. Her mother wants to draw up a divorce agreement. Oh, so you work by selling your looks? Otherwise, how come your clients are all women of all ages? Sometimes it's Bo Mu, sometimes it's a child's mother. You don't ask for their WeChat, you're just stalling with the opposite sex. Big Brother is really good at raising. He listened to her long speech blankly and asked, raising what? She looked at him and said, fish. Sheng Xian stood up in confusion and said, nonsense. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. She grabbed his shirt and said, don't go. Then she paused. What am I doing? I haven't even seduced him yet, and I'm already getting handsy. So she softened her tone. Brother, I have something to tell you. She pulled on his lapel, leaned in close, and said, I want to get into your fish pond. Can you give me a chance? Sheng Xian was stunned, and before he could speak, she continued, Brother, I'm very easy to raise. You just have to throw some bait, and I can survive in your fish pond. When I grow up, I can wipe out your entire fish pond. Sheng Xian was so shocked by her words that his mouth hung open, unable to speak. She looked at him with a loving gaze, making him look away in embarrassment. Sheng Xian's heart was in turmoil. Not knowing what was happening, he also tugged at his collar, slammed the door shut, and left the hotel room. Lu Jingyan called Song Yin and told her everything. I've met my match this time. Who? Ken? Kiskosen. Oh, right. Sometimes I feel he's very ambiguous, but sometimes he's very innocent. In short, I can't figure him out at all. Song Yin sighed. What's the big deal if you can't figure him out? Anyway, you think he's handsome, so just play around. Lu Jingyan shivered and retorted. No way. I have principles. I only mess with scumbags, not good men. Song Yin said, Yin baby, you're so worried. It's not like you at all. Look, you're 100% being played by Chun Kai's cousin. Lu Jingyan fell silent after hearing this. Song Yin laughed. How rare. The one who suits you is actually your nemesis, haha. Lu Jingyan was annoyed. I'm not talking to you anymore. Just as she hung up, she received the money Sheng Xian had transferred back. She accepted the money in confusion and sent a message. You asked for money just now. Why did you return it? What are you trying to do? 2 minutes later, Sheng Xian sent 3 words. Feeding the fish. Lu Jingyan choked on her water when she saw it. The next morning, she packed her things and went to the front desk to check out. At this moment, an auntie came over and called her, young lady. She looked and recognized the person who was being abused by her husband last night. She said, Annie wants to ask you to be a witness for me. My husband wants a divorce, but I want custody of my daughter. Lu Jingyan said coldly, I'm not interested. She continued, Annie knows it's a bit presumptuous to ask for your help, but rest assured, Annie won't let you help for free. I will pay you. Lu Jingyan turned around and said, Money? I'm sorry. The one thing I don't lack is money. The woman kept begging Lu Jingyan to be a witness. Just then, Sheng Xian came out. Seeing this scene, he was stunned. Then the woman knelt down and begged her. The auntie is at her wit's end. I can't be without my daughter. Lu Jingyan said firmly that she had no obligation to help, nor did she intend to, and if she kept pestering her, she would call security. Sheng Xian walked up and asked, Ms. Sun, what's going on? It turned out this woman was Sheng Xian's client. She said she remembered from yesterday that when her husband was hitting her, there was an eyewitness. She wanted her help, but she refused. Sheng Xian asked, was that eyewitness the person from just now? That's right. She's very beautiful. I wouldn't mistake her. At this moment, Lu Jingyan was in the parking lot, sitting in her car, when she received a call from Sheng Xian. He asked, are you still at the hotel? Yes, I'm in the parking lot. Then wait for me for a moment. Lu Jingyan said happily, okay. A short while later, Sheng Xian appeared. The moment she saw him, she smiled. Go. It's only been one night, and you already miss me? Sheng Xian said seriously, last night, on the hotel rooftop, did you see domestic violence? How did you know? Because one of them is my client. Oh, what a coincidence. It seems you and I are quite fated to meet, Go. So you came looking for me to ask about this? Not entirely. It's just that the person wants to ask you to be a witness. Could you consider it? Without a second thought, Lu Jingyan said, no. She should have divorced him the first time she experienced domestic violence. But after all these years, she's still enduring her husband's abuse. Rather than calling her a victim, I'd say she's enabling the domestic violence. If that's the case, she's not worthy of my sympathy. Besides, I was just passing by. If I hadn't shown up, couldn't she have collected other evidence? The weather is so nice today. Instead of worrying about others, why don't you take me for a drive, Go? Sheng Xian quickly got into the car and said, the child is innocent. She's only in her teens. She needs a mother, not a father with severe domestic violence tendencies. A lack of love can ruin a person's entire life. Lu Jingyan scoffed, then said, then she can only blame her own bad luck. Besides, you're the youngest professor at T University Law School. Every case you handle is a guaranteed win, and this time should be no exception. If it really doesn't work out, then do as you people in the legal world say. The law is not only meant to be followed, but also to be used. You can appropriately exploit its loopholes. Sheng Xian listened to every word she said, unable to believe his ears. Lu Jingyan, how did you become like this? The you I used to know wasn't like this. That night, Lu Jingyan met Chun Kai. She said, I have a question to ask. Before, your cousin tricked me at the hotel with a Wi-Fi hotspot. Have I met him before? I'm not sure about that. I'm not close with my cousin. He's my uncle's son with his ex-wife. We don't interact much. Is that so? She recalled asking him before. Did you know me in the past? With your looks, you must have been a popular figure. How come I have no impression? Sheng Xian looked at her blankly, then said, forget it. Just pretend I never looked for you. She thought again. Last time Sheng Xian was vague. This time I must ask clearly. She said, think carefully. Does he have anyone he likes? Ah, my cousin is like a monk. There's no one in his heart. You said he tricked you with the Wi-Fi. Was it that NIS or Y? He was just joking. Hearing this, Lu Jingyan was stunned. Then she remembered asking him what the password was at the time, and he answered N or Y, which means your birthday in Chinese. Could it be that I misunderstood from the very beginning? Sheng Xian wasn't trying to trick me, and he's not a scumbag? Chen Kai said, you sit here for a bit, I'm going to the restroom. Just as Chen Kai left, two men walked over. Yo, isn't that Lu Jingyan? Yang Ru, are you two about to get together? I've got a room upstairs. Call her over to have some fun. When Yang Ru saw Lu Jingyan, he panicked, which confused his friend next to him. What's with that expression? A girl can bully you? Yang Ru, still trying to sound tough, said, I'm not afraid of her. She's the one who has to suck up to me. Yang Ru walked up and said, it must be boring sitting here all by yourself. Come upstairs and have some fun with me. Lu Jingyan said, Yang Ru, it seems your memory isn't very good. Wasn't the lesson I taught you last time enough? Yang Ru said in a low voice, I'm giving you face here. Don't forget, the Lu family's project still needs the Yang family support. Lu Jingyan laughed, but spending even one more second with you disgusts me. What should I do? Yang Ru said, exasperated, don't get cocky or else I'll call Lu Hansheng. You'll be sorry. Just then, Chen Kai returned, still on the phone with Sheng Xian. Seeing the scene before him, Chen Kai rushed forward and pushed Yang Ru away. Are you crazy? Why are you harassing my dear Yan? On the other end of the line, Sheng Xian heard the commotion and asked, is Lu Jingyan there too? Is she being bullied? Yang Ru said, fine, you're tough. I hope you're just as tough later. After chasing those guys away, Chen Kai asked, are you okay? What was that just now? Nothing, just some lunatic. Seeing Chen Kai offer her a cigarette, she said, I quit. I don't smoke anymore. I'm heading back first. Hey, you haven't finished your drink. She pushed open the bar door to leave, only to see Sheng Xian. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Why is he here? Should I say hi? What should I say? Better not. He doesn't want to see me anyway. In the blink of an eye, time flew by, and it was already Christmas. Lu Jingyan was having fun with her friends at a party. A short while later, everyone was slumped over the tables. How did they all pass out after just a few drinks? This is it. I'm only on my third drink. This bunch of guys with ulterior motives. One friend said, I'll drink for Sister Yin. I'll down this one. I won't get drunk. Lu Jingyan said helplessly, youth really goes all out. You guys chat. I'm going out for some air. With that, she opened the door and walked out. She walked for a while and stopped at a street corner. It was snowing lightly. She looked up at the sky, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Unconsciously, she picked up her cigarette case again, about to light one, but she suddenly stopped. She froze for a moment. Didn't I quit? It's been over 2 months. Not only did I fail to win over Sheng Xian, I can't even see him anymore. I was going to delete him, but I only ended up deleting my first contact. She looked at her phone and muttered to herself, Lu Jingyan, oh Lu Jingyan. She wanted to send him a Merry Christmas message, but deleted it without sending. Just then, she heard another couple arguing. Have you made enough of a scene? What did I ever say you were my girlfriend? But that night what about that night? Did I sleep with you? But you didn't refuse either. How can you say that? You clearly said you liked being with me. You believe things I say in bed. I say that to everyone. Besides, you enjoyed it too. Lu Jingyan couldn't listen anymore and stepped forward to interrupt. The two young people were very annoyed at being interrupted and said through gritted teeth, who are you? What business is it of yours? Lu Jingyan tied her hair up high, her eyes sharp as she said, of course it's my business. Then, without another word, she punched him in the face. Ignoring his cries, she punched him in the head again, making him howl in pain. 5 minutes later, a car stopped in front of her. She quickly ran over, opened the door, and got in, saying, you came at the perfect time. Driver, please give me a ride. The guy, beaten black and blue, cursed, you dare to hit someone and run? I'm calling the police. Inside the car, Lu Jingyan handed money to the driver, saying, good people are rewarded. Let me buy you a drink, thank you. The driver turned his head to look at her, startling her. Wow, how is it Sheng Xian? She gave an awkward laugh. Long time no see. What kind of luck is this? To run into you just by hailing a random car. I'm so lucky. Suddenly, the atmosphere became extremely quiet. She said, I just remembered I have something to do. I'll be leaving now. She tried to open the car door, but he had locked it and she couldn't open it. He said, you can't stop at an intersection. where do you want to go? A short while later, the two stopped at a familiar bar. She said, who were you waiting for on the roadside just now? Oh, when did you arrive? I've been here for a while. Then what did you see? It's Christmas. The scenery on the street is very interesting. Lu Jingyan was speechless after hearing this. What was he implying? Just then, a man smoking walked in, making her crave a cigarette again. She rummaged through her bag to see if there was anything to eat. Sheng Xian handed her a piece of candy and said, eat this. Sweets help with quitting smoking. You can have a piece of candy when you want to smoke. Lu Jingyan was surprised, then hesitated for a moment before taking the candy he offered. After putting the candy in her mouth, she said, so, is this your new trick? A new trick to fool me into being a witness? Sheng Xian said in a fluster, no, the client has already found new evidence. Oh, so you don't need me anymore, is that it? Sheng Xian remembered the message Ms. Sun had sent him. Ms. Sun said an anonymous person had sent her a video of her husband's abuse on the rooftop that day. He looked at her, thinking, was that anonymous person her? After all this time, did she finally come around? This personality of helping a stranger in need, who else could it be but her? But what on earth did she go through to become so cold and arrogant, rude to everyone, and completely different from before? Seeing him staring at her for a long time, Lu Jingyan asked, Professor Shang, why are you staring at me like that? It's nothing, he said, propping his chin on his hand. What are you looking at? Is there gold on my face? Then she pointed at his chest and said, or is someone's heart in a flutter over here? Sheng Xian, a little flustered, said, it's getting late, I'll take you home. The two quickly got in the car. As soon as they were in, he leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. Lu Jingyan couldn't help but be startled, her eyes wide. She said, Lawyer Shang is so considerate and polite. Tell me, how much is it in total? She took out some money and said with a smile, that was for the drinks earlier. You're also taking me home and helping me with my seatbelt. Is this a reminder that I should pay? Sheng Xian stopped the car at a red light. He said, I don't want money. I'm actually fishing. The cold, aloof, and ascetic iceberg of a man now knows how to say such things. Sheng Xian. Lu Jingyan couldn't believe her ears, her eyes wide with shock. Sheng Xian asked, is the little fish full? If not, I can feed you a little more, you know. Suddenly, Lu Jingyan became shy and stammered, I'm not that easy to feed. After a while, he drove her home. She opened the car door and said, I'm going in. Wait, he said. She looked back at him puzzled. He said, Merry Christmas. And I'm sorry. Oh no. What is Lu Jingyan's little heart supposed to do with this? She went inside, collapsed in the middle of the living room, not yet recovered from the shock, and then screamed, get a grip, don't forgive him just because he said a few random words. She hadn't finished her fit when she stopped because a message had arrived. It was another message from the person who had tried to threaten her before. Lu Jingyan, I haven't wished you a Merry Christmas yet. I miss you so much. Do you still remember GNMO? At the mention of GNMO, Lu Jingyan's pupils dilated in shock and confusion. In this world, only the dead don't talk. At that moment, GNMO was just lying there. I will follow you until you become just like her. The thought of this made Lu Jingyan panic. She clutched her head and screamed, no. Get away. Stop pestering me. In her panic, she ran haphazardly across the road, not noticing a car speeding towards her. By the time she realized, it was too late to dodge. Luckily, Sheng Xian rushed over, grabbed her, and pushed her back, both of them falling to the ground. Sheng Xian shouted anxiously, Lu Jingyan, why are you running into the middle of the road? Lu Jingyan, not yet fully recovered, said, why haven't you left yet? Just now I'm fine. There was just a power outage at home. At this point, her eyes were filled with tears as she said, I'm scared of being alone. All right, how do you pay the electricity bill? He looked at her and said, such a terrible lie. I was going to look for something. He took her hand and said, come with me. Where is your home? Soon, the two arrived at Lu Jingyan's apartment. As she opened the door and turned on the lights came on. Lu Jingyan gave an awkward laugh. Oh, the power's back on, huh? Sheng Xian looked around warily. Lu Jingyan said, go, why so nervous? My aunt and uncle happen to be out, so you came all this way for nothing. Sheng Xian maintained his unshakable, monk-like composure. Lu Jingyan, go take a shower and get some rest. So soon? Humph. A person like you who's above worldly desires will never get a wife. Sheng Xian then opened the door, looked around, and observed the surroundings. Did she run out just now because she encountered a bad person? She had just finished her shower and walked to the balcony, shouting to him, what's wrong? Nothing, just checking if you're still here. Sheng Xian was helpless. She really was a child. But for now, he didn't notice anything unusual. He hoped he was just overthinking it. Suddenly, Lu Jingyan walked out, stunning Sheng Xian. "What are you doing?" She smiled, wearing an alluring pink nightgown, and said, "I've finished my shower." Sheng Xian was, after all, a young man full of vigor, and standing in front of the person he liked. How could he not be shy? Although he averted his gaze, his ears couldn't lie. They were already red. She asked, "What are you thinking? Why don't you dare to look at me?" She looked at him and said in a seductive tone, "Calling you Lawyer Shang, Professor Shang." She looked at him, and seeing him silent with a dark expression, she thought, why no reaction yet? So she decided to get closer to him. "Stop pretending. I bet you're thinking a man and a woman alone in a room, and I'm wearing a nightgown that only reaches my thighs." Before she could finish, Sheng Xian interrupted her, "Lu Jingyan." But she continued to ramble on. "Actually, I'm reciting lines from a novel, but I think your clothes are too tight. Let me loosen them for you." He pushed her away and said, "I should go." She said, "Hey, I was just kidding. Don't go. I'm scared of being alone." "Then go back to your room and sleep. I'll leave after you've fallen asleep." Lu Jingyan returned to her room helplessly and sat in a corner of the bed. 10 minutes passed, and there was no sound from outside. "Yes, I don't believe you're really angry." She sent a message to Sheng Xian. "Go. Are you sure you can fall asleep alone? If you can't, you can come find me anytime. I've already showered." Just as she sent the message, the door opened with a click. He stepped onto the bed, making Lu Jingyan's eyes widen in shock. "Why did you come straight in?" He quickly got on the bed, pushed her down, and pinned her to the bed, making her scream, "Sheng Xian, could it be you really?" He cut her off, saying, "You talk too much." She shrank back, closing her eyes tightly, not knowing what to expect. He said, "Why aren't you talking now? Weren't you very talkative just now?" She stammered, "Oh, that's because someone—" He suddenly stood up and said, "Rest early. I'll be outside watching over you tonight." Lu Jingyan, startled, finally let out a sigh of relief. Just then, the doorbell rang, startling them both. The ringing grew more urgent. She said hurriedly, "Go, hide first, someone's here." She covered him with a blanket and said, "I'll go see what's going on. I'll be right back." She went to open the door, praying. Who's ringing the doorbell like a maniac this late? When she opened the door, she was shocked to see Yang-Ru. But what horrified her more was that Lu Hongsheng was behind him. She said in shock, "Uncle, why are you here?" In the bedroom, Sheng Xian was lying on the bed, but he felt something hard poking his back. He fumbled to see what it was, and when he picked it up, he was shocked to see a piece of red underwear. Oh my God, an absent-minded young man was probably seeing this for the first time. His face turned red as he thought, why does she leave her personal items lying around? Outside in the living room, Lu Jingyan said, "Uncle, why did you come so late?" "You're here because of me and young Master Yang, aren't you? You're all grown up, but you're still as willful as when you were a child. So insensible." Lu Jingyan said angrily that Yang-Ru is such a tattletale. Lu Hongsheng said, "Your uncle and Uncle Yang have been good friends for many years. The two families are close and can't have any friction. You've offended young Master Yang the last few times. Apologize to him properly today, and we'll let this matter go." Lu Jingyan said, "Don't you know how Yang-Ru humiliated me before?" Yang-Ru said, "What humiliation? It was just my friend asking you to come upstairs to have some fun. What's wrong with that?" Lu Hongsheng said, "Lu Jingyan, don't make things difficult for everyone." Lu Jingyan clenched her fists in anger, then said helplessly, "I'm sorry." Yang-Ru said, "Uncle Lu, it's not that I'm not giving you face, but she just cursed me in public and had someone beat me up. Is a simple, 'I'm sorry' enough? Where does this leave the Yang family's dignity? Besides, my dad has said that one should marry a virtuous wife. With her personality, what right does she have to enter the Yang family's doors? Unless she kneels and kowtows to me 3 times. Lu Jingyan was furious. "Fine, you go dig your own grave first. When you're dead, not only will I kowtow to you, I'll call you my ancestor." Yang-Ru also said angrily, "Uncle Lu, I don't think there's anything to talk about today." Lu Hongsheng said, "Yang-Ru, for the sake of our two families' relationship, give me some face." Yang-Ru said, "Anyway, it's just 3 kowtows. She's usually so promiscuous. Her parents died so early. It was probably their retribution coming early, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jingyan shouted, "Get out of my house." She threw the hot water in her hand at Yang-Ru, cursing, "Say one more word, and I'll burn your face." Yang Ru screamed and covered his face. Lu Jingyan, you're crazy. Lu Jingyan sneered. You deserve it. Just then, Lu Hongchang stepped forward and, unexpectedly, slapped her across the face. He said, Lu Jingyan, have I been too lenient with you, making you so unruly? After Yang Ru left, the atmosphere in the living room became heavy. Lu Hongchang looked at her still reddened face and asked, I was too impulsive just now. Does it hurt? I promised your parents I would take good care of you on their behalf. You will always be the Lu family's esteemed eldest young lady of the Lu family. Lu Jingyan remained silent. Lu Hongchang continued, Now I also promise you, once your second brother's project is completed, you can have whatever you want. Lu Jingyan said, if my parents were still alive and saw this scene, would they really be heartbroken? Lu Hongchang was speechless. Then he left. I really raised you for nothing. After everyone had left, Sheng Xian slowly opened the bedroom door and walked out. She sensed the movement too and looked back at him, her face streaked with tears. Seeing her like this, he felt terrible. She turned her face away, then wiped her tears and said, You know, sometimes people encounter unexpected things that you can't control. Luckily, I'm thick-skinned, I don't feel anything. She patted his shoulder and said, All right, I'm sleepy, I'm going to bed. Sheng Xian said, Want a drink? It'll be quick. Afterward, the two went to a familiar bar. She watched him open a bottle of wine and said, Lawyer Shang, are you opening such an expensive bottle to comfort me? He swirled the wine in his glass and said, I'm not good at comforting people. Then he downed it in one gulp. She looked at him with a melancholic gaze and said, Let me tell you a joke. My uncle used to say I was the pearl in his palm. I ate the best food, wore the best clothes, and he would give me whatever I wanted. Even an apartment worth tens of millions, he would buy it without batting an eye, if I asked for it. But it was this very person who, for the sake of business, hit me and humiliated me. Tell me, isn't that funny? Huh? Sheng Xian listened, looking at her with empathy. She said, You're not laughing, so it must not be funny. Then what kind of joke in this world could make you laugh? He said, Perhaps your smile. At this point, she was sobbing uncontrollably, muttering, What did you say? You're too quiet. I can't hear you. Sheng Xian, I'm so tired. I must have drunk too much. Let me lean on you for a while, just a little while. Oh, right. Is there a fee for crying on your shoulder? He felt even more sorry for her. Then he reached out his arm, pulled her into his embrace, and said, There is a fee, but for you, there's an exception. Somehow, it was already the next morning. Lu Jingyan woke up as the sunlight hit her eyes. She held her head. My head hurts so much. Did I drink too much last night? She recalled the events of last night and grimaced. Lu Jingyan is so unlucky. Sheng Xian saw all my embarrassing moments yesterday, but he's not stupid either. She remembered what he said yesterday. There's a fee, but for her, there's an exception. The thought of this made her blush. She hugged the blanket. Lu Jingyan, are you possessed? Sheng Xian must have left last night, right? She yawned and said, Let's see what Annie is making for breakfast this morning. Suddenly, she froze, a bewildered look on her face, her eyes wide, because in the kitchen was Sheng Xian's back. He was making breakfast. Anyone would be moved by this scene. She didn't understand why he was still here. He saw that she was awake and said, Brush your teeth and come eat breakfast. Okay. But she didn't go to brush her teeth. Her eyes were glued to his butt. Is this my morning treat? I hope it's perky and firm. Sheng Xian also felt her lecherous gaze and said, Go brush your teeth. All right, I'll go right away. A short while later, the table was filled with delicious food, making her eyes light up. Goo! Today's breakfast is as perfect as your abs. You're truly omnipotent. Is there anything in this world you can't do? Yes, like how to make you eat breakfast quietly. Why don't you teach me? She saw him wrap a pancake, thinking it was for her, and reached out her hand, saying, Thanks, Guh. But he finished wrapping it and ate it himself. He said casually, You have hands. Wrap it yourself? Lu Jingyan was helpless again. What's with this guy? Was his gentleness limited to just yesterday? Just then, Annie's son arrived. Miss, you're awake. Oh, this is the person who brought you back last time. Did you make all this? Your cooking skills are quite good. Could it be? The thought of this made her face turn pale. Miss, does young Master Chin know you brought a boyfriend home? Lu Jingyan panicked. Oh, boyfriend? Sheng Xian. Annie's son, I'm not her boyfriend. Oh, I'm sorry, you are? He stood up and said, We're just ordinary friends. I'll be leaving now. You two continue eating. She sat there, stunned. Just ordinary friends? She said, Stop. He stopped, but she didn't know what to say. So she said, Forget it. You can go. Now she was left alone with a table full of food. Why did I stop him? To force him to take back the ordinary friends comment? Sheng Xian, who had just walked out the door, also stopped as if worried about something. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and said, are you at the hospital? I want to try that treatment plan you mentioned last time. After finishing breakfast, Lu Jingyan sat on the sofa, constantly thinking about Sheng Xian's words, just ordinary friends. What's wrong with me that he's in such a hurry to draw a line? Would ordinary friends hug like that and say you're an exception? Could he be gay? The thought made her gasp, so she immediately picked up her phone to research gay men. Just as she picked up her phone, she saw many messages. Lu Jingyan, did you sleep well last night? You're so much like GNMO, don't worry. You'll become just like her soon. Lu Jingyan, you can't escape. It was the name GNMO that made Lu Jingyan's mind go blank, and she dropped her phone. At the city hospital, Sheng Xian said, how is GNMO? Still the same. She doesn't recognize anyone. Her intelligence is stuck at a 3-year-old's level, but her emotions are much more stable. Let her rest. Let's go to the hallway. What you said on the phone just now, have you really thought it through? Zhuang Cheng was a psychiatrist and a good friend of Sheng Xian's. I told you to get treatment years ago, but you refused. Why the sudden change of heart today? It's just that I met someone I've known for a long time, and I'm afraid of hurting her. Back in school, I didn't know I had a problem at first. A few girls confessed to me, and I just felt a bit uncomfortable and politely rejected them. But later, as more and more people approached me, I eventually couldn't control the nausea and irritation that welled up in my chest, so I was very rude to many who confessed to me. After that, people gossiped about me, even more so. There was a rumor that a girl who confessed to me had a breakdown because she couldn't handle the gossip. I know it wasn't her fault, it was mine. I am sick. My sickness is like a curse. All sincerity is trampled before me. The person I like should never like me back. As he was lost in thought, a staff member said, Sir, 4 bottles of 2 yuan wine. Okay. At Sheng Xian's home, he entered the house, sat on the sofa without even bothering to turn on the lights, and started drinking. As he was drinking, Lu Jingyan called. As soon as he answered, she said, Go, there's something I don't understand. I have a friend who's been getting close to a guy recently. We all thought she had no chance because the guy held her and whispered sweet nothings. But the guy said they were just friends. Sheng Xian knew she was alluding to him. He said, Are you trying to say that guy is gay? Then he said seriously, Lu Jingyan, that guy is straight, not gay. Maybe he has his own difficulties. Sheng Xian remembered what Zhuang Cheng had said before. If we're to treat you, we'll have to use hypnosis. Lu Jingyan asked for herself, Professor Shang, what kind of difficulties does he have? Is it convenient to give my friend some advice? He said, I think what he means is, give him some time. He has never truly liked anyone before. He needs to learn. Are you willing to wait for him, Lu Jingyan? Early in the morning, before the sun was up, Lu Jingyan excitedly called a friend to show off, retelling the whole story. See, I'm 100% sure he's giving me a signal. He has feelings for me. Hello. Song Yin was stunned. Hello, Lu Jingyan. Do you know what time it is? 5 Uhr morgens. What's wrong? I'm up for work. Are you crazy? Who gets up at 5 a.m. for work? Were you so excited you couldn't sleep all night? Not at all. I was just thinking about how to make him fall for me, how to eat him all up. Isn't that exciting? Song Yin was speechless. All right, big sister, you're really energetic. That morning at the Lu Corporation, there's a 10 a.m. appointment with Chairman Chun to discuss the next quarter's contract. Got it. Go arrange for a restaurant quickly. But what? Afraid I'll dock your pay if you say the wrong thing? Here's the thing. Chairman Chun said he only has 10 minutes to discuss the contract. I heard it's because their chairman proposed that they don't want to renew with our emotion at all. If this renewal fails, our losses next quarter will be disastrous. Hearing this, Lu Jingyan realized, is he trying to play me? She said, book the restaurant as usual. I have a friend at an auction house. Have him do something for me. If they want to continue the renewal, I have plenty of ways. Not long after, she arrived at the restaurant. Just as she entered, she received a call from Annie Sunday. Hello? Annie, why are you calling? She glanced at her watch and said, if you have something to say it directly. I have to meet a client later. Hello, miss. The news about your daughter stealing money is out, but she's innocent. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyan was shocked and quickly checked her phone. Annie's son said, she's just a girl. Her future is still long. It can't be ruined by other people's gossip. However, just then, Chairman Chen arrived. She quickly hung up the phone. I have something here. I'm hanging up now. The moment she saw Chairman Chen, she greeted him with a smile. Chairman Chen, you're here. Please have a seat. Chairman Chen said, Little Lu, my schedule is a bit tight today, so I'll skip the tea. regarding next quarter's contract. We don't intend to. Before he could finish, she interrupted him and handed Chairman Chen a gift. Chairman Chen, don't be in such a hurry. I heard you enjoy collecting. Could you help me appraise this Lotus on the Water painting by Ambassador Zhao Chongqing? As expected, this was exactly what Chairman Chen was very interested in. After examining it for a while, he said, "This is indeed an authentic work by Zhao Chongqing. Little Lu, this painting is quite extraordinary." Lu Jingyan said, "I'm not in this line of work, so I don't know much. Why don't we sit down and chat about it in detail?" Chairman Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Just like that, a whole morning passed. After finishing her work, Lu Jingyan called her secretary and said, "Prepare the contract." The secretary was astonished and couldn't believe it. "President Lu, you're too amazing. Of course, in the future, don't go around saying you're Lu Jingyan's assistant. Look at you, stuttering like that." Yes, I was just too excited. How is the matter of finding the painting through your auction house friend going? That's right. You must remember, there is no relationship that can't be broken. If there is, it must be because the temptation isn't big enough. Yes, I understand. With a lucky star like you, President Lu, our emotion will never fall. Lu Jingyan looked out the window at the schoolgirls carrying their backpacks to school and thought, Annie Sun's daughter should be about their age. My assistant calls me a lucky star. Should I also bring good luck to others? She went online and looked at the news of everyone insulting Annie Sun's daughter. After pondering for a moment, she called Sheng Xian. "Lawyer Sheng, let's meet." "What is it? Can't I see you if there's nothing?" "My dear Lawyer Sheng, I'll give you a multiple choice question now. Do you come to see me, or do I go find you?" He smiled gently and then quickly rushed to the coffee shop to meet her. As soon as she saw him, she waved her hand. "Lawyer Sheng, over here." As soon as he entered, he saw 3 young men with phones behind her, seemingly taking pictures secretly. Lu Jingyan realized they were really filming her. He immediately stepped forward and said, "Hey, delete the photos." One of them shouted, "Damn it, who are you? What's it to you that I'm taking pictures?" Sheng Xian said, "You're filming my client without permission, which is an infringement of her right to privacy. The restaurant security camera can be used as evidence. I can call the police." That young man was so angry he wanted to stand up and argue. But Lu Jingyan stood next to Sheng Xian and said, "How about this, you two? Let Professor Sheng from the university's law school give you a little lesson on the law." The guy didn't believe it and said, "You think a professor would be this young? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" But the person next to him said, "Wait, haven't you seen the recent news?" Sure enough, Sheng Xian was too famous. A quick search online would bring up his photo. "Look, he really is a professor at the university's law school. We just got out of the station. Let's not cause trouble." Just like that, the two of them ran off without looking back. Lu Jingyan looked at him and said, "Oh, so they were thieves who just got out. Were they looking to go back to jail?" "Brother, the people are gone. Why do you still look so unhappy?" Sheng Xian's gaze was now fixed on her legs, her fair shoulders. She said, "Brother, are you okay today? Don't just stand there. Let's sit down and talk." Sheng Xian quickly took off his jacket and covered her skirt with it. He said, "Cover up. Don't catch a cold." "Oh, I'm wearing stockings. You just can't tell because of the color. Or are you afraid others will sneak a peek at me? Worried about me? Also, what did you call me just now? Your client?" Sheng Xian was as cool and aloof as ever, saying, "Let's talk business." She thought to herself, "Lawyer Sheng, you make people wait, but you actually got here pretty fast yourself." She said, "It's like this. Annie Sun has a daughter who is suffering from cyberbullying, framed for stealing her roommate's money. I hope you can help me solve this." "Why me? Why can't it be you? You're the undefeated legend of the legal world. Or is your legal fee too expensive and you're afraid I can't afford it?" He said, "You know what I mean. For a theft case, you just need to find the evidence." Lu Jingyan said, "There's a type of person in this world who is naturally afraid of good people. For example, I'm someone with a serious illness, so I can only rely on you. Help me, brother." He looked at her and said, "Lu Jingyan, you don't need to use cold-bloodedness to disguise your kindness." She put down a note with Annie Sun's phone number and said, "Thanks for the reminder, but I also need time to learn how to be a good person. This is Annie Sun's number. The weather is great today, perfect for punishing evil and promoting good." The next afternoon, they all met at a coffee shop. "Hello, Annie Sun. I'm Sheng Xian." "Oh, so you're Lawyer Sheng." She said to her daughter, "This is a professor and lawyer from the university. He's very capable. Just tell him whatever you need to. He'll help you. Lu Jingyan sat at another table, thinking, I thought he wouldn't take this small case. But he took it anyway. I don't know what they said that made Auntie Sun's daughter suddenly stand up and run away. Hey, what's wrong? Come back. Lu Jingyan was also baffled. Huh? What's going on? 10 minutes earlier, Auntie Sun said to her daughter, just tell him everything directly. Lawyer Shang will help. But her daughter remained silent. Auntie Sun said, tell the truth. Did you take that money or not? Where did the money you used to buy a phone and top up your game come from? Seeing Auntie Sun's urgency, Sheng Xian said, Auntie Sun, please calm down first. Then he asked the client, Miss Sun, did you steal the money as the rumors say? I can help you. Can you briefly explain the situation of how the money was lost that day? The girl still clasped her hands tightly, not saying a word. Auntie Sun grew more anxious. Hurry up and speak. Everyone online is calling you a thief. If this gets out, how will you face people in the future? I worked so hard to send you to school. Why are you doing this to me? Where did that money come from? Who was the man that gave you the money? Or you like what others are saying? Being kept by someone? The girl shot up abruptly. Mom, stop it. Then she ran out of the coffee shop. Because she was running in a hurry, she didn't notice the car in front of her. Lu Jingyan witnessed all of this, her heart pounding with anxiety. She quickly ran over and pulled the girl away. Then the two of them fell heavily to the ground. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Because of the fall, both of them were in considerable pain, struggling to get up. Lu Jingyan said, there are many ways to die, but don't do it in front of your mother. The girl was also flustered and backed away. Lu Jingyan continued, if you want to die, find a quiet place to do it. Don't embarrass yourself out here. The girl cried and said, I didn't want to, but that person is my dad. Mom, I didn't steal any money, and I'm not being kept by anyone. It was all from Dad. But you hate Dad so much, I didn't dare to say it. I didn't want you to know I was still in contact with him. Auntie Sun hugged her daughter and cried, you silly girl, you should have just said so. I hate him for abandoning us when you were little, but you can't think of ending your life. If you die, how am I supposed to live? Lu Jingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness everything is okay. Sheng Xian said with concern, you're injured. Can't you feel it? Only then did she look down at her leg. Oh, I didn't notice. Sheng Xian said, all right, the matter is half resolved. You should go get your wound treated. Lu Jingyan said, limping, okay, I'll go to the clinic. But she couldn't walk and collapsed on the ground, hugging her leg and crying loudly. He stepped forward and swept her up in his arms. If you keep limping like this, they'll be closed by the time you get there. Oh my God, at such a close distance. The young lady's heart was pounding, about to leap out her chest. She said, brother, did you hear something? Seeing his blank expression, she hugged him tightly and thought, never mind if you can't hear it. It's not the first time I've been to the hospital anyway. The nurse said it's all bandaged up. Be careful not to get it wet for the next few days. Okay, thank you, doctor. Just then, Sheng Xian called her. As soon as she answered, Auntie Sun asked worriedly, Miss, are you okay? I'm fine, it's just a small scrape. Sigh, I'm sorry. I didn't expect her to do something so foolish. Thank goodness you were there. It's nothing. Anyone would have done the same. Also, what I said earlier wasn't meant to be a lecture. I just wanted to talk some sense into her. Sheng Xian looked at her in the quiet atmosphere and smiled. She said shyly, all right, Andy, don't you worry. Everything will be handled by Lawyer Shang. I'm hanging up now. After hanging up, she asked him, what are you smiling about? He said, when a cat is happy, its tail wags. She glanced at the white cat wagging its tail with its mouth open, then said irritably, you're talking about me. All right, how do you plan to solve Auntie Sun's daughter's case? He said, first, her roommate, Yang Xinxin. She didn't actually lose any money. Before coming here, I went to the school. Yang Xinxin's family is of average means, but she often posts photos of luxury goods on social media. Her classmates said she's been getting a lot of harassing calls recently. One time, as soon as she answered, the other party demanded debt repayment. So I suspect Yang Xinxin took out online loans due to excessive spending. Unable to pay it back, she lied to her parents that the money was lost. That day, Auntie Sun's daughter happened to be alone in the dorm. Because of her parents' bad relationship, she also kept quiet about having money, so she became the target of public criticism. Next, we need to find the source of the harassing calls to Yang Xinxin and publicize her online shopping records. This will prove that Auntie Sun's daughter is innocent. Wow, Lawyer Shang can do anything except fall in love, huh? But I really envy Auntie Sun's daughter. Even though her parents are divorced, they still care about her. She recalled, when I was in school, I was injured once, even more seriously than this time. We all went on a trip together. The school bus had an accident on the road, and we were all sent to the hospital. The other students' parents rushed to the hospital as soon as they got the call. But only me and my parents didn't come. The teacher sat by my side and waited until 11 at night, but my parents still didn't show up. The teacher had her own child to take care of at home, so she eventually left. Do you know what I was thinking then? This place was bustling with people, but not a single person truly cared about me. While I was waiting for my parents, a couple came, shouting, "Honey, it's all Dad's fault. I should have come sooner. Mom is late. Are you okay? Mom brought the cake you like." Why did Mom and Dad only come now? I was so scared. Then that student's mother shared a bowl with me. I thought it was delicious. In the end, my father's assistant came. He took me to a restaurant, and I ordered the exact same cake, but when I ate it, it just didn't feel the same anymore. It felt hard to swallow. Sheng Xian sat beside her, listening to every word she said, his heart filled with pity for her. She smiled and said, "Lawyer Shang, is that look on your face because you think I'm pitiful?" She continued with a smile, "I'm not pitiful at all, because after that, my parents gave me a lot of pocket money." He said, "I'll take you home." A moment later, the two returned to Lu Jingyan's home. Placing her on the bed, he said, "You should rest for a while." She lay motionless on the bed and said, "I'm hungry and sleepy." She dozed off in a daze when a call came in. "Lu Jingyan, wake up." She wiped away a tear and sat up. "I thought you left, but you didn't." She looked at Sheng Xian holding a bowl of tang yuan and said, "Did you make this?" "I can't let my little fish go to sleep hungry." Lu Jingyan finished the whole bowl of tang yuan, thinking, "I thought I was the one fishing for him, but I didn't expect to be hooked by him without even realizing it. But why don't I feel the nervousness of being the fish?" A few days later, at night, in the office, Lu Jingyan said to her secretary, "Continue following up on the proposals from the previous meeting. If they don't concede on the price, find another partner. Also, suppress the sensitive keywords on the hot search list." The secretary said, "President Lu, tonight is New Year's Eve." At the mention of New Year's Eve, she paused, then held her head. "I almost forgot. Go on, get busy. Inform everyone that there's no meeting tonight." "Yes, President Lu. I've been so busy these past few days I haven't even contacted Sheng Xian." Just then, Chen Kai called. "Busy Lu, are you coming to the party tonight for New Year's Eve? It's a family gathering. Is your cousin home?" "How can my cousin be home? Ever since his parents divorced, he rarely eats with them." Lu Jingyan asked, "Oh, how does he spend the New Year every year?" "I don't know, probably alone." Lu Jingyan said, "Chen Kai, I've discovered you're one to burn bridges after crossing them." "Huh? What'd I do?" "Your cousin is so good to you, yet you let him spend the New Year alone. That's so ungrateful. I called him long ago, but he said it was boring and didn't want to come." "It is a bit boring. I'm not going either." "Oh, you're the one who burns bridges." New Year's Eve was approaching, with fireworks blooming in the sky. Sheng Xian sat alone at home, looking at the city view. Just then, Lawyer Lin sent a message. "Lawyer Shang, I just ran into your family at a restaurant. How come your family didn't mention you?" Sheng Xian irritably threw his phone on the floor, ignoring it. He picked up a book to read, but couldn't concentrate. He turned to look at a childhood photo of him and his mother. The more he looked, the more annoyed he became. He flipped the photo face down on the table, thinking it's better not to see it. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who could it be this late? He opened the door and saw Lu Jingyan smiling cheerfully. "Surprise! Brother Shang, your little Lu is here." Sheng Xian was stunned. "Why are you here?" She walked into the house on her own, as if it were her own home. "I'm here to spend the New Year with you." After saying that, a pile of delicious food and a few cans of beer were quickly placed on the table. "Let's eat something good together." Sheng Xian smiled. "Why didn't you go out with Chen Kai and the others?" Lu Jingyan said, "Who says you have to go out for New Year's? We can watch a movie at home. What do you want to watch? You pick." Soon after, the two turned on a movie and sat down to watch it together. As they watched, she said, "How come there's English, German, and French?" Sheng Xian drank his beer, thinking, "I hope the new year comes a little slower." On the TV, the main characters were in a scene of deep love. "Do you know what I want right now?" "What?" "I want to be kissed in a scene like this." Lu Jingyan fell asleep again. He looked over and saw that she was asleep. He said, "Lu Jingyan, it's hard for me when I can't see you because I miss you too much. I'm afraid you'll be with someone else." He moved closer and closer to her lips. "I wanna..." At this moment, the two were very close, their lips almost touching. Then he stopped. "No, I can't let my illness harm others. I can't hurt Lu Jingyan." He tried to sit up, but she grabbed his hand and said, "Where do you think you're going? Even if you ambush me while I'm sleeping, you have to follow the basic rules, right? You think you could just leave like that?" Sheng Xian's face turned red with embarrassment, not knowing what to say. She leaned into his ear and said, "Sheng Xian, I know you want it." She nibbled his ear, making him gasp in shock. "Lu Jingyan," she said, "what are you afraid of?" Seeing him swallow hard, try to restrain himself, she continued, "You clearly want to kiss me." He pushed her away, then stood up and said, "I'm going back to my room first. Make yourself at home." Lu Jingyan was furious. "Fake monk, I refuse to believe you can hold back forever." Then she sat in a corner of the sofa, thinking, what on earth is Sheng Xian thinking? He wanted to kiss me while I was asleep, but when I exposed him, he rejected me again and again. Do you think I'm a pushover? Just then, she saw it was raining outside the window. She called her secretary and said, "Send me the location. I'll call a car to pick me up." "Yes, President Lu." She put on her coat, wrapped her scarf, and walked past Sheng Xian's room, but there was still no movement. "Oh, fine. Just pretend I was never here." She opened the door to leave, but before she could get out, Sheng Xian, who had just showered, with his hair still wet, said, "Wait, it's raining heavily outside. There might be traffic." What does he mean by this? "I have a spare room. You can stay for the night." Lu Jingyan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Are you asking me to stay? You know I'm a light sleeper, unless I sleep in the same bed as you." "No, so it's all because it's raining heavily outside." Lu Jingyan had no choice but to stay at Sheng Xian's place. She sat on the bed and called her best friend, Song Xiao. Song Xiao was equally shocked. "My God, girl, you move fast. You're already at his place." "Sigh, I'm just staying for one night. He's so patient." Song Xiao said, "You're a battle-hardened bad girl. This complaining tone doesn't sound like you." "Yeah, I don't get it either. I'm finding it harder and harder to see through him now. If you can't see through him, then listen to me. Then tell me what to do." In the other room, Sheng Xian was also on the phone, sitting on his bed. Zhuang Cheng exclaimed, "What? You let her stay at your place? I'm so excited for you. This means your condition is improving, and it's faster than regular psychological intervention. The recovery time might be shorter than expected." Sheng Xian pondered and said, "Recovery." Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Brother, open the door." "What's wrong?" Lu Jingyan put on an extremely pitiful act. "I'm a light sleeper, and I have nightmares when I sleep in a strange place." She hugged him tightly and continued, "Unless you sleep next to me and keep me company, brother." Shang Xian sighed helplessly, then held her tightly. "Lu Jingyan, I really don't know what to do with you. If I choose to follow my heart, will I have more courage to face the past?" Lu Jingyan was secretly delighted. "Haha, Lu Jingyan, you're amazing. As long as you take one step, the man will walk the remaining 99 steps. Brother, we weren't finished talking just now." At that moment, the phone rang. Shang Xian picked it up. It was a call from Annie Chun, his mother. He said, "Can I take this call? I'll step out for a bit then." Then she walked out and closed the door for him to take the call. She stood outside the door waiting for him, also very curious. Why call so late? Could it be a woman? It's wrong to eavesdrop on others' calls. Readers, don't imitate this. Shang Xian said, "What is it, Mom?" "It's Xian. Are you at home now?" Come over to Mom's place. Mom is so lonely spending the new year alone." "No need, I have company." "Could it be a girl? Are you in a relationship?" "If you're in a relationship, you have to think it through." "I know I'm not qualified to say this now, but I still have to. Do you remember when you were in school? How can you love someone with your illness?" "Mom knows that living with the Yang family these years, I haven't cared much about you, but I still wish you well." Shang Xian felt extremely wronged. "Even my own mother thinks I'm sick and don't deserve love. What on earth am I?" The eavesdropping Lu Jingyan felt extremely uncomfortable. Who the hell is this woman? His relative? Other people's relatives are all pushing for marriage, but this woman won't let Shang Xian be in a relationship. What's going on? So infuriating. She pushed the door open and walked straight in. Then she snatched the phone. She said angrily, "Hello? Annie, what's your name?" "I'm Shang Xian's girlfriend. Let me apologize first, because I'm about to curse you out. Are you the police?" Who Shang Xian likes is none of your business. In my eyes, he's handsome, has a great body, and is a talented university professor, much better than someone like you who speaks so harshly. The person on the other end of the line was too angry to speak. She continued, "Annie this, Annie that, next time you speak. Watch your tone." After giving him a good scolding, she hung up the phone and handed it back to him. "Professor Shang, you're usually so quick to reject me. How come you're speechless when you see your relatives?" Shang Xian stared at her blankly, then smiled. "You're right, I'll change next time." She smiled smugly. "What kind of relative is that woman? I'll have to avoid her in the future. She's my mom." "Oh, your mom, no wonder." As soon as the words left her mouth, she froze, her face turning pale. "What, your mom? Why didn't you say so earlier? I haven't even met the parents, and I've already cussed them out." Shang Xian smiled. "It's not like you gave me a chance to warn you." Lu Jingyan felt as if she'd been shot by an arrow. her heart aching. Brother, don't say any more. He patted her head and said, it's okay, Ian. This time, I should thank you. Huh? He called me Ian. Sheng Xian smiled. Thank you for helping me say what I wanted to say. Oh, I was just being impulsive. Don't blame me for eavesdropping. She tugged at his sleeve and continued. By the way, brother, seeing as I helped you just now, warm the bed for me tonight. Sheng Xian kissed her forehead, then said seriously, have you thought this through? She said nervously, of course. He immediately turned off the lights. Ian, join me in accepting a crazy night. For some reason, Lu Jingyan was already lying in bed, feeling extremely uneasy. At this moment, she turned her face to look at him. He was frowning helplessly while tapping on his phone. What crazy night. What a joke. Seducing a man so carefully. I don't believe it. So she went over and hugged him tightly, saying, brother, is your phone more attractive than me? Sheng Xian was on his phone, ordering some protective supplies for the guest room. Lu Jingyan's hand started to wander restlessly into his shirt. Do you know how hard it is for a woman to take the initiative? Sheng Xian, don't make me think you're not up to it. Sheng Xian could no longer stand her teasing. He sat up abruptly, pinning her underneath him, and said, then I'll prove it with my actions. Lu Jingyan swallowed and said, no, don't be too rough. Just as they were at this point, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Both of them froze. Lu Jingyan shouted in anger. Who is it at this hour? Don't these people have a nightlife? Why is everyone so idle? He straightened his clothes and said, I'll get the door. As soon as he opened the door, his neighbor walked in with a lot of food. Lawyer Shang, Happy New Year. Thanks to you for helping my mom with her lawsuit last time. She's been sleeping very well. This is a cake my mom made. You should try it. Sheng Xian said, it was just a small effort. You don't have to do this. It's nothing. It's not worth much. We're neighbors. Don't be so formal. Oh, Lawyer Shang, are you spending the new year alone? No friends to keep you company? Just then, Lu Jingyan walked out wearing a shirt. We have a guest. The girl immediately recognized her as Lu Jingyan, and Lu Jingyan also recognized her at once. You're Chinyu? So you're Lawyer Shang's friend? Sheng Xian asked. You two know each other? Chinyu said, we know each other. We're very familiar. Lu Jingyan said, old friends are naturally familiar. Do you have anything else? If not, please leave. It's late. We're going to sleep. Chinyu said angrily, you're in such a hurry to kick me out. Are you afraid I'll expose your dark history? Lawyer Shang, let me ask you, did you two meet in a bar? Facing Sheng Xian's confusion, Chinyu continued, let me give you some advice. In high school, this woman stole someone else's boyfriend. Later, she hunted for men everywhere in bars. As soon as she hooked up with them, she would dump them cruelly, enjoying watching you guys die for her. Lu Jingyan shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? Oh, did I say something wrong? Don't tell me you approached Lawyer Shang with pure intentions. Lu Jingyan could only choke, not knowing what to say next. To make matters worse, Sheng Xian was looking at her, making her feel guilty. Chinyu picked up her phone and smiled. I have a video. I've been wondering how to send it. It seems today is a good opportunity. As soon as she finished speaking, Sheng Xian's phone rang. He opened it and saw a video. Chinyu said, Lawyer Shang, since we're neighbors and you helped my mom, there's something I want you to know. Sheng Xian opened it and was stunned. After Chinyu finished speaking, she closed the door to leave. I'm leaving. Lu Jingyan said, don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't steal her boyfriend. As for the bar, I admit my initial motives were not pure, but at that time I thought you were sugar daddy. At this, Sheng Xian's face darkened as he looked at her, which startled her. What did she send him? Sheng Xian said, Lu Jingyan, this place is not suitable for you anymore. Leave. Why do you believe her? He didn't speak and turned his face away, but she held on to him. Sheng Xian said wearily, I'm tired. Looking at his expression, she was stunned. Everything was fine just a moment ago. How did it suddenly become like this? What on earth did Chinyu send him? With no other choice, she left Sheng Xian's home. When she came back out, Chinyu hadn't left and was still standing outside. Oh dear, I never thought you'd have a day where you're kicked out by a man. Lu Jingyan said, don't you think you're ridiculous? Why do you have to fight with me? It's pointless. I told you back then, when Zhu Mao pursued me, he said he was single. You're lying. Zhu Mao cared about me so much. How could he have pursued you? It was clearly you who shamelessly seduced him. Lu Jingyan was too exasperated to say anything more, and just cursed crazy woman before leaving. She went home and lay on her bed, but tossed and turned, unable to sleep, so she picked up her phone for a look. What is he angry about? Not replying to messages, not answering calls. Just then, Lu Hongxun called. As soon as she answered, the voice on the other end said, go on. Jingyan, are you still angry with your little uncle? If there's something on your mind, just say it. You child, you have the same temper as your dad. We're family, not enemies. Your little uncle has thought it over carefully. Some things can't be forced, and your happiness is more important than anything. The whole city has been abuzz with rumors that you've severed ties with your little uncle. How about you accompany your little uncle to a party tomorrow night? I knew it. After all, he was the one who raised me. Now that he's taking the initiative to reconcile, I should also bow my head. And so, the party arrived as scheduled. Lu Jingyan entered the venue in a very beautiful gown, and her appearance immediately caused a stir among the people around her. That's Lu Jingyan. I heard she severed ties with her little uncle. I heard that too. Lu Hongsheng used underhanded means to control emotion. How could her little uncle be so cruel? Just then, Yang Ru walked over. Lu Jingyan said, "Yang Ru, what is it?" Yang Ru said politely, "Miss Lu, I was in the wrong the last few times. I shouldn't have said those things to you or made such an unreasonable request." She uncomfortably crossed her arms and asked him, "What tricks are you trying to pull now? You've misunderstood. After I went home last time, my dad gave me a beating. I truly realize I was wrong. I think Miss Lu is a magnanimous person. Let's drink this glass of wine and let bygones be bygones, shall we?" She thought to herself, there's no way this guy's rotten temper could change. Something's fishy when things are this out of the ordinary. If I refuse, it'll make me look petty. Anyway, this is a public place. He can't do anything. A drink is a drink. She raised her glass and clinked it with his, saying, "Then I hope young Master Yang keeps his word." Zhuang Cheng and Sheng Xian were also standing in a corner of the party that I don't know what's gotten into my dad, insisting I come to this boring party. Luckily, I dragged you along. "Oh, isn't that your Miss Lu?" But Sheng Xian was unusually cold and didn't say a word. What's with his reaction? What happened between them last night? After a few seconds of silence, Sheng Xian said, "Doesn't your dad company research AI? Help me see if the female lead in the video has been face-swapped." It turned out to be the video Chen Yu sent him. At this moment, Lu Jingyan was on the balcony with Yang Ru. She said, "We've had the drink. What else do you want? What's the rush? Doesn't emotion need a partner? You want a partner with emotion, but I'm still assessing whether your sincerity is enough." Lu Jingyan held her head, which was starting to ache, and said, "If you really want to cooperate, I don't need to say more. If you just want to play around, go to a nightclub. Don't be so tense. We're just chatting." Sheng Xian saw them chatting from a distance. Yang Ru chattered on endlessly. "When I was abroad, so many women chased me." Lu Jingyan yawned. "It's been 10 minutes. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." "All right, what's the rush? I'm about to get to the point." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, she felt a splitting headache, her vision blurred, and she couldn't even stand steady. Yang Ru quickly supported her. She said, "You drug my drink." Yang Ru said, as expected, "The drug's effect is quite precise. You're very beautiful, and I was going to show you some respect, but you don't know what's good for you. Tonight, you must listen to me. You have to do whatever I say. Let go of me, you bastard. Don't worry, I won't agree to your terms." "Ugh, let go." "Yang Ru, this is a crime. Do you want to go to jail?" She had no strength left and was dragged into a room by Yang Ru. He threw her and a video camera onto the bed. She lay on the bed, completely weak, her head throbbing, unable to move. Yang Ru took off his clothes, preparing to do something indecent. "You really are a great beauty." But before he could do anything, Sheng Xian kicked the door open. Who is it?" Sheng Xian furiously kicked Yang Ru in the face. Yang Ru screamed in pain and fell to the ground. "Sheng Xian, don't tell my dad. It was Lu Jingyan who seduced me." Sheng Xian held her in his arms and said, "This is premeditated rape. The evidence is conclusive. Believe it or not, I can send you to prison." Yang Ru had no choice but to curse "damn it" and run away. Lu Jingyan urgently called Sheng Xian's name and hugged him tightly. "I thought you'd never speak to me again. It's so good that you're here. It's okay now. I'll take you to the hospital." At this moment, she felt extremely unwell, tears streaming down her face. "But I feel so awful. Sheng Xian, help me." She pulled him very close, so close they were about to kiss. He clenched his fists, trying hard to restrain himself, but still reached out to stroke her hair, preparing to kiss her. But the moment their lips touched, he came to his senses and pushed her away. Lu Jingyan unhappily bit him and said, I still want you to hold me." He comforted her. "Be good, listen to me." Calling Zhuang Cheng. "Hey, Zhuang Cheng, I've called an ambulance. Help me contact a doctor." It was already the next morning. Lu Jingyan woke with a start. She held her head and sat up. "I can't believe Yang Ru actually drugged me." Just then, Sheng Xian walked in, smiling as he handed her some food. You're awake. I just bought this. Eat it while it's hot. Lu Jingyan smiled. Sheng Xian, did you bring me to the hospital? The ambulance brought you. Then how did this hickey get here? Did a nurse force you? Then I want one too. Sheng Xian blushed. Lu Jingyan, you're a patient right now. Can't a patient get a hickey? What kind of attitude is this toward a patient? You clearly kissed me, yet you're acting like nothing happened. Sheng Xian awkwardly pushed her hand away and said, what are you doing? She pouted and complained. You promised to let me come to your place on New Year's Eve, but you listened to slander and kicked me out, and now you're blaming me for being unreasonable. If you hate me so much, why don't you just let me? Before she could finish, Sheng Xian hurriedly cut her off. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a lawyer. It's my habit to collect evidence and investigate thoroughly. So, in Chun Yu's matter, I was also a subject of your investigation. Then why didn't you just ask me directly? Sheng Xian felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look at her. She continued, or is it that you never trusted me from the beginning? Sheng Xian said, I always believe in truth and facts, and I need time to verify them. She lay on the bed, turned her head to the side, and said, I see. Then I wish lawyer Sheng a smooth investigation. And you don't need to come ask me anymore. Sheng Xian looked at her apologetically. I'm sorry, Ian. Just then, he took a call and rushed off immediately after hearing it. Lu Jingyan lay on the bed, her tears of grievance soaking the pillow. I'm used to it. There are always people who are prejudiced against me, and now there's just one more. Sheng Xian found Zhuang Cheng, who said, who did Miss Lu offend? These videos all used AI to swap her face, and there's even one of her taking off clothes. Don't you go wronging her. Yeah, I don't believe it either. I just asked you to help me verify it. Right now, I just want to know what's going on with this last video. This one is related to Jiang Mo. It's not a face swap. What's strange to me is how she and Jiang Mo know each other. In the video, Lu Jingyan grabbed Jiang Mo's hair and yelled, speak. Did you send a hacker? Jiang Mo said, it wasn't me. I just left a comment. After watching it, Sheng Xian was completely bewildered. What was the connection between Lu Jingyan and Jiang Mo's case? A few days later, in a bar, Lu Jingyan was drinking beer with Song Jian. Listening to her story, Song Jian was furious. What? That shameless Yang Ru dared to drug you. Does he want to go to jail? Don't worry. I'll settle this score with him. He won't get away. Luckily, you had lawyer Sheng. Otherwise, that guy would have succeeded. All right, speaking of Sheng Xian, it's too boring for just the two of us to drink. Why don't we call him out to join us? Call him for what? He and I are not from the same world. Weren't you two getting along well before? Just then, a young man walked by, and Lu Jingyan said, hey, handsome, you have a great body. What do you work out? The young man smiled, beauty, add me on WeChat. We can go together next time. Song Jian stared, dumbfounded, The fire that was burning so brightly last time is already out? Then her eyes widened because Sheng Xian walked in. Speak of the devil. Sheng Xian and Zhuang Cheng were discussing the case they were investigating involving Jiang Mo and Lu Jingyan. And as they talked, they saw Lu Jingyan with a guy she had just met, chatting with a young man that you're younger than me, right? Call me Big Sister. Big Sister will take you out to have fun. So obedient. Sheng Xian watched her act like that from a distance, feeling extremely uncomfortable, his face darkening. He and Zhuang Cheng sat down at a table behind them, his eyes fixed on her with extreme displeasure. Zhuang Cheng smiled. Miss Lu has quite a few admirers. Sheng Xian said unhappily, what are you looking at? You want to be an admirer too. Just then, a girl came up and hit on him. Hey, handsome, I just lost a game. Can you help me? Can you give me a kiss? A kiss on a cheek is fine too. It's a game of dare you don't mind, do you? At this moment, Lu Jingyan also noticed and turned her face to see Sheng Xian behind her. Sheng Xian said, I mind. The person I like is watching me. Lu Jingyan was watching him. The young man next to her called out, Big Sister, my private training sessions are great. If you want to work out, just call him anytime. Really? The man lifted his shirt and said, I'm not lying. Look, who could fake these 8-pack abs? Oh, the real deal, and it doesn't cost anything to touch. Oh, then I'm going to be a hooligan. Then she reached out to touch his 6-pack abs, but before she could, Sheng Xian stepped forward and grabbed her hand. You dare to do anything, touch anything. Aren't you afraid of getting your hands dirty? She shook off his hand and said, what I do with him is none of your business. Sheng Xian said, get lost. Don't bother her again. She swirled her wine glass and said, Lawyer Sheng, you're so smart. Do you understand what it means to be cast aside like a worn-out shoe? Sheng Xian frowned and fell silent. She stood up, tossed her hair, and said, I'm leaving first. This is too boring. Sheng Xian followed her the whole time. Only the two friends were left in the bar. They looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. What's with those two? Outside, Sheng Xian quickly called out to her, Ryan. She said uncomfortably, "Don't call me that. It doesn't sound good." Sheng Xian said sadly, "I'll take you home." She turned her face away and said, "It's not on the way." Then she walked off, but Sheng Xian kept following behind her, making her stop. She turned around and said, "You're still following me? How come I never noticed you were so persistent before?" He said, "We need to talk." Just then, Yang Ru and a girl behind him walked over, laughing and joking. "Baby, buy me that bag, okay? As long as you don't go home tonight." The moment Lu Jingyan saw Yang Ru, she yelled his name and then slapped him across the face without hesitation. "You dare to show your face in front of me, you scumbag. You dare to hit me? Hitting you is letting you off easy. I wish trash like you could be castrated to prevent future harm." With that, she kicked Yang Ru in the groin, making him scream in pain. The girl next to him panicked. "Are you okay? How can you just hit people?" Yang Ru cursed furiously. "Damn it, you bitch." Then he lunged forward to hit her, but Sheng Xian quickly grabbed Yang Ru's arm. "Stop." Yang Ru became even more enraged. "Sheng Xian, what are you doing here? You just love to oppose me, don't you? You sanctimonious bastard, turning on me again and again for a woman." Yang Ru couldn't hold back anymore and punched Sheng Xian in the face. Lu Jingyan cried out in worry. "Sheng Xian." Sheng Xian said, "Are all the people in your Yang family this arrogant?" Yang Ru retorted, "She hit me first." Sheng Xian replied, "You're really incorrigible, aren't you? Then I won't be polite." With that, he clenched his fist, seeming to twist Yang Ru's arm, making him scream in pain. I was wrong, let go." Lu Jingyan held up her phone and said, "Yang Ru, I'll see you at the police station." Yang Ru shrieked, "I didn't do anything to you. Everyone knows Lu Hongcheng want to marry you off to me." Lu Jingyan smiled and said, "You can tell that to the police. After you drugged me, I went to the hospital for a checkup. The camera in your room, your excuses are useless." Yang Ru said, "If anything happens to me, don't think your Lu Corporation will get off easy." "Oh, threatening me now? It's too late." Soon, the police arrived, and the three of them quickly got into the police car. The atmosphere was quiet. No one spoke. Sheng Xian said, "There's a process for filing a rape case, but for now, it can only be considered attempted rape. If you need a witness, I will testify." Thanks." He began hesitantly. I'm sorry. The video Chin Yu sent was edited. I've already investigated everyone involved, but one of the clips involves Jiang Mo. At the mention of Jiang Mo's name, Lu Jingyan clenched her fists, her whole body trembling. "You know Jiang Mo?" Before I could figure out the relationship between you and Jiang Mo, I didn't know how to face you. Jiang Mo was my old neighbor. If it weren't for her, the Sheng Xian of today wouldn't exist. When I was 5, my grandmother passed away, and I was taken back to my parents. They argued because they didn't want to raise me, constantly pushing me onto each other. They always had reasons not to come home. So I was always left with an irresponsible nanny, and I never knew where my next meal was coming from. Back then, only my neighbor, Jiang Mo, took care of me and kept me from starving. Big sister Jiang Mo was 2 years older than me, still a child herself, but she protected me like an adult. Once, I was pushed into a lake by some hooligans, and she jumped into the lake to save me, nearly losing her own life. I never thought someone as gentle and kind as her would be kidnapped. When she was rescued by the police, she was covered in injuries. Due to the psychological trauma, her mental state regressed to that of a child. At that time, I swore that I must find the culprit. So that's how it is. No wonder you were so cautious. Actually, I've been receiving anonymous threatening messages recently. From the tone and method, it's very likely the same fugitive from back then. He first kidnapped Jiang Mo, and later he kidnapped me. In the end, only I was lucky enough to escape. This all happened a long time ago. I still have those threatening messages. Maybe the police can find some clues from them. Sheng Xian noticed she was trembling as she spoke, her fists clenched tightly. So he reached out and held her hand, saying, "The next time you receive a message, tell me immediately." I know. Can I go with you to see Jiang Mo?" A short while later, at the mental hospital, Jiang Mo is now like a 3-year-old child, singing a nursery rhyme. The moment she saw Sheng Xian, she smiled brightly. "Oh, you're here. And you brought a big sister this time." Lu Jingyan looked at Jiang Mo, a pang of pain in her heart. "Hello, Jiang Mo." Sheng Xian asked the nurse, "How has she been recently?" "Much better than the last time Mr. Sheng came. She's much more cheerful, and her spirits are better, but she still needs to be observed." Jiang Mo said, "Big brother, big sister, let's play a game. Okay, what do you want to play? I want big sister to be the princess, big brother to be the prince, and I'll be the little butterfly. The princess can't find the prince, so she goes to ask the little butterfly. Lu Jingyan appeared very enthusiastic, saying, okay, I'll play the princess. Sheng Xian also eagerly joined in. Then I'll play the prince. The nurses standing outside saw them playing house and remarked, are they a couple? They're a perfect match. Yeah, if they come to see Jiang Mo often and play with her, Jiang Mo will definitely recover faster. The three of them played house for a while, and Jiang Mo took both of their hands. All right, the prince and princess finally lived happily ever after. Now the princess must hug the prince. Lu Jingyan and Sheng Xian looked at each other, their faces turning red with shyness. Jiang Mo continued. The nurse said that after the princess and prince get together, they hug, kiss, and then have a little princess and a little prince. At this, Lu Jingyan and Sheng Xian fell silent again, looking at each other shyly. Jiang Mo said, hey, why aren't you hugging? You two are shyly hugging in front of me. All right, you've hugged now, so you have to kiss too. The two looked at each other. At this moment, where did all their previous boldness and courage go? Suddenly, they became so awkward. She pushed him away and said, Jiang Mo, the princess and prince need to go back to the palace to rest. This time, Sheng Xian took the initiative and said, we have to see the act through to the end. If the princess doesn't say anything, the prince will take it as her consent. With that, he pressed a deep and passionate kiss on her lips. The two kissed for a long time, very intensely. How can they kiss like that in public? It's making even Jiang Mo blush. You two should just get married. Oh, wait, we haven't seen the little prince and princess yet. Kiss 10 more times. Lu Jingyan was still in a daze, as if in a dream. Such good kissing skills, he's really the outwardly cold, inwardly passionate type. His serious expression doesn't look like he's acting. Sheng Xian said, the police called and said Yang Ru has been detained. Lu Jingyan said, I know, I approved it. Sheng Xian was stunned. Huh? Did you just hear the prince's confession to the princess? Sheng Xian looked at her, suppressing a laugh, which made her feel awkward and shy. She turned her face away and said, I was joking. It's nothing. He moved closer and said, you said it, but I heard it. So, Miss Lu, can you give me a chance? Lu Jingyan's eyes widened in confusion. What? Is he really confessing to me? He looked at her affectionately. Come to the bar with me. A short while later, the two arrived at a familiar bar. Sheng Xian said, that's the situation. Because it involves attempted rape, Yang Ru has been detained by the police. Yeah, he deserves it. Besides that, is there anything else you want to say? Sheng Xian smiled at her without saying anything, then reached out and gently caressed her cheek. I'm hopelessly in love. Suddenly, someone shouted Lu Jingyan's name, interrupting the tender moment. A guy with green hair shouted, you ghosted me for this long, just to hook up with another man? Seriously, what do you see in this mama's boy next to you? Your taste is getting worse and worse. Sheng Xian was furious. Sheng Xian, a mama's boy? Lu Jingyan said, it's too late to say this now. People have to move forward. Since you're all scumbags, I'm just carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. Justice my ass. How'd I ever wrong you? I was sincere with you, and what about you? You broke up with me with one sentence and then blocked me. If this brother hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't have known you were a bad girl who likes to play with men's feelings. I lost 10 pounds over you. How could you be so heartless? The people around witnessed this scene and began to gossip. Oh, it's Lu Jingyan. I heard she specializes in seducing scumbags and then dumping them. Is she doing a good deed? Not sure. It's not like the victims asked her to do it. Lu Jingyan felt extremely embarrassed and slammed the table, saying, all right, stop making a scene. I'll apologize to you, okay? Is that not enough? What do you want? To get back together? I broke up because I lost feelings. Another man said unhappily, wait, bro, even if Jingyan wants to get back together, it should be with me, not you. Take a look in the mirror. You think she likes your sissy look? Who are you calling a sissy? Seeing them start to argue, Lu Jingyan tried to sneak away, but just as she was slipping away, Sheng Xian held her in a tight embrace. He urgently stopped her. Where are you going? She stammered, he to the restroom. Sheng Xian crossed his arms and lectured her. Hold it. Let me ask you, just how many ex-boyfriends do you have? Lu Jingyan counted on her fingers. The ones I dumped, probably less than 10. Sheng Xian's head was about to explode. What? 10. She quickly tried to remedy it. Less than 10. Then she thought of a blonde man. That one doesn't count, right? Sheng Xian moved closer, nuzzling her nose, and said, Great hero Lu, Now you know the consequences of an eye for an eye, right? Lu Jingyan could only nod helplessly and say, I know. Among those guys, there are plenty who are more difficult to deal with than these two today. As for that one person, he's back in the country, but that's impossible. He immigrated long ago. At the city's international airport, a young man with blonde hair was whistling, looking very happy, having just gotten off a plane. It turned out this was Lu Jingyan's high school classmate, named Mo. Mo looked at the sunlight shining on him, then pulled down his sunglasses. The heartache of women. I'm back. Miss Lu. The next day, at Zhuangcheng's hospital, Zhuangcheng was laughing, slamming the table and laughing like a madman. So you ended up paying those two guys off to get rid of them? That's hilarious. Don't you feel like the main wife in an ancient drama? The wife is having an affair outside, and you're resentfully cleaning up her mess. Sheng Xian said, Can you be serious? I came to you for something important today. Zhuangcheng suppressed his laughter and said, I don't usually laugh, but this is just too funny. Sheng Xian glared at Zhuangcheng, who then became serious. Ahem. Based on your current situation, I believe your condition has been maintained at a very mild state. He used to vomit when girls confessed to him, but now he's immune. But analyzing it from a psychological perspective, his psychological defense might just be temporarily suppressed, meaning other things could still trigger him in the future. But the more he faces it, the faster he'll recover. At the emotion company, in the CEO's office, Lu Jingyan was working diligently. Just then, Lu Hongcheng handed over a resume for a director position, making Lu Jingyan's eyes widen. Lu Hongcheng said, I heard about the matter with Yongru. I really didn't expect him to treat you like that. Lu Jingyan said, Is that all you came to say today? Lu Hongcheng said, Haven't you always wanted to expand emotion scale and develop overseas business? I've hired an assistant for you. Consider it an apology. Lu Jingyan looked closely at the resume, her eyes widening even more, shocked to find that the new project director was none other than Zhuo Mo. Lu Hongcheng said, Zhuo Mo is very experienced. He used to be an executive in the overseas business department. I heard you two were classmates, right? Lu Jingyan's jaw nearly dropped, her face pale. What? He's back. Speak of the devil, little uncle. I think we should pass on Zhuo Mo. There are more suitable candidates. But Lu Hongcheng ignored her and said, Zhuo Mo, come in. Zhuo Mo quickly pushed open the door, smiling and winking. Long time no see, old friend. Lu Hongcheng said, What were you just saying about passing on him? Oh, you misheard. You two chat. I have something to do. Only Lu Jingyan and Zhuo Mo were left in the room. Lu Jingyan forced a business smile. I'll have HR show you around the company. We can talk later in the meeting. Zhuo Mo sat down casually and said, You haven't changed a bit after all these years. Don't you think so, ex-girlfriend? After hearing that, Lu Jingyan wanted to smoke a cigarette, but remembered she had clicked her tongue in annoyance, and then stuck a lollipop in her mouth. She said, I'm here to talk about work with you, not to reminisce. Zhuo Mo smiled. My apologies for being presumptuous. You said you'd show me around the company. So, could CEO Lu personally give me the tour? Fine. The two toured the company together. As they walked, Zhuo Mo said, Speaking of which, I think I saw you abroad last winter. You saw wrong. I never go abroad. Really? I thought you came looking for me. I had all planned out. If you wanted me to come back, I would have booked a flight immediately. Lu Jingyan turned around and said seriously, 3 words, It's over. The company tour and the past between you and me, it's all over. Zhuo Mo clenched his fists at a loss for words. Suddenly, Chen Yu threw a glass of water at Lu Jingyan without warning. Before Zhuo Mo could react, Chen Yu shrieked, And you say you didn't seduce Zhuo Mo? Lu Jingyan said, This is my company. Do you know what you're doing? Chen Yu yelled, That's right, you're a high-level executive, but you probably slept your way up, right? Lu Jingyan gritted her teeth in anger. Sheng Xian was driving to Lu Jingyan's company on the phone with Zhuangcheng. Zhuangcheng said, Hey, that's so rude. I go to the bathroom and you disappear. You're not having lunch with me. No, I have a date. Oh, Miss Lu even controls who you have lunch with. Sheng Xian, oh Sheng Xian, I see you're done for in this lifetime. Sheng Xian had arrived. He got out of the car, looked up at the company where Lu Jingyan worked, and smiled to himself, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Inside the company, Lu Jingyan said furiously, Chen Yu, do you think I'll tolerate you again and again? Before the words were out, Lu Jingyan slapped Chinyu across the face. Let me see who's laughing now. This slap stunned Chinyu, scaring her. But it wasn't over. Lu Jingyan slapped her other cheek to make a pair. You think you're the only one who could go crazy. Just those 2 slaps made Chinyu tremble with fear, not daring to do anything more. All the employees were equally stunned, but Chinyu was still furious and wanted to fight Lu Jingyan. Zhuo Mo finally intervened, stepping forward to grab Chinyu's hand and said, "That's enough. Go back and calm down and think carefully about what I said. I broke up with you because we're not compatible. It has nothing to do with Lu Jingyan. The more you act like this, the more disgusted I am." Chinyu cried, "Just because we're not compatible, you throw it all away? What's so bad about me? Tell me you hit people. Let me tell you, Mo, what right do you have to treat me like this? We broke up peacefully. I didn't do anything wrong." Just then, Chinyu's mother ran in and said, "Miss Lu, my daughter is heartbroken. Her emotions have become unstable after the breakup. I hope you won't hold it against her. We've already been to court 3 times. Please forgive her. I don't argue with patience, but please take her away and don't let her appear in front of me again." Okay. Then she said to the employees, "What are you all looking at? Get back to work. So annoying." She held her head, my God. "What's wrong?" Chuemo said, "Sorry, Chinyu. You should have seen the schedule. I was just scrolling through social media." Lu Jingyan said, "You carry on. I'm going back to my room to change." "Let me go," but Sheng Xian quickly walked over and draped the coat over Lu Jingyan, asking gently, "Are you cold?" "Oh, Sheng Xian, when did you get here?" she said, looking at him with a smile. "I just arrived not long ago, and he's a new colleague." "Sheng Xian, take me upstairs. I feel all sticky and uncomfortable." Soon after, the 2 entered the elevator together and went up to the office. Chu Mo looked dejected in front of them. "Do you always want to leave so quickly?" In the office, Sheng Xian sat on the sofa reading a book while Lu Jingyan was in the bathroom. After her shower, she said, "I forgot to check my schedule today. Why do I keep running into uninvited guests?" Sheng Xian asked, "Besides Chinyu, who else?" Lu Jingyan, who was taking a shower, poked her head out wrapped in a bath towel and said, "Don't be angry, okay? That new colleague is actually my ex-boyfriend." Sheng Xian's eyes narrowed sharply. "Oh." Lu Jingyan forced a smile. "I just didn't expect the world to be so small. You can run into anyone anywhere." Just then, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Sheng Xian gently ruffled her hair again and said, "I'll get the door. You go finish your shower." As soon as he opened the door, he saw Chu Mo. "Is President Lu in?" "I have something important to report." Sheng Xian said, "She's not available right now." "Oh, are you trying to stop me?" The 2 young men stared at each other, sparks flying. Chu Mo pushed past Sheng Xian, stepped inside, and said, "How about we make a bet? Guess if she'll tell me to leave or let me stay." Chu Mo said, standing at the door, "Mr. Do from New York is very well connected. If he's willing to help, our new project can quickly open up the market in M country." Lu Jingyan said, "You want me to talk to him right now?" Chu Mo said, "Mr. Do is very busy, and he has never liked new projects." She opened the door and walked out, saying, "Help me contact him." Chu Mo glanced at Sheng Xian and continued, "President Lu, this is a company secret. It doesn't seem appropriate for an outsider to listen in." Lu Jingyan stroked her chin and thought it would be boring for Sheng Xian to just sit there while I'm in meeting. She said to Sheng Xian, "The cafe upstairs is quite nice. Why don't you go up and sit for a while?" "All right, you get to work then." Before leaving, Chu Mo gave Sheng Xian a provocative look and a triumphant smile. Sheng Xian walked out, slamming the door shut with a bang. In the quiet room, Ian and the man. In the conference room, Chu Mo had already connected the call to Do. Lu Jingyan said, "Hello, Do, how have you been?" Chu Mo, sitting next to her, was not paying attention at all. "She smells so good. What shower gel does she use?" Then Chu Mo unconsciously reached out and touched her hair. "What are you doing?" "I just asked someone else out." Sheng Xian, who had returned after buying coffee, sat in a corner and called Zhuang Cheng. Zhuang Cheng said, "My brother, you met a strong rival in love." Sheng Xian said, "But they're in the past." Zhuang Cheng said, "You don't understand. With my years of experience in love, if an ex deliberately gets close, it's very likely there's still lingering feelings. Besides, a boss and a subordinate spend all day together. How do you know Miss Lu won't reminisce about old times?" Sheng Xian said, "By your years of experience, do you mean the time you chased a girl for half a year, dated for a few days, and then got dumped?" Zhuang Cheng felt as if he'd been shot by an arrow and said, "Brother, I'm being kind here. Why can't you appreciate it?" Sheng Xian couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at? If you don't take the initiative now, Don't come crying to me later. I won't help you. Are you going to the high school reunion this Saturday? You never went before. The class president and teachers have asked me several times. If you're free this time, you should go. Sheng Xian was about to say something, but stopped. Just then, Chu Mo and Lu Jingyan walked out. Chu Mo said, "Are you free this Saturday? There's a new restaurant that's pretty good. Want to go together?" Sheng Xian stood up and said, "She's not free. She's attending a student union gathering with me this Saturday, right?" Lu Jingyan was stunned, but looking at him, she thought, what the hell is he up to? But still played along. "I have an appointment with Lawyer Sheng on Saturday." Chu Mo looked at the two of them, very uncomfortable. His face darkened. Then he waved his hand and said, "Goodbye. We have plenty of time in the future. There will be other opportunities." Then he whispered to Sheng Xian, "You win this round. We're even." After Chu Mo left, only the two of them remained in the room. Lu Jingyan said, "When did I say I was going with you this Saturday?" He said awkwardly, "You just agreed." She moved closer to tease him. "Oh, why does someone smell so sour? Could it be that you're jealous because someone else asked me out?" Sheng Xian fell silent shyly. She continued to cover it up. "Don't give me that. Let me guess, or maybe it's not like that." "Nonsense." Sheng Xian smiled, then took her hand and kissed the back of it. "All right, I admit it. I suddenly asked you out because I was jealous." His words made her heart flutter uncontrollably. She pulled him in and kissed him passionately. "A kiss as a reward, because you said what I love to hear." Sheng Xian also embraced her passionately, kissing her back. After a deep and tingling kiss, an intense and breathtaking kiss, she said, "The carpet in my office is quite soft. Want to try it, Lawyer Sheng?" Then her mischievous hand gently squeezed his abs. Sheng Xian looked at her, the passion in his heart hard to suppress. She asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? So, are you up for it or not?" He suddenly lifted her into his arms, startling her. He smiled and said, "You'll find out soon enough whether I'm up for it." Lu Jingyan nestled shyly in his arms, secretly pleased. "I've finally devoured this fake monk, Sheng Xian." And so in the next moment, on the bed, the two were immersed in the thick, sweet fragrance of love. My God, her man was usually a cold, aloof, and abstinent ice prince. But look at him now. Only when things get real does the truth come out. Lu Jingyan was so aroused by him that she felt uncomfortable all over, unable to bear it. "What are you trying to do?" He teased her even more, making her itch with desire, her body writhing. He said, "Scared now? You're the one who seduced me first." She said, "Sheng Xian, back off a little." He said, "Since I can help you like this, what more is there to say?" Tonight was a night of passion for these two. Truly a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. The next day, Lu Jingyan and Sheng Xian arranged to go shopping. Lu Jingyan was still on cloud 9, unable to stop smiling. Sheng Xian said, "My dear sister, you're so strange today, glowing with happiness and grinning like an idiot. Did you and Lawyer Sheng do the deed?" Lu Jingyan blushed and said, "Watch your image, it's broad daylight." Sheng Xian became even more curious. "Then hurry up and tell me." Lu Jingyan shyly covered Sheng Xian's mouth. "Annie, shut your mouth." Sheng Xian said, "Fine, I won't ask, but it's been a long time since you were this keen on haute couture. Are there any company events recently? If not, I'm at a gathering with Sheng Xian's classmates tomorrow night." Just then, a shop assistant walked over nervously. "Miss Lu, I'm very sorry. We can't provide this dress right now." From behind, a short-haired girl was snatching a bag. This girl's name was Chao Yin. Sheng Xian said, "What kind of business are you running? We were here for this dress first, and now you're going to sell it to her and not us?" Lu Jingyan glanced at Chao Yin, then calmly walked forward. She just stared at Chao Yin without saying a word. Chao Yin said, "If you don't let me have this dress, I'll tell my brother. He's the business director of this entire district." Sheng Xian said with her hands on her hips, "Pulling strings again. If we're talking connections, I have contacts at the headquarters too, and I'm going to report your store for this chaotic business practice." The clerk said, "Miss Chow, I've already explained. This is a reserved item for this lady. If you insist on snatching it like this, it puts us in a difficult position, even if Director Chow comes." Before she could finish, Chao Yin shouted, "What did you say?" Her friend beside her said, "All right, Yin, I don't think this dress is that good looking anyway." The girl pulled Chao Yin out, much to Chao Yin's annoyance. "What are you doing? They dare to walk all over me. Sooner or later, I'll have my brother fire them. Where am I going to find a suitable dress for the class reunion tomorrow?" The friend smiled. "The store up ahead has a more feminine style. It's sure to catch Sheng Xian's eye and make him notice you." I hope so. I don't know if Sheng Xian will bring a date to this reunion, but even if he does, I'm going to crush her. Finally, the day of the class reunion arrived. Lu Jingyan had her makeup done and was all prepared. She smiled at her reflection in the mirror. Anyone who sees this face will be stunned. Let's go. Just then, Chuimo called. She answered the phone while spraying perfume. Chuimo said, President Lu, are you not at the company today? Do said they have thoroughly reviewed our project. It seems the meeting is about to happen. She said, can we schedule it for another time? No, I'm afraid not. Their schedule is very tight. Chuimo, I know what you're thinking. Don't play these tricks on me. What is President Lu talking about? I don't understand. As the project development director, of course I should put the project first. Are you misunderstanding me? Just because I'm your ex-boyfriend? Lu Jingyan ran her hands through her hair in frustration. Be professional when we're talking about work. I already said I don't have time today. All right, I'll go persuade Do. But President Lu can't just use and then abandon a project director like me. Lu Jingyan hung up, relieved, and then texted Sheng Xian, see you in a bit. Soon after, in a high-end restaurant, friends gathered, chatting enthusiastically. I heard Sheng Xian is coming this time. It's so rare. The ever-cool Nan Kuei never attends these events. Yeah, he's the youngest professor in the university's law department. A lot of people are definitely going to be charmed today. By the way, do you guys remember Yin? I was rejected by him so badly in high school. I heard she's coming this time too. Just then, Yin appeared. She waved and asked, has Sheng Xian arrived? Her friend beside her said, it's still early. Let's sit here. A few minutes later, a classmate turned around and saw Sheng Xian walking in. Oh, Sheng Xian really came. Walking through the door were our main characters, the cool Sheng Xian and the charming Lu Jingyan, standing so close together, a match made in heaven. Yin immediately recognized Lu Jingyan as the person from the clothing store. Sheng Xian said, hello everyone, long time no see. Seeing Lawyer Sheng, his friends welcomed him warmly. Come and sit. Gosh, after all these years, we finally get to see Lawyer Sheng. I once watched a video of your court debate online. Your arguments were so sharp, it was so cool and intense. Sheng Xian said, I was new to the profession back then, inexperienced. I'm sure I made a fool of myself. Lu Jingyan sat down and also recognized the person in front of her as the one from the store that day. Why is she here too? Could she be a friend of Sheng Xian's? A friend said, Lawyer Sheng, the 100-year-old iron tree has finally blossomed. Aren't you going to introduce us to the lady beside you? Lu Jingyan looked at him, anticipating his words. Sheng Xian immediately held her hand tightly, then looked at her affectionately. This is my girlfriend, Lu Jingyan. At this, everyone at the table showed expressions of envy, then congratulated him warmly. Ooh, as expected of Lawyer Sheng, great at debating and has great taste too. Lu Jingyan said shyly, so shameless, in front of so many people. Sheng Xian said, am I making an exception? Yin, sitting opposite them, watched their public display of affection, fuming with anger. Why does she have to be with Sheng Xian? Her friend beside her said, this girl looks familiar. We saw her at that store last time. Turns out she's the president of Emo. Do you know her? The friend whispered bad things about Lu Jingyan to Yin. After hearing it, Yin smiled faintly and then said, Sheng Xian, no wonder Miss Lu looks familiar. It turns out she's the ex-girlfriend of a friend of mine. After Miss Lu dumped my friend, she dated several others, and now she's with Lawyer Sheng. It seems Miss Lu is not only beautiful, but her skills in seducing men are also top-notch. The people around were bewildered, thinking, does she look like a bad girl? Lu Jingyan smiled and said, thank you for complimenting my beauty, but I'm very practical. If a relationship isn't right, I'll break it off immediately. I would never dress up for a class reunion like I'm going to a ball, desperate for all the boys to flock around me. Yin's face turned black with anger at Lu Jingyan's words. Yin gritted her teeth, looked at Sheng Xian, and then said tearfully, Sheng Xian, have you forgotten that I transferred schools because of you that year? Have you forgotten how you treated me back then? Who did I get depression for? At this, the atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. Lu Jingyan thought, what does this mean? What did Sheng Xian do to make someone get depressed and drop out of school? Sheng Xian was silent, not saying a word. A friend broke the atmosphere. Hey, that was so many years ago. Why bring up old stories? Besides, Sheng Xian has a girlfriend now. He definitely didn't mean it back then. We're here at this reunion to look forward to a bright future. Let's drink. Chao Yin was still crying, saying, you think saying it wasn't intentional is enough? Sheng Xian, you should ask yourself how much I liked you back then. I would have done anything for you. It was one thing for you to reject me, but why did you have to scold and reprimand me in front of everyone? Do you know what others said about me behind my back? It was one thing for you to reject me, but now you're indulging your girlfriend to bully me. What kind of boyfriend are you? Lu Jingyan said, let's be clear, when did I ever bully you? Sheng Xian looked at Chao Yin seriously and asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Fine, I want a girlfriend to apologize to me. Lu Jingyan was dumbfounded. Girl, are you mistaken? You were the one who rudely cut in line at the boutique. Why should I apologize to you? Chao Yin cried even harder, saying, you're ganging up on me. Sheng Xian stood up in frustration, slammed the table, and then said, it's not her place to apologize. Chao Yin was still teary-eyed, putting on a pitiful act. Sheng Xian didn't look at her, but took Lu Jingyan's hand and left. He said, everyone, please excuse us. Afterward, the two left the party. They quickly got outside, but Sheng Xian's mood hadn't improved much. Lu Jingyan said, good thing you reacted quickly and got me out of there. Sheng Xian said, actually, she wasn't entirely talking nonsense. Lu Jingyan was stunned. Huh? Sheng Xian said, in high school, she confessed to me and I scolded her in front of everyone. Oh, did you accidentally eat something bad that day and have a stomachache? What if I told you I have condition? Lu Jingyan laughed. Then I'd say, I have the cure. Sheng Xian held his head and sighed. Is she trying to help me relax? But he then said seriously, I'm not joking. I've had a condition since my second year of high school, medically known as lithromanicism. I subconsciously reject members of the opposite sex who like me. At first it was physiological, then it spread to the psychological level. Oh, so that's why you rejected me so many times before. You could say that. Wait, then why did you accept me now? Sheng Xian was also bewildered. Why indeed? When she asked for my address and sent the first cup of coffee, I should have rejected her. The many chance encounters later and that bowl of sweet dumplings should all have been rejected. He said, I don't know. Maybe it's because that person is Lu Jingyan. The two looked at each other affectionately. It turned out that being honest was a simple thing. It turned out that there was always one person in this world who could perfectly fit his wounds and imperfections. Late at night, at Sheng Xian's house, he was reading a book when there was a knock on the door. He quickly went to open it and was stunned to see Chao Yin. His expression was extremely displeased. What are you doing here? Chao Yin said, I'm sorry, I was too emotional today and said many things I shouldn't have. Sheng Xian didn't expect Chao Yin to say these things. Chao Yin continued to cry, saying it's all because I'm too sensitive and still stuck in the past. It's ridiculous to say, but ever since you rejected me, people outside of school thought I was easy to bully, but in the end, it's because I was too weak. Sheng Xian said, let's just let this matter go. And about Miss Lu, please apologize to her for me. I was just too jealous of her. All right, I've said what I needed to say. I'm leaving. Sheng Xian thought. In the end, I was also at fault. He said, wait, it's not all your fault. I was suffering from a severe case of lithomantic syndrome back then. This condition makes me instinctively reject any member of the opposite sex who approaches me. And in severe cases, I even have physiological reactions, which is why you saw me vomit. Are you cured now? Sheng Xian said, it's hard to be completely cured. If that's the case, will you hurt Miss Lu? As soon as she said it, she covered her mouth. Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke again. Sheng Xian fell silent again. I've always known my condition is hard to completely cure, but seeing her smile, I can't help but want to be closer to her every minute and every second. The next day, Lu Jingyan told Song Ran everything that happened yesterday, which made Song Ran burst out laughing. This is too dramatic. I haven't even bullied Chao Yin yet, and she started crying on her own. Song Ran laughed and said her crying was ill-timed. If she were a bit more clever, a bit more of a green tea, Lawyer Sheng wouldn't have to feel guilty. Speaking of green tea, Lu Jingyan looked ahead and saw several girls surrounding Chu Mo. She watched him invite everyone to his birthday party, held her head and sighed, ugh, you gotta be kidding me. One green tea is enough to give me a headache. Chu Mo walked in and said, President Lu, after the last meeting, Do immediately gave us the files on suitable suppliers. Oh, it's my birthday tonight. I've invited everyone for a get-together. I was wondering if President Lu is free. It's your birthday. Have fun. I have plans tonight. I'll have Xiao Yin bring you a gift. I don't need a gift, but you're right. It's Valentine's Day today. You must have a date with Sheng Xian. Sheng Xian is so lucky to have a girlfriend like you. Lu Jingyan pulled open a drawer looked at the cat costume she had prepared for tonight, and smiled. Of course, Sheng Xian, you better not disappoint me tonight. That night, at Sheng Xian's house, he opened the door and was stunned by the sight before him. As expected of Valentine's Day, it has to be hotter than usual. It's already so exciting. My God, Lu Jingyan was wearing a seductive cat costume, beckoning to him. If Sheng Xian didn't get nosebleeds seeing this, he wouldn't be Sheng Xian. Sheng Xian approached her and said, "Is today's theme a little kitten?" "That's right, and the little kitten can beckon too." He leaned in close to her and said, "So cute." In less than a few seconds, clothes were flying everywhere, and the two made love everywhere from the bed to the windowsill. Lu Jingyan was enjoying the ecstasy of the moment. She said, "Sheng Xian, will we be together for a lifetime?" Sheng Xian became even more intense because of her words. He kissed her deeply, not wanting to stop for a moment. "I hope it's a lifetime." The next morning, Sheng Xian opened his eyes in the sunlight. He saw her nestled beside him like a kitten, smiled gently, and then held her even tighter. Honestly, being so lovey-dovey so early in the morning, can you two tone it down a bit? A moment later, he received a call. "Is this Lawyer Sheng? There's a case here involving the female star Meng Chow Chow." As he answered the phone, Lu Jingyan woke up, quickly hugged him tightly, her hands starting to move restlessly, and whispered, "Lawyer Sheng, open for business so early. So busy, huh?" Sheng Xian quickly ended the call and hung up. He said, "It's from the law firm. There's a case that requires me in court." Lu Jingyan said in a regretful tone, "Then I won't be able to see you for the next few days." He ruffled her hair and said, "My phone is on 24/7, waiting for your command at any time." That's more like it. That morning, at an animation company, Lu Jingyan was focused on her work when someone knocked on the door. "President Lu, Chairman Lu Manjian is here." "Uncle, what brings you here?" He sat down and said, "I came to see how your new project is progressing. How are you and little Chu cooperating?" "Very well. The overseas project is developing steadily." She cursed in her heart. "He's such a good actor." He said, "That's good." After that, he coughed, cough. He kept coughing, making Lu Jingyan very worried. "What's wrong, Uncle? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "No need. Some Chinese medicine will do." "Are you really okay?" "I'm fine. Don't I know my own body?" "All right, you get back to work. I'm leaving." Lu Jingyan felt uneasy. She called Dr. Lin and asked, "How has my uncle's health been recently?" Mr. Lu's checkup last month didn't show any major problems. Just needs to watch his diet and not overwork himself." "That's good. You're my uncle's private doctor. Thank you for your hard work." In a private room at a cafe, Sheng Xian and the female, star Meng Chow Chow, sat together. She said, "He's abusive, he cheated, and he framed me for tax evasion. He also hired an online army to attack me." Sheng Xian said, "Miss Meng, if what you say is true and Mr. Song is at fault, then he won't have any advantage in this lawsuit. But we need to get conclusive evidence." He thought to himself, "I never expected that the model couple, known to everyone in the entertainment industry, were actually slinging mud at each other." Meng Chow Chow said, "That adulterous pair is very cautious. They spread false information about me, and by the time I reacted, they had already cleaned everything up. But I've hired a private investigator, and there will be evidence soon. In any case, you must help me win the lawsuit. I want to kick him and that bitch out of the house together and ruin his reputation." "Don't worry, I will do my best to help you." At the Yang family home, Yang Ryu scolded Sheng Xian's mother so harshly that she smashed the furniture. "Are you trying to scald me to death? How can I drink such hot water?" Mother Chun quickly poured another glass of water. "Yang Ryu, don't be angry. This is warm water." Yang Ryu roared, "Stop pretending. If it weren't for your precious son meddling, I would have definitely gone to jail." Now the whole circle is laughing at me, laughing at the Yang family. Mother Chun said awkwardly, "I didn't know about his relationship with that girl." Yang Ryu roared, "You think saying you didn't know absolves you of responsibility? Why did Dad marry a bitch like you back then?" Mother Chun cried and said, "Yang Ryu, how can you say such things? Although you're not my biological daughter, I haven't treated you poorly all these years. I've never even disciplined Sheng Xian since he was a child. Oh, if you were really good to me, you should let me vent my anger. What do you want to do?" Yang Ryu said, "I heard your precious son is handling a lawsuit for a big star. I can't stand his arrogant look. Can you teach him a lesson for me?" Mother Chun, all right. Yang Ryu was thrilled and called out, "Mom." "You call me Mom?" "Mom, as long as you help me, I will definitely remember your kindness in the future." "Good. As long as you're willing to acknowledge me as your mother, I will help you." "Sheng Xian is my son, of course. I know him best. A few days later, Lu Jingyan was exhausted after a full day of meetings. The meeting finally ended, and everyone walked out. Lu Jingyan held her phone and muttered, "I've been in meetings all day. I haven't had a chance to talk to my great lawyer." Suddenly, she overheard other employees gossiping. No way. Isn't that lawyer Sheng known for his integrity? How could he accept bribes to help someone evade taxes? Who knows? The news in the entertainment industry is a mix of truth and lies. Some even say Sheng Xian is Meng Chao Chao's sugar daddy. Lu Jingyan interrupted. Who did you say is a sugar daddy? Oh, President Lu, we were talking about this news. She took the phone and saw the top trending topic was University Professor Helps Top Star Meng Chao Chao Evade Taxes, and also Meng Chao Chao's extramarital affair. So this is the case he took on. I know his character best. He would never do something like helping someone evade taxes. Could it be Meng Chao Chao's anti-fans deliberately smearing him? She said, "This news is complete slander. Have our company take this trending topic down and monitor the situation closely." Yes, President. On Sheng Xian's side, he said, "Miss Meng, your urine test results are out. No drugs were found." Meng Chao Chao said awkwardly, "I've caused you trouble this time, Lawyer Sheng. I don't know if you've seen the news. My ex-husband found out you were handling my case and spread a lot of defamatory news about us online." Sheng Xian said, "An upright person has nothing to fear from rumors. As a lawyer, I've always only looked at the truth and the facts. Yes, with you here, the truth will come out sooner or later." Just then, a few girls passed by and shouted, "Look, it's Meng Chao Chao with her sugar daddy." The assistant said, "Chao Jia, let's go quickly." But as they were leaving, they were blocked by those girls who shouted, "Adulterer and drug addict, I was so blind to have been your fan. May this adulterous pair die." As she spoke, she threw an egg at Meng Chao Chao's face. Meng Chao Chao said, "Where are the bodyguards?" The assistant said, "Because you didn't give notice for a few days, the bodyguards were assigned elsewhere. I just called, they're on their way." Sheng Xian was extremely annoyed seeing this. He glared at the girl and said, "Miss, you are gathering a crowd to cause trouble. If the circumstances are serious, you will be sentenced to 5 to 10 years in prison. I'm so scared of you. Go ahead and arrest me if you have the guts. Why do you have to say these things to me? You, a university professor, having an affair with a married woman, knowingly breaking the law, it's a disgrace to society that people like you exist. Well said, everyone. Don't be afraid of him." After saying that, the girl continued to throw raw eggs at Sheng Xian's face. Just then, a red sports car sped over like the wind. The driver was none other than the beautiful, cool, and handsome Lu Jingyan. She slammed on the brakes, took off her glasses, and said, "Sorry, I don't like to watch the road when I drive. I only like to watch my mood, and when I'm in a bad mood, you miscellaneous people better not get in my way." The crowd shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" Lu Jingyan said to Sheng Xian, "Get in the car." Then she said, "Let's talk." Sheng Xian and Meng Zhao Zhao quickly got into the car, which then sped away, leaving a chaotic scene behind. Sheng Xian asked, "Ayan, what are you doing here?" She smiled and said, "I was afraid if I didn't come, my innocent and upright boyfriend would be done for. It's nothing if your clothes are dirty. You could just go home and take a shower." Meng Zhao Zhao's assistant said, "I found out some information. The one who spread the rumors this time wasn't that person's surnamed Song, and the group causing trouble wasn't sent by him either." Meng Zhao Zhao said, "Impossible. Who else could it be but him? You're lying to me." The assistant said, "My dad said a middle-aged woman paid them to come. Her name is Chun Fong." Meng Zhao Zhao said, "But we've never offended her." Listening to this, Sheng Xian looked bewildered, his eyes wide. "What did you say? Chun Fong?" The assistant said, "Yes, that's right. Chun Fong, about 40 years old. It seems she has some connection to the Yang group." Sheng Xian said, "There's no need to investigate further. I know who she is." Meng Zhao Zhao asked, "Is she someone you know?" Sheng Xian said, "Yes. I'll have the law firm issue an online clarification in my capacity as a partner. For the rest, I'll need Miss Meng's cooperation." He then said to Lu Jingyan, "Let me out up ahead. I need to go see someone." The next day, in a luxury clothing store, Chun Fong walked in to pick out some clothes. A sales associate said, "Oh, Mrs. Yang, you're here. Would you like to see the new arrivals?" Chun Fong said, "Sure, bring them for me to see." Just then, she looked up and saw Sheng Xian. Sheng Xian, Sheng Xian. Sheng Xian looked at her, his expression darkening to, "Oh, it's you. Long time no see, Ms. Chun. What are you doing here?" Chun Fong said, "Why are you calling me that? I'm your mother." She said to the sales associate, "You can go attend to other things. I'm going to talk with my son." Sheng Xian said, "Do you still consider me your son?" What are you talking about? You hired people to cause a scene at the hospital and spread rumors about me online. I can't imagine what must go through a mother's mind to do something like this to her own son. He looked at Chun Fong and continued, unable to contain his fury. What's your reason? Did I stand in the way of your happiness? Or are you using me as a stepping stone to curry favor with the Yang group? Chun Fong trembled all over as her son berated her. Ashamed and angry, she said, I'm your mother. Even if I was wrong, I carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. There should be no lasting grudges between a mother and son. Others would think I'm your enemy. Sheng Xian said, Oh, so you think just because you're my mother, I can tolerate anything you do? Chun Fong said to the nearby sales associate, Did you hear that? This is my son. I went through so much to give birth to him, and now that he's grown up, this is how he talks back to me. The sales associate said, Mrs. Yang, please don't be angry. He'll understand you. Chun Fong said, Yes, he should understand me. But listen to what he just said. We haven't seen each other in so long, and he questions me like this. She stepped forward and slapped Sheng Xian across the face. You ungrateful thing. I shouldn't have given birth to you in the first place. Sheng Xian let her hit him, then remained silent for a few seconds. He said, Fine. I thought you at least still cared about this, son. If you had just explained it to me, I would have tried to forgive you. But I never expected that from the moment you gave birth to me, everything was a mistake. At this moment, Sheng Xian was standing at a lectern, his expression somber, in no mood to lecture. The students below called out Professor several times before he opened his eyes and came back to his senses. He looked down at everyone, then composed himself and said, I'm sorry. Let's continue with the class. The next case we'll discuss is about a father who sold his own children to human traffickers over 7 years. His youngest daughter was eventually sold by him as well, and the mother of the 2 children also helped him. In this case, which articles of the criminal law did they violate respectively? The students below listened, filled with righteous indignation. What the hell? Giving birth to them just to sell them one by one? What kind of parents are they? Exactly. To go through the hardship of childbirth and then sell them for money. Don't they feel any heartache at all? Sheng Xian slammed his hand on the desk and said, All right, quiet down. Perhaps this sounds horrifying, but such things still happen in this world. Just then, a teacher came to call Professor Sheng out. He walked out and asked, What's wrong? The teacher said, Something big has happened. The dean said he's recently received dozens of complaint letters about you and wanted to go to his office for a talk. Also, there's a group of people at the school gate right now holding signs, calling Sheng Xian the scum of society. Unfit to be a teacher, get out of the school. Sheng Xian looked outside in shock, completely bewildered. What is going on? Lu Jingyan also happened to arrive in her red sport car. The moment she got there, she saw the chaotic scene, feeling both confused and worried. What on earth is happening? Are these people crazy? Sheng Xian eventually walked into the dean's office, his mind filled with confusion, thinking about everything that had just happened. The dean said, The school leadership and I all believe in you, but with them gathering to protest and writing letters to accuse you, it will definitely have a negative impact on the school if this gets out. Sheng Xian said, I understand, Dean. I'll handle this as soon as possible. The dean said, Don't worry. The school won't let you bear all this alone. As it happens, the law school has an overseas exchange program. Teacher Lu has some private family matters, so you can go in his place. After finishing his talk with the dean, Sheng Xian walked out with a heavy expression. Lu Jingyan saw him and quickly walked over. The moment he saw her, a smile returned to his face. Ian, what are you doing here? Lu Jingyan said, I was worried about you. Those people won't give up since their goal of smearing you wasn't achieved. I was worried you'd be in danger. Sheng Xian said, I'm fine. The department dean just suggested I go abroad for an exchange for a while. Lu Jingyan was stunned, then gave a regretful smile. Although I can't bear for you to leave, it's good for you to go abroad to escape the heat. Last time, Meng Zhao and I issued a clarification notice, but it doesn't seem to have been very effective. Some netizens think they're the embodiment of justice and don't care about the truth after venting their emotions. Thinking of this, her eyes turned red. But what am I going to do about a long-distance relationship? He held her tightly and said, Don't worry, I'll be back after a while. Lu Jingyan said, What if I forget you while you're abroad? Sheng Xian said, I'm willing to accept any punishment from you. Lu Jingyan said, So I can do anything to you? Sheng Xian said, She smiled. A few days later, at the office, Lu Jingyan gazed out the window, looking up at the sky. A plane flew by, and she felt a great sense of regret. He should be on the plane by now. Just then, Chuemo knocked on the door. President Lu, may I come in? She returned to her desk and said sternly, come in. Chuemo walked in and said, President Lu, President has arrived at the airport. He would like to have dinner with you tonight. Lu Jingyan said, all right, I understand. Chuemo added, oh, I heard lawyer Sheng was trending recently. Is he okay? I know many good PR firms. Do you need my help? Lu Jingyan said, no need. He's fine. He just went abroad for work. Hearing this, Chuemo was overjoyed, his smile beaming. Oh, he went abroad? That's great. President Lu, don't forget about 8 o'clock tonight. So that evening, the two of them went to negotiate with President R, and the three of them seemed to get along very well. President R said, President Lu, please a toast. This alcohol content is very low. President R said, following your local tradition, I'll down this glass. Lu Jingyan felt dizzy, holding her head and thinking, how come no one told me President R is such a heavy drinker? I was too careless. I should have arranged for someone else to do the drinking. Chuemo said, I'll drink on behalf of President Lu. President R said, oh, is President Lu drunk? Lu Jingyan grabbed the bottle and started chugging from it, saying, who's drunk? Drink. Let's keep drinking. No one knew how much she drank, but after the banquet ended, she started vomiting nonstop the moment she stepped outside. Chuemo said, President Lu, are you all right? I'll take you home. Lu Jingyan said, no need, I'm fine. I'll call a designated driver. But at that moment, she could no longer stand steadily and fell into Chuemo's arms. Looking at her dazed appearance, Chuemo sighed. You rejected me so quickly. Are you afraid I'll eat you up? Lu Jingyan asked, eat what? Chuemo whispered in her ear, eat you, of course. Shortly after, Chuemo called a taxi for her and sent her home. Closing the car door, he said to the driver to Huainan Road. Lu Jingyan was now dead drunk and couldn't recognize anything. She looked at Chuemo in a daze, mistaking him for Sheng Xian. She said, so you want to come to my place and eat me? Lawyer Sheng. Zu Montag was Stund. Lawyer Sheng? Ian, you're drunk and you miss me? Your feelings for me run that deep. Lu Jingyan said in confusion, your tone is very different from before. Chuemo moved closer to her and said, of course, because I'm not him. I know that from the moment we broke up, you deleted me from your world. Lu Jingyan said, bewildered, what did I delete? How could I? I like you so much, Sheng Xian. Chuemo's heart ached because she kept saying Sheng Xian's name. The driver said, sir, you and your girlfriend have such a good relationship. Chuemo said gloomily, thanks. She used to be my girlfriend. It's just that we were both too proud back then. In high school, she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, like a proud swan. Only I could see her other side. I treated this relationship with great care and cherished it very much. But the deep-seated pride in our bones meant that when we faced a dispute, neither of us was willing to back down. I thought I wouldn't regret it, so I left in a fit of anger. But later, during those lonely days abroad, her face would always appear in my mind. I longed for her to come find me, and I was ready to come back at any moment. However, when I returned, there was already someone else by her side. I've thought countless times if I hadn't left back then, would the ending have been different? Lu Jingyan was lost in thought until the phone in her pocket rang, startling him. He glanced over and saw that she was fast asleep, oblivious to everything. So he reached in her pocket, took out the phone, and upon seeing the caller ID was Sheng Xian, he irritably hung up. However, Sheng Xian kept calling dozens of times, and Chuemo patiently hung up on those dozens of calls. After going back and forth for a while, Chuemo sighed and finally stopped. He then supported Lu Jingyan and said, Ian, they say true love is about letting go. I've often tried to convince myself to let the two of you be happy, but I can't do it. I can't bear to just give you away like this. Chuemo gently caressed her flushed lips and said, then I can only do something I'll regret. I'm going to snatch you back. Meanwhile, at a university in Germany, Sheng Xian was worried as he couldn't get through to her. Tea should be late at night in Beijing now, right? Is she still working so late? Just then, someone came over and said, a student is here to see Professor Sheng. A girl with long hair and a gentle blue dress walked in, smiling. Hello. Professor Sheng, I'm Lin Modi. I attended your lecture last week, and I have some questions about the assignment. Do you have time to take a look for me? Sheng Xian said, let me see. He looked it over and said, no problem. I'll give you feedback and return it to you later. Lin Modi said happily, thank you, Professor. Then she took a cake out of her bag and said, I made this cake myself. I'm guessing you haven't had dinner yet. Please try some. Sheng Xian kept his distance, moving a bit away from Lin Modi, and said, "No, thank you. I'm not hungry." Lin Modi placed the cake on the table and said, "It's all right. Just have it as afternoon tea or a late-night snack." Then she left that I'll be going then. "I'll wait for your feedback, Professor." Sheng Xian picked up his phone. He thought of Lu Jingyan. Why hasn't she answered the phone yet? I'll just get back to work first. The next day, bright sunlight streamed into the bedroom, and Lu Jingyan groggily opened her eyes. She held her head. Why head hurts so much? How much did I drink last night? She got out of bed and then went to the kitchen, only to be shocked to see Chu Imo in the kitchen. She asked in surprise, "Why are you in my house?" Chu Imo smiled and handed her a cup of tea. "Headache? Have some honey tea. You threw up several times after I brought you back last night. I was worried about you, so I slept on the sofa for the night." "President Lu, you won't blame me, will you?" As Chu Imo spoke, his eyes turned red. "If you really blame me, then just consider a case of good intentions gone wrong." Lu Jingyan said blankly, "Who's blaming you? You're being too dramatic." Chu Imo smiled, "Then hurry up and drink it, President Lu." Lu Jingyan sighed, "Whatever. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Just as Lu Jingyan sat down at the dining table, Chu Imo brought her a plate of buns. "Try these pan-fried buns." Lu Jingyan also picked up a bun with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. As soon as she finished it, she was surprised. "This taste is so familiar. Isn't this from that shop by the school back in the day? But I remember that shop closed down when we graduated." Chu Imo said, "Yes, you still remember that bun shop. I remember you even threw a fit during summer vacation, wanting to find the owner and bring them back." Lu Jingyan said, "That was so many years ago. How do you still remember?" Chu Imo looked at her and said, "As long as it's about us, I remember everything." As soon as he said that, the atmosphere instantly became silent and still. Lu Jingyan's expression darkened, and she said nothing. Chu Imo continued, "Asked around to find out where the owners went, only to learn they had returned to their hometown to open a shop. Now their son is running it. He said he still remembers you, and he remembers very clearly that you liked all the dishes in the shop." Lu Jingyan slammed her chopsticks on the table and said, "That's enough. That's all in the past. Don't bring it up again." Chu Imo said, "It's all in the past, but why can't I forget?" Just then, Lu Jingyan's phone rang as she reached for it. But Chu Imo stopped her. "Ian, focus on what I'm saying. Are you in such a hurry to answer his call?" Lu Jingyan said, "Chu Imo, what are you trying to do?" Chu Imo said, "Ian, am I the only one still stuck in the past? Even if I was young and ignorant back then and did a lot of wrong things, you shouldn't be so cold and heartless." Lu Jingyan said, "Do you know how many years it's been since we broke up? 7 years. Life isn't a movie. 7 years is enough for a person to change completely. You're not the deeply affectionate person you imagine yourself to be either, whether you want to apologize or simply reminisce with me. But in the past 7 years, you never contacted me either." Hearing this, Chu Imo was speechless, not knowing how to explain. Lu Jingyan stood up to leave, but Chu Imo grabbed her. "That's not it, Ian. I encountered a lot of things after going abroad, a lot of problems. I wasn't in a good state back then." Lu Jingyan said, "I understand. You, like everyone else, run into difficulties, so I congratulate you for moving on from the shadows of the past. But right now, my boyfriend is in a bad mood, and he needs someone by his side at this moment. Do you understand?" Chu Imo said, "I know you're still mad at me for leaving without a word and then having no news after that." Lu Jingyan couldn't be bothered with him anymore and walked straight out the door to answer the phone. Chu Imo watched her take the call, and after just a few words, she was smiling so brightly. Seeing this, Chu Imo felt even worse. "Ian, every day since we've reunited, you've been showing me through your actions that my decision back then was wrong. You can think I'm stubborn or even crazy. I won't give up on you." Lu Jingyan said while looking at a vase, "I'm fine. I just drank a bit too much talking business with a client yesterday. I know I was wrong. It was for work. I'll just rest at home today. Professor Sheng, recommend a few movies for me to pass the time." The two of them chatted, and several hours passed. "All right then. I'll let you go if you're busy. Bye." Lu Jingyan stretched happily, her mood soaring. Just as she hung up, her phone rang again. "What's wrong? Miss me already?" But it wasn't him. It was her cousin. She answered the phone and asked, "What's wrong, cousin?" He said anxiously, "Come to the hospital quickly. Uncle is sick." Soon, Lu Jingyan rushed to the hospital. As soon as she arrived, she asked, "How is Uncle?" Her cousin said, "Go in and see for yourself." She pushed open the door and walked in to see Lu Hongsheng lying on the hospital bed. His face was pale. She called out worriedly, "Uncle." Lu Hongchang said, Jingyan, you're here. Lu Jingyan said, I am, but you were fine before. How did this suddenly happen? Lu Hongchang said, Sai, it was just a minor illness before, but this time I felt something was wrong, so I went for a full body checkup. The doctor said the tumor in my lung has spread rapidly. I don't know how much longer I have to live. Lu Jingyan shook her head and said, No, that's not true. Medicine is so advanced now. There must be a way to cure it. Lu Hongchang said, I once promised your father that I would take good care of you, but I did many wrong things in the past and wronged you. Will you forgive me? Lu Jingyan held his hand and said, We are family, after all. How could I hold a grudge against you forever? Lu Hongchang said, That's good. I understand my physical condition now, and what I'm most worried about is the Lu family's business. Your father and I started from scratch back then. We worked hard for many years to gain a foothold in this city. Originally, I wanted to hand over the business to you and your cousin after I passed, but I don't have time. Right now, many people have their eyes on the Lu family. Some major shareholders have ill intentions and are secretly contacting the Lu family's competitors. Lu Jingyan was shocked to hear this and bit her lip. What? Lu Hongchang said, Several major shareholders, led by Yang Jian, are advocating for reform. It's not that I disagree, but the plan they've proposed deviates from the Lu Group's original development goals. Therefore, they have secretly contacted competitors, wanting to split the company. Jingyan, there's not much time now. I'm afraid they will become more and more audacious. I'm not afraid of death, but I can't just watch the Lu Group fall into the hands of others. Right now, only you can help the Lu Group get through this crisis. Lu Jingyan said with tears in her eyes, Uncle, don't worry. I will handle everything. Lu Hongchang sighed. Do you know the Chu family? Lu Jingyan said, I do. One of the oldest noble families in the city. They've always been very low-key and never appear in the media. But I've heard they are incredibly wealthy, a giant enterprise hidden beneath the city's surface. Lu Hongchang said, That's right. Old Master, Chu has a grandson, about the same age as you. If our two families were joined by marriage, the internal problems of the group could be solved. I know this is unfair to you, but I can't think of any other way. Lu Jingyan's face fell. I don't understand. Why is it always like this? Why do you think the Lu family's assets have to be saved by a marriage alliance? Can't your cousin and I save the company? Why didn't you let me get involved in learning about big business matters since I was young? But now that I'm grown up, you use a marriage alliance to handle business matters. Before she could finish, Lu Hongchang clutched his chest and coughed in pain. Cough, cough, cough. The heart rate on the monitor began to drop rapidly. The doctors quickly came in. Lu Hongchang said with a weak breath, Jingyan, I'm begging you. That child is very good. You two should get to know each other. Before he could finish, he could no longer speak and fell into a coma. The surrounding doctors anxiously shouted, We need to perform emergency resuscitation. Outside in the waiting area, her cousin said, It's not that Uncle is forcing you, but right now, no one can help us except the Chu family. If Yang Jian finds a few more powerful backers, we're completely finished. Lu Jingyan yelled, Enough. You say it's impossible without even trying? Her cousin said sternly, Isn't it obvious? What can I do? Lu Jingyan said, Uncle knew you were useless. That's why he wanted me to marry into their family. Her cousin said, Your dad was right. Besides, do you have any other choice now? Yang Jian is not easy to deal with. Lu Jingyan said, Where there's a will, there's a way. Her cousin said, Jingyan, if you have time, go meet young Master Chu. I'll send you his contact information. Lu Jingyan opened her phone, looked at the meeting address, and then said thoughtfully, I'll go meet him, but this arranged marriage is not the only way out. The next day, Lu Jingyan arrived at the meeting place wearing a blue dress. Due to her family situation, she was in low spirits, but this still couldn't hide her beauty and grace. Suddenly, someone called out Ian. She turned around and was shocked to see Chu Mo. Why are you here? The young Master Chu my cousin mentioned. Could it be you? Old Master Chu's grandson. Chu Mo said, I'm sorry. I never openly talked to you about my family. Let's sit down and talk. The two sat down together, the atmosphere awkward. Lu Jingyan said, You knew this day would come all along, didn't you? Chu Mo said, looking puzzled, What do you mean? You think I've been waiting for the Lu family to beg me for a marriage alliance? Ian, I never thought you saw me as such a despicable person who takes advantage of others' misfortune. I only came here today thinking that maybe I could help you. She was shocked. Did I misunderstand? This marriage alliance plan wasn't his scheme. Chu Mo said, I came today thinking I could help you. Lu Jingyan said, All right, I'll take your word for it for now. Chu Mo smiled. Of course I can help you. but I have to convince my grandfather. Lu Jingyan asked, then what do you want the Lu family to do? According to his original plan, he wants you to be the Chu family's granddaughter-in-law. I know you won't agree, but his 70th birthday is in a few days. While he's in a good mood, you can pretend to be my girlfriend, and then I'll bring up the Lu family's matter to him. Maybe he'll agree to help. Lu Jingyan said, I admit I hesitated for a moment. After all, I could help the Lu group just by pretending to be in a relationship in front of him. But I know very well, and you know very well, that doing so is wrong. This kind of disguised transaction is unfair to me, to Sheng Xian, and to you. If I have to tie up someone else's feelings to achieve my goal, that's too despicable. Let's end it here for today. I'm leaving first. Chu Mo grabbed her and said, you're still the same as before. Once you've decided on something, you won't change it. Just consider that I take back what I just said. In a few days, come to the birthday banquet as an honored guest, and I'll still try to persuade him. Lu Jingyan said, I won't fall for this Chu family's trap. Chu Mo, I'll remember this favor. Hearing her say this, Chu Mo smiled and then said to himself, if I can make you remember me for a lifetime, then I'll be content. Meanwhile, in Germany, Sheng Xian was walking around the school with his phone. He must have been texting Lu Jingyan to be smiling like that. Just then, he heard a scream from ahead. Ah, a robbery. Lin Modi was being robbed of her bag by two thugs. He recognized her as the student from last time. The thug said, if you don't hand over the bag, don't blame us for not being polite. Or would you rather my brothers have a taste of you? Sheng Xian quickly stepped forward and grabbed the man. He said, stop. The man said, who are you? Don't be a busybody. Without another word, Sheng Xian kicked the man away. He said in a threatening tone, if you don't want to mess with a lawyer who can send you to prison at any time, leave here immediately. The man gritted his teeth in anger. Just as Sheng Xian was asking Lin Modi if she was okay, the man pulled out a gun from behind his back. Just as he was about to aim the gun at Sheng Xian, Lin Modi shouted, Professor Sheng, behind you. But it was too late. The man fired the gun, hitting Sheng Xian's arm. Lin Modi watched as Sheng Xian groaned in pain, lost his footing, and fell to the ground, her face turning deathly pale. Panicked, Lin Modi tearfully dialed the emergency center. Shortly after, Sheng Xian was admitted to a hospital room, lying unconscious on the bed. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Lu Jingyan. Hearing the phone ring, Lin Modi answered it. Lu Jingyan said, why did it take you so long to answer my call? Brother, do you not want me anymore? Lin Modi was stunned. This tone, is she the professor's girlfriend? Lu Jingyan said, why aren't you talking? Lin Modi said, I'm sorry, it's not convenient for him to answer the phone right now. Lu Jingyan asked him, who are you? Lin Modi didn't answer and hung up the phone directly. Lu Jingyan was shocked, stunned, and in disbelief. The next day, Lu Jingyan was out for coffee with Song Yin, still busy dealing with work on her phone. Uncle Lu, I heard the Lu group won't be toppled that easily. Yang Jian and his group can't stir up much trouble. Hello, Uncle Lu, hello? He hung up before I could finish. Lu Jingyan's headache worsened, feeling like everything was in a mess. Song Yin said, this is already the fourth call. These people are making a big fuss over nothing. Will they ever stop? Lu Jingyan held her head and sighed. It's all my useless cousin's fault. The moment Uncle got sick, those shareholders started cozying up to others. Song Yin said, you should take a break, eat something, and relax with some afternoon tea. Where were we? You called Sheng Xian? And a strange woman answered. Lu Jingyan said, yeah, and just as I was about to ask who she was, she hung up. Song Yin said, you shouldn't have hung up so quickly. Does she have a crush on your Sheng Xian? Is your rival trying to take advantage? Lu Jingyan said, Sheng Xian is smart. You think he wouldn't see through it? She's still too green to snatch him away from me. Song Yin laughed. That's our Ayin, a fighter jet among women. Just as Sheng Xian was mentioned, he called. Seeing his call, she answered happily, but then grew worried because his voice sounded weak. Sheng Xian said, it's nothing. I saw a student being bullied by thugs on the street and helped her out. I got a little injured, but the wound has been treated and I'll be discharged soon. Lu Jingyan said, be more selfish next time. You don't have to put yourself in danger to save others. Sheng Xian said, but I think if you were there at the time, you would have done the same. Lu Jingyan fell silent after hearing this, sighing inwardly, wondering if he really understood her when he said that. He asked, how'd you been lately? Lu Jingyan said, pretty good. I'm helping my uncle with some internal company affairs, but it's nothing major. Hearing this, Song Yin thought to herself, this girl only reports the good news and not the bad to her boyfriend. Not bad. Lu Jingyan said, oh, right, the student you saved was a girl, right? She was so impatient, hanging up before I could even finish my question. Sheng Xian was puzzled. Lin Modi hung up on Ayan? What? Lu Jingyan giggled foolishly at her phone. After she finished talking with him, Song Yin watched the scene helplessly. Song Yin said, I take back what I just said. Lu Jingyan said blankly, what? Song Yin said, exasperated. You're not some kind of Wonder Woman. What's the point of mentioning that your call was hung up on? You should tell him your troubles. Let him comfort and support you. Lu Jingyan said, he's injured, and I'm already so worried about him. You want me to add to his troubles? Song Mu said, even if he weren't injured, you wouldn't say anything. I think you just like to carry everything on your own shoulders. If you don't tell him some things, how will he ever know? Besides, he's a lawyer and hangs out with Chun Kai. With a big mouth like Chun Kai, the news has probably spread all over the city already. On the other side, Sheng Xian received a message from Chun Kai. Have you heard about the Lu group? Sheng Xian asked in confusion, what happened? How come I haven't heard? Ayan's uncle is sick, and her useless cousin doesn't know what to do. Now all the company's affairs are on her shoulders alone. I heard some shareholders within the Lu group are plotting to kick them out. After reading it, Sheng Xian was too shocked to speak. He replied, I know. I'll book a flight back immediately. He sat on his hospital bed and booked a flight with his phone. Just then, Lin Modi walked in with a basket of fruit. Then she came closer to look at his phone. Lin Modi asked, Professor, are you buying a flight back to the country? Where are you? Sheng Xian avoided the question. You're in T-City. Lin Modi smiled, then we're very close. I'm in the city right next door. I was thinking of going back to the country too. Why don't we buy tickets and go back together? Sheng Xian looked at her very seriously and said, Lin Modi, why did you hang up a call meant for me? Lin Modi panicked. Then she lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, Professor. I was worried the noise would disturb your rest. So, I accidentally hung up. Sheng Xian said, still very coldly, go back to school and attend your classes. I can take care of myself. But Professor, you were injured because of me. How can I not care? Sheng Xian said, still indifferent. In that situation, I would have helped any student in trouble. You should go back. Yes, I understand. Lin Modi turned to leave, but a puzzling smile appeared on her face. Professor Shang, prying you away is harder than I thought. The harder it is, the more interesting it gets, isn't it? Not long after, Sheng Xian boarded a flight back to the city. Lu Jingyan was driving a luxurious blue sedan down the road. Just then, sitting in her car, she looked up at the sky and noticed a plane up ahead, which made her think of Sheng Xian. She called Song Mu, who said, although you're attending old Master Chu's birthday banquet as the president of the Lu group, I don't think it's that simple. Isn't this just the Chu family's tactic of feigning retreat to advance? Lu Jingyan said, my dear sister, do you think the Chu family is despicable, or do you think I'm that easy to manipulate? Song Mu said, man proposes, God disposes. I'm just afraid some people won't know their place and will deliberately cause trouble. But if that really happens, I'll be the first to rush in and clear the way for you. Also, Chun Kai's family also received an invitation from old Master Chu. Just as they were talking, the driver said, we're almost at the Chu residence. Lu Jingyan said to Song Mu, I've arrived. Talk to you later. Ahead, the towering Chu family mansion stood, with many guests standing before the main gate. Lu Jingyan's car sped in from a distance, then came to a screeching halt, making a piercing sound that drew everyone's attention. Lu Jingyan slowly stepped out of the car, her high heels making a crisp sound on the pavement, exuding a beauty that could topple nations. Everyone who saw her couldn't help but start gossiping. Isn't that Lu Hongqing's granddaughter? Her beauty is simply heavenly. No wonder young Master Chu is so smitten. What's the big deal? She's just average looking. The moment Chu Mo saw her, he happily rushed up to greet Lu Jingyan, only to freeze instantly. How dare he wear a suit that matches my dress so well? We'll look just like a couple. Song Mu's ominous prediction had come true. Chu Mo said, this dress is beautiful. It suits you very well. Just then a little girl ran over, shouting, Big brother. This little girl was Chu Miao, Chu Mo's third sister. The moment Chu Miao saw Lu Jingyan, her eyes lit up and she ran over to hug her. Wow, are you my little sister-in-law? Little sister-in-law is so pretty. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Chu Miao grabbed their hands, held them together, and then said with a smile, Sister Yin, there are a lot of people at the banquet today. This way, you won't get lost holding my brother's hand. Lu Jingyan was taken aback. Hey, what are you doing? She tried to pull her hand back, but Chu Mo held it tightly. This scene was captured by Chun Kai from a distance with his phone. This Chu Mo, taking advantage of her cousin's absence, is even using an innocent child to set him up with Ayan. The photo was quickly sent to Sheng Xian. Sheng Xian, who was standing at the airport at that moment, also saw the picture. Chen Kai texted, "I'm at the Chu family's banquet. Old Master Chu's grandson really has designs on iron. Bro, you need to get here quick." Seeing the photo of the two holding hands, Shang Xian's mind was in turmoil, and a storm of jealousy was about to erupt. In the banquet hall, while everyone was in high spirits, a loud shout was suddenly heard. "You shameless green tea bitch, how dare you seduce my girlfriend?" A short-haired girl said, "I went to the restroom just now and happened to overhear something." Guess what? What is it? Two men were fighting over a woman. I heard the girl came to the banquet with her first love, but her current boyfriend also showed up. When rivals in love meet, sparks are bound to fly. So they started fighting. Turning around, they saw two young men fighting. "I've had enough of you. You think I'm nice to you, huh?" Coincidentally, Lu Jingyan also walked over and saw this scene. She was stunned. Why were they fighting? Those two guys were fighting fiercely. Lu Jingyan covered Chu Miao's eyes. "Kids shouldn't watch this kind of thing. Let's go." "Oh, but there's a piece of cake flying towards us." How could a fight send a cake flying onto Lu Jingyan's face? Chu Miao said, "Don't worry, I'll take you to wash your face." "All right, let's go." Chu Miao quickly pulled Lu Jingyan's hand outside, where there was a fountain pond. "Sister, you can wash your face there." But this is a landscape pond, we can't." "It's okay, sister." Lu Jingyan walked forward and looked at her reflection in the pond. "All right, I'll just wash my face for a moment." So she quickly washed her face with the water from the pond. Just as she finished, she looked down and saw an animal in the pond staring at her, which gave her a fright. It turned out to be a turtle. Lu Jingyan was also stunned, as if seeing a turtle for the first time. Then she gasped and stumbled back in panic, but her foot slipped, and with a splash, she fell into the pond. Just like that, she had only gone to wash her face, and her gorgeous gown was completely soaked. Chu Miao cried out in worry, "Sister." Lu Jingyan looked back at the turtle helplessly, as if wanting to complain to it. The turtle also felt it was being blamed by Lu Jingyan and quickly sank into the water. Lu Jingyan was now so miserable she felt like giving up on life. Could this little girl have set me up on purpose? As she was in a daze, Chu Mo's hand reached out. "Hey, Ian, what are you doing over here? And how did you fall into the pond?" She stood up by herself, keeping her distance from him, and said, "It was just a small accident." Chu Mo took off his jacket and draped it over her, wear this to keep warm. Just then, Shang Xian walked up from a distance. "Young Master Chu, thank you for taking care of my girlfriend for me." The moment Lu Jingyan saw him, her eyes lit up. She happily walked up and hugged him tightly. "Why are you back so soon?" But Shang Xian, filled with jealousy, immediately threw the jacket back at Chu Mo. He took off his own jacket and put it on her. "Young Master Chu, I'd advise you to mind your own business." Chu Mo could only remain silent at this moment. Seeing him, Lu Jingyan happily hugged him tightly. "Shang Xian, I miss you so much, boo-hoo." He said, "Which little stray cat is this that fell into the water?" She pouted. "You're making fun of me. You're bullying me the moment you get back." He said, "All right, I'll take you to get changed." Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, Chu Mo felt extremely uncomfortable. "Ian, now that he's here, is there any point in me being here?" Just then, Chu Miao said, "Brother, isn't she your little sister-in-law? I like her a lot. She's very pretty, prettier than Mom, and she often plays with me." "Yes, brother likes her too, but she doesn't like brother right now." "What should brother do?" Chu Miao touched her chin, lost in thought. "What to do? Then make her like you." "But I've already tried so hard, and she still won't be with me." Chu Miao encouraged her enthusiastically. "Mom always says that as long as you persevere, you'll succeed one day." Meow meow. "You're right. In this world, can some people and some things really be obtained through hard work?" Lu Jingyan soon entered the changing room and found that the light inside was broken. Shang Xian, with something on his mind, closed the door and locked it from the inside, so no one could get in. Lu Jingyan looked around, saw a dress she liked, and said happily, "This dress is so pretty, don't you think, Shang Xian?" Then he moved closer to her, calling her name in a husky voice, Yin. Then his hand grabbed her waist, pinning her against the door, startling her into turning around. He lifted her chin, his eyes dark as he looked at her. She blushed and said, "What are you trying to do?" He looked at her and said, "You haven't been a good girl this time." Before she could speak, he gave her a deep, electric, and fierce kiss. Lu Jingyan could feel how urgent this kiss was, leaving her almost breathless. What's wrong with him? Does he want to eat me alive? She quickly pushed him away. Lawyer Shang, you're not jealous because I was talking to Chu Mo just now, are you? He just kissed her on the lips. Chu Mo also came to the door and was about to knock when he heard the sounds of intense passion from inside, which made him stop. Lu Jingyan said breathlessly, "Stop messing around. I need to change." Sheng Xian pulled down her dress and said, "I'll help you." And so, what was bound to happen happened. The two hadn't seen each other in a long time and just went wild. Hey, let's pretend to be innocent and not know what they're doing. Chu Mo stood outside the door, hearing the sounds from within, his heart filled with even more pain and sorrow. It's unknown how long Chu Mo waited outside. After a while, he knocked on the door and said, "Hey, Ian, it's me. My grandfather wants to see you now. Can you go see him for a moment?" A few minutes later, Lu Jingyan came out, changed into another beautiful dress, looking radiant. When Chu Mo saw the marks of passion left on her shoulder, he felt even more depressed. He said, "Grandpa is in the lounge on the second floor. You go ahead." Chu Mo just watched her back. After she left, Sheng Xian walked out. Startling Chu Mo, Sheng Xian said, "Young Master Chu, I know your feelings for Ian, but I hope you'll be mindful of your status." Chu Mo said, "Lawyer Shang, you came uninvited, and now you're on my turf. What makes you think you're the winner?" Sheng Xian said, "My advice is still the same. Hurry up and put away your Prince Charming act. It's meaningless." Chu Mo said loudly, "How do you know it's meaningless? I was her first love. You were nowhere to be found when we knew each other. She loves you and cares about you now, but she will absolutely not give up the Lu group. She needs my help now, and only I can help her." Shang Xian's face darkened as he asked, "Did you anticipate this day would come?" Chu Mo said, "So what if I did? And so what if I didn't? Between her and me, you're the one who interfered, and you're useless." Shang Xian silently watched Chu Mo leave. Just then his phone rang. It was a text from Chen Kai. "How did it go? Did you teach that guy a lesson? He's very stubborn, said I'm a third party." Chen Kai was furious after hearing this. "You didn't beat him up?" Shang Xian sighed. "I was afraid he'd tell Ian I beat him to a pulp. What if she demands Ian take responsibility?" Finally, the banquet ended. It was late at night. After Lu Jingyan finished her talk, she got into Shang Xian's car. Shang Xian asked, "How did your talk with old Master Chu go?" She pressed her aching head. As expected of a veteran of the business world, he didn't budge on his conditions at all. "If I agree to them, it's equivalent to handing over half of the Lu group." But Chu Mo said he'll figure something out. "Do you really believe he'll help me?" She said, "He's stubborn sometimes, but I still know him. He won't go back on something he's promised." Shang Xian asked, "You know him that well?" "Yes, since high school." She stopped mid-sentence and froze, then covered her mouth and giggled. She asked Shang Xian, "Are you jealous?" "Yes, I'm jealous." She hugged him tightly and said with a laugh, "Even though you're jealous, I like you this way. But you have to believe me, I have no feelings for him." He kissed her neck deeply. "Of course I believe you, but Chumo's intentions towards you are not pure." After a while, he drove her home and said, "You go on up. I rushed back this time, so I have to make a trip back to T-City." After Lu Jingyan went upstairs, he received a call. As soon as he answered, Lin Modi's crying voice came from the other end. "Wah, I'm in T-City, and my bag and phone were stolen." "Wah, you're in this city too. Please help me. You're the only one I know." Lin Modi was currently sitting in a corner of a park. She sat there listlessly, lost in thought, when a thug walked over. "Hey, beauty, what are you doing sitting here? Got nowhere to go. Let big bro take you somewhere." Lin Modi glanced at him, then sneered, "No need." The guy roared, "What's with that look? Are you looking down on me?" Just then, Shang Xian walked over. The moment she saw him, she immediately put on a very professional green tea act, crying and trembling. "You're so mean, so fierce." The young man was dumbfounded, his mouth agape as he watched Lin Modi's performance. Shang Xian walked up and asked, "What are you trying to do?" The young man, recalling her arrogant face from before and her pitiful crying now, was still in shock and disbelief. He cursed "crazy woman" and ran off. Only then did Lin Modi stand up and look at Shang Xian. Then she wiped her tears and pretended to be strong. "You're here. I'm Phoenix." Shang Xian sighed. "You were at school. How did you suddenly end up here?" Lin Modi said, "I've been under a lot of stress lately, so I took advantage of the holiday to sneak out and travel." He handed her a stack of cash. "Then take this money, buy a phone, and then buy a plane ticket home." It's not safe for a girl to be in a strange city. Okay, thank you, Professor. It doesn't make a difference whether I go home or not. My parents divorced and remarried. They never care about me. I came out to travel to clear my head. Hearing her words, Sheng Xian thought of his own parents, his situation being the same as hers now. Then he sighed and said, "You haven't eaten, have you? I'll take you to eat." "Okay, thank you, Professor." At the restaurant, Lin Modi asked, "Is your girlfriend from this city too?" "Yes," Lin Modi said. "I feel really bad about accidentally hanging up on her last time. Please apologize to her for me." "No need, it's fine." "Oh, what kind of person is she?" "You're so outstanding. Your girlfriend must be outstanding too, right?" Shang Xian smiled happily at the thought of Lu Jingyan. "She is indeed very outstanding, but to me, even if she had no shine at all, I would still like her. Because it's her as a person that I like." Hearing these words, Lin Modi's face fell, and she felt extremely uncomfortable, but then she smiled brightly again. "Oh, that's so enviable." After the meal, Shang Xian paid the bill. After paying, he said, "Miss Lin, are you going home? I respect your decision, but if you're out alone, you must be careful." "Okay, thank you, Professor Shang." "Goodbye, Professor Shang." Lin Modi waved goodbye, and after his car drove away, her expression changed to a calculating one. "Professor Shang, you are the most special man I have ever met. I thought you'd be too busy embracing your girlfriend to come find me this time, but I didn't expect you to care about me so much. Your kindness makes it impossible for me to give up, so I've changed my mind." Alas, girl, her delusions are bigger than the Milky Way. At the company, Lu Jingyan looked down at the city from upstairs. At the last banquet, although old Master Chu said he could help the Lu group, the demands were not simple. It all depended on how Chu and Mo would mediate. Just then, she received a call. As soon as she opened it, her eyes widened in shock. "Long time no see. I heard you haven't been doing so well lately. Is this your karma? Haha, but this time isn't enough, so I've sent you a surprise." After reading it, Lu Jingyan trembled all over, panicked. How did this person appear again? The package he mentioned, could it be that he sent it to me? Just then, an employee came over and said, "President Lu, there's an urgent package for you." Lu Jingyan went over to check the item. She quickly opened it, and the moment she did, she screamed, "Ah, ah." Inside were photos of Jian and Mo tied up. There were even bloody photos. She trembled as she picked up the letter and read, "Jian and Mo is in my hands now. If you don't want her to die, come to this address alone in 3 days at 2 p.m. You have to remember, you alone. If you dare to call the police or bring anyone else, I'll kill the hostage immediately. I'm a desperate man to begin with." Lu Jingyan was frozen in shock. This lunatic, he's using the same old trick, kidnapping Jian and Mo to threaten me. Just then, another message came through. Well, is the gift surprising enough? Lu Jingyan gritted her teeth in anger and replied, "What do you want? If the target is me, why kidnap Jian and Mo? From beginning to end, you've been harassing me with things from the past. What exactly do you want? Is it fun to play games like this?" Somewhere in the city, a young man in a hoodie replied to her message. "Of course. Seeing you twisted with anger because of me is very exciting. In 3 days, be there or be square." Lu Jingyan was indeed so angry her face turned pale. What a lunatic. Just then, Shang Xian called her. She answered the phone and told him the whole story. He said, "Guyan already told me about Jian Mo's disappearance. Don't be afraid. Let's meet and talk." "Okay, come to my place." Lu Jingyan tremblingly packed those things carefully into a box. The secretary came in to report, but she said, "I have something urgent today. Let the department managers handle anything that's not urgent for now." Soon, the two met at her house. Seeing the things that were sent, both of them fell silent. After a few minutes, he said, "Don't you think this person's actions are a bit illogical? Although you provided some information against him to the police back then, he was never arrested in the end. Now he's kidnapping a hostage and sending packages. These actions can easily leave clues and expose his whereabouts. Do you think this person is someone you know?" Lu Jingyan was confused, recalling the incident when Jian and Mo was attacked back then. Lying in the middle of the floor, the weapon being a small pair of scissors. Thinking of the man in the cloak, her head started to hurt again. "I remember he was tall and thin and didn't speak, but I don't remember anything else. I don't know if I know him." Shang Xian gently patted her and pulled her into his arms, comforting her. "It's okay. Let's call the police first. If you go to meet him, he will definitely hurt you. We'll call the police and let them make full preparations. But Jian and Mo is still in his hands. What if he does something impulsive?" He stroked her head and said, "Don't worry. I won't let that happen. After a while, Chuamo came to see her. I heard you left the company in a hurry today. I thought something had happened, so I came to check on you. Oh, Sheng Xian is here too. Sheng Xian, seeing Chuamo enter, started to clear the things on the table. Chuamo stared intently at Sheng Xian, who was hiding the items. After a moment, Chuamo said, did I come at a bad time? What are you talking about? Lu Jingyan said, it's nothing. Chuamo put on a pitiful look and said with tears in his eyes, don't hide it from me, or my heart will break. Sheng Xian and Lu Jingyan, seeing Chuamo like this, were both bewildered, their mouths agape, not understanding what he was doing. She pressed her head and said, it's really nothing. I have to go out later, so I can't entertain you. She thought to herself, it's better not to drag others into this. Chuamo looked at her sharply, then said, all right, I'll leave first then. After Chuamo left, the two also went downstairs after a while, but Chuamo hadn't left. He was watching them from his car. Seeing them get into a car and prepare to go somewhere, Chuamo said to his driver, get another car and follow them. Find out what's going on. A while later, at the police station, a police officer said, all the information has been reported. We've decided to set up a special task force. We will thoroughly search the area around the meeting point. Just then, Lu Jingyan received a message. After reading it, her eyes widened in confusion. That guy suddenly wanted to change the meeting place to meet at Chengxing Mountain and play a more interesting game. The police officer thought about Chengxing Mountain and said, that place is very large and located in the suburbs with complex terrain. It seems he's on guard. Sheng Xian said, no, that place has its advantages. According to the latest news, there's a heavy fog on Chengxing Mountain, which will seriously affect visibility and give us more room to maneuver. Lu Jingyan smiled. You have a plan? He held her hand tightly and said, that's right, I won't let you put yourself in danger. After everything was arranged, Lu Jingyan returned home and watered her flowers. Seeing her watering them again and again, Sheng Xian said, you've already watered them 5 times today. You don't need to water them so much. Lu Jingyan's face fell, and she put down the watering can. She sat down in a chair, dejected. I'm meeting the kidnapper tomorrow. Even though the police have made arrangements, I still feel very uneasy. Maybe I should be more emotionally stable. After all, I'm the president of the Lu Group. There's nothing I can't do. Sheng Xian approached her and comforted her. I understand. He held her tightly and said, I will always be by your side. After a while, as it got late, he said, get some rest. You haven't slept well these past few days. She clenched her fists angrily and said, that's right. I have to teach those bastards a good lesson tomorrow. After she fell asleep, Sheng Xian went to the balcony and looked at the city, lost in thought. He couldn't sleep either because of what was happening tomorrow. Just then, he received a call. It was from Lin Modi. Professor Shang, I'm downstairs from your apartment right now. Sheng Xian asked, what's wrong? Nothing. I just wanted to thank you in person for your help before. But someone has been following me, and I'm a little scared by myself. Professor, hurry. He's getting closer. Sure enough, a thug was standing behind Lin Modi, holding a knife. Lin Modi's face turned pale, and she ran, calling for help. But the thug quickly covered her mouth, causing her phone to drop. Sheng Xian asked, where are you? Just then, a car sped by and crushed the phone. Sheng Xian looked at his phone, confused. There seemed to be a few too many coincidences tonight, don't there? He called Captain Lu and said, hello. I have a new situation here. And so, the day to meet the kidnapper arrived. On Chengxing Mountain, the police had already disguised themselves as civilians, ready to scout the surroundings. The fog was heavy today, and to ensure tourist safety, all mountain climbing activities were suspended. A police officer said through an earpiece, Captain Lu, Area A is all clear. Tourists at the foot of the mountain have been restricted. Captain Lu observed from his car, this area is also clear, and so are the rest. Let's head up the mountain now. Lu Jingyan received the notification and acted as ordered, but it was actually Sheng Xian disguised as Lu Jingyan. He slowly walked up the steps, one by one, heading up the mountain. We soon arrived at the meeting point. As I was looking around, the thug said, Tong Aining, long time no see. I recognized him immediately. He was the security guard from high school who, after failing to pursue Lu Jingyan, maliciously spread scandalous rumors. The thug laughed. Looks like you still remember me. You got me fired from the school back then, and I couldn't find another job living like a dog. And you became the chairman of a listed company. The better your life is, the more resentful I become. Sheng Xian crossed his arms and sneered. You really know how to flatter yourself. The thug approached her and said in a threatening tone, For a high and mighty Miss Lu like you, what's a few insults? Using money to shut people up is your usual style, isn't it? I just said a few bad things about you behind your back, and you pushed me to a dead end. Sheng Xian clenched his fists in anger and said, "You went to all this trouble to lure me here, just to say this." The thug stepped forward and grabbed her hand, just catching up. "I left Jian Mo with half a life last time, but this time, it all depends on your performance." Miss Lu, Sheng Xian realized that the person who kidnapped Jian Mo all those years ago was him. He laughed and said, "It's their fault for wearing skirts. Showing up like that, what else could they be trying to do but seduce men? It's a pity Jian Mo was so useless. I just played with her a little, and she had a mental breakdown." Listening to his words, Sheng Xian was furious. How could someone be so vile? He then pushed her to the ground, preparing to commit a vile act. He said, "It's no use being angry. The police can't catch me." He threw away Sheng Xian's earpiece. "I've used these tricks long ago." The thug started to take off her clothes, but then discovered a man's body. His mouth fell open, shocked. What the hell? Sheng Xian no longer held back, grabbing his collar, ready to beat him to a pulp. At that moment, Chu Mo, who had witnessed the whole thing, saw she was in danger. He quickly shouted, "Ian." Then, without another word, he kicked the pervert to the ground. After dealing with him, Chu Mo looked down at Lu Jingyan, only to be surprised and confused to find it was Sheng Xian. "Huh? What are you doing here?" Sheng Xian straightened his clothes and stood up. Chu Mo was still in shock. "Why are you here?" Sheng Xian said, "How long are you going to tail me?" Chu Mo was too shocked to speak at this moment, just stammering. The pervert, seeing the two of them, was furious. "So you're a bunch of liars. Where's Lu Jingyan?" Soon, the police rushed out from behind. Having subdued the pervert, he said, "Behave yourself." Sheng Xian picked up his headset and then reported, "Captain Lu, the criminal has been caught." Upon receiving the news, everyone was ecstatic. "Great, let's close the net, bring the criminal down the mountain, and rescue the hostage." Sheng Xian hurriedly pushed open the door to the thatched hut. He called out anxiously, "Jian Mo." As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jian Mo tied to a chair, crying and trembling with fear. "Don't be afraid, it'll be over soon." But just as he ran in, he noticed something on the floor and shouted. He stopped abruptly and looked down. Zhuo Mo also rushed in and heard a beep sound. The two young men froze on the spot, neither daring to move again, then looked at each other blankly. The pervert, knowing the two had fallen into his trap, laughed maniacally. "Haha, I still had a trick up my sleeve. Now, if you move even slightly, we'll all blow up together, ha." Captain Lu also received the news at this moment. Lu Jingyan was extremely worried upon hearing it. How could this happen? Just then, she received a call, but with the situation being critical, she had no time to answer and hung up. But in the next second, the phone kept ringing. Lu Jingyan looked at her phone, feeling something was wrong, and answered it. As soon as the call connected, the other party said, "Lu Jingyan, do you want to save them?" Only then did she realize and said in a panic, "This is your scheme. Who are you?" Captain Lu said over the walkie-talkie, "Bomb disposal experts. Approach from inside the wooden house, rescue the hostage, and defuse the bomb." But the police on the other side reported back, "The entire area under the wooden house is filled with timed bombs, and they can be remotely controlled. The kidnapper has an accomplice. We can only do our best to delay the bomb's detonation." The person on the phone laughed. "Did you hear that, Lu Jingyan? You don't have much time left." Lu Jingyan said, "What on earth do you want? I want you to make a choice. Only one of Zhu Mo and Sheng Xian can live." Lu Jingyan screamed, "You lunatic!" The person on the phone said, "Miss Lu, you don't have much time left." Lu Jingyan was furious. "Do you want money or power? I can find a way to help you with either. Just don't touch them." She didn't answer, instead saying, 10 seconds left. The countdown begins. This sent Lu Jingyan into a panic, trembling all over. She continued, "Have you thought it over? Which of these two men is more important to you?" Lu Jingyan shouted, "You lunatic, I won't let you get away with this." She said, "You still haven't come to a conclusion, Miss Lu. So soft-hearted and indecisive." At this moment, only 3 seconds were left on the countdown. Lu Jingyan fell into a rushed panic, her eyes filled with tears, and said, "Shut up, you want an answer, right? I'll tell you now, I choose." The scene switches to the foot of the mountain, where the tourists are still unaware of what is happening on the mountain. Suddenly, police cars swarmed up the mountain. After the cars stopped, masked, armed police officers rushed up the mountain, leaving the tourists confused that what's going on? The police are here. Just as they spoke, a loud bang sent everyone into a panic. An earthquake. No, it's a bomb. What's happening? That scared me to death. At this moment, the mountaintop was engulfed in a huge flame, exploding over the peak. The next day, at X hospital, Lu Jingyan walked into the hospital holding a bouquet of flowers. An urgent news report was playing on the TV. A kidnapping case occurred on the mountain yesterday. The police intervened swiftly. There was 1 death and 2 injuries at the scene. She stood at the door of the hospital room, her mind in turmoil. She reached out to open the door, but hesitated. Just then, Sheng Xian called out, Yin, you haven't been answering my calls since yesterday. Did something happen? Lu Jingyan remained silent, only saying after a long while, maybe I haven't returned to normal yet. Don't worry, okay. Let's go see Jian Mo first. Jian Mo was happy to see them. Lu Jingyan put down the bouquet and then walked towards Jian Mo. Jian Mo held her hand tightly and said with a smile, long time no see. I didn't get to finish the game we played last time. Let's play again today. This time, I'm a little deer princess, and you're the hunter, okay? What does the little deer princess need to do? Jian Mo said, the little deer princess thought the hunter was a bad person and killed them, getting injured while escaping. Next, the hunter finds her and takes the little deer princess home. You have to hold her, the hunter taking his princess home. After she finished, Sheng Xian immediately got into character. He placed his hand on her waist, pulling her closer, but Lu Jingyan's expression darkened, and she said nothing. Then she pushed his hand away and said, I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired today. I'm going back first. Sheng Xian watched her leave, utterly bewildered. But what's wrong with her? Sheng Xian held his phone, muttering to himself. What on earth happened to her? He sent many messages asking, but she still didn't reply. A few days later, he stood at her door calling her, but she didn't answer. He sent a message, I'm already at your door, but she still didn't reply. So he called Chen Kai to ask about Lu Jingyan. Chen Kai said, I saw her at the mall last night. Sheng Xian felt very dejected hearing this from Chen Kai. All right, it's nothing. He began to think. Ever since she came back from Chongqing Mountain, she's been a bit off. What did she encounter? Just then, the doorbell rang. He thought it was Lu Jingyan, but when he opened the door, he saw Zhuang Cheng. Why are you here? Zhuang Cheng complained. What's with that expression? Not welcoming me? Aren't we good brothers? Sheng Xian said sullenly. I thought it was a yen. Zhuang Cheng said with dissatisfaction. Wow. The great lawyer Sheng Xian actually prioritizes romance over friendship. I think I saw a package at your door just now. He went out to check and saw a letter. He opened it, and his face instantly turned pale with shock because it was an invitation to an engagement ceremony. Seeing him like this, Zhuang Cheng asked, what's in the letter that shocked you so much? It turned out to be the engagement invitation for Lu Jingyan, and Zhu Mo. Zhuang Cheng was dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? But the most shocked person at that moment was Sheng Xian. Sheng Xian couldn't stand steadily and collapsed to the ground, completely breaking down. Zhuang Cheng asked worriedly, why is Miss Lu getting engaged? Sheng Xian grabbed his hair and said, I don't know. Why did she start distancing herself from me? Seeing him like this, Zhuang Cheng became even more worried. But before he could speak, Sheng Xian stood up. Zhuang Cheng asked, where are you going? Sheng Xian said, on what grounds does she think I'll let her marry another man? Finally, the day of the engagement arrived, and socialites also came to attend. I didn't expect Lu Jingyan to hit the jackpot, marrying into a prestigious family like the Zhus. It's incredible. I heard they were each other's first love, and young master Zhu came back to the country for her. That's not right. I heard she was close with a lawyer. How is she getting engaged now? What's the big deal? She's famous for two-timing. Song Xian, who was nearby, couldn't listen anymore and shouted, if you gossip anymore, don't blame me for being impolite. Song Xian angrily scolded them. Lu Jingyan also walked over and looked at them, making them feel awkward, so they stopped talking. Song Xian said, on such an important day, don't let these rumors affect your mood. Lu Jingyan said, it's come to this. Let them say what they want. She thought to herself, only by letting go of the person I cherish most can I protect him and the Lu group. I understood everything long ago, but I still don't care. On the stage, the MC was preparing to speak. We are very happy that everyone could come to this engagement ceremony. Zhu Mo extended his hand to Lu Jingyan and said, let's go on stage. However, she just turned her face away and then walked onto the stage by herself. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang, shocking everyone. Lu Jingyan also looked back in confusion, thought, I asked that you. The person who came in was Sheng Xian. He actually came. Sheng Xian walked up and took her hand, saying, the person who should be marrying you is me, and it can only be me. Lu Jingyan, only I can marry you. Lu Jingyan's eyes were sad as she said, Sheng Xian, you shouldn't have come here. Then she pulled her hand back. Sheng Xian said, Yin, no matter what difficulties you're facing, we can face them together. She trembled and clenched her hands, saying, I'm sorry, I have to do this. Seeing her so resolute, Sheng Xian was extremely flustered, not understanding why she had become like this. Zhu Mo pushed Sheng Xian away and said, That's enough. If you want to cause trouble here, please leave. Sheng Xian, cause trouble? You think I wouldn't dare? Zhu Mo said angrily, You dare. Sheng Xian grabbed Lu Jingyan's hand and said, You must choose an answer today. In front of everyone, he just dragged her away like that, causing everyone to panic. Is he really crashing the wedding? Big news, record it quickly. He pulled her outside and stood in a corner to talk. She shook off his hand and said, Have you made enough of a scene? Sheng Xian said, You're so heartless. Lu Jingyan lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Then, with tears in her eyes, she said, This is as far as we go. I don't love you anymore, so please don't pester me in the future. Hearing these words was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, leaving Sheng Xian shocked, pained, and trembling. He said, On what grounds? He angrily pushed her against the wall. On what grounds do you just say you don't love me anymore? What about me? Lu Jingyan was also heartbroken, tears streaming down her face, just crying sadly, crying so hard she couldn't stand and fell into his arms. He said, Promise me, don't leave me alone. Lu Jingyan regained her senses and quickly pushed him away gently. She said, I've always been this kind of person, only liking things for 3 minutes. You're no exception. Hearing her knife-sharp words again, Sheng Xian said in extreme pain, Fine. She turned her face away and continued, Sheng Xian, I have no feelings for you anymore. Sheng Xian was too flustered to react, just watching her retreating back. After Lu Jingyan left, she walked into a corner. She knew how much her words had just hurt him. She couldn't control her emotions, crying so hard she couldn't stand, squatting down and crying nonstop. How much effort and pain it took for her to say those words against her heart just now. Just then, the phone rang. Miss Lu, I guess you must be feeling very upset because of Sheng Xian right now. You put on a perfect show, cutting ties with him so decisively. Lu Jingyan said, I've already agreed to your request and gotten engaged to Zhu Mo. The woman on the other end of the line said while smoking a cigarette, This is just the beginning, Miss Lu. We have a long way to go. Lu Jingyan said anxiously, You promised me you wouldn't hurt Sheng Xian. She said, Calm down, don't be anxious. As long as you cooperate obediently, I won't lay a hand on him. That day, in the familiar bar, Sheng Xian sat in his old spot again, just chugging drink after drink. Seeing him drinking with no sign of stopping, the staff said, Sir, are you okay? We're about to close. Dumped by my girlfriend. How could I be okay? He slammed his glass down and said, Another one. The staff panicked. If you keep drinking like this, your body will definitely have problems. Let me call a car to take you home. Just then, Lin Modi arrived and said, No need, I'm his friend. She had also seen the news on her phone that Sheng Xian had just tried to crash the wedding at the Zhu group's engagement ceremony. I'll help Sheng Xian, saying, Professor Sheng, you don't usually drink this much. Sheng Xian was already so drunk that his thoughts were fragmented, and he was barely aware of anything. Lin Modi smiled calculatingly, that you're so drunk you can't even refuse people. Why don't I take the initiative, take you home, and then take you out? She called a taxi and quickly got Sheng Xian home. Lin Modi placed Sheng Xian on the bed. At this moment, Sheng Xian had no idea what was happening or who was in front of him, his body limp from the alcohol. Seeing him lying helplessly on the bed, Lin Modi's already existing malice was further ignited. She lifted his face and said, Professor Sheng, this is the first time I've seen you so unguarded. Sheng Xian could only vaguely see the person in front of him. It was Lu Jingyan. Seeing Lu Jingyan, he said happily, Yin, you're back. Lin Modi gritted her teeth in anger. What's so good about that bitch? Sheng Xian said in alarm, Yin, don't go. He held her tightly, not letting her leave. Lin Modi was both angry and annoyed that he's mistaking me for Lu Jingyan again. This is a good opportunity. She said, I'm not leaving tonight. I am yours. She said while unbuttoning his shirt, Aren't you uncomfortable? Let me help you. She smiled and took off his shirt, then kissed his chest. Sheng Xian sensed that this scent was not a Yan's and forcefully pushed Lin Modi away. Who are you? He sat up, holding his head, and looked at the girl by the bed, finally recognizing her as Lin Modi. Lin Modi said, Lawyer Sheng, you two are no longer together, but you still have me. Why don't you look at me? Sheng Xian slapped Lin Modi across the face. then roared, "Get out now!" Lin Modi bit her lip in anger, but could only slam the door and leave helplessly. As she walked, she plotted, "I, Lin Modi, have never failed to get what I want. Sheng Xian, you just wait." On Lu Jingyan's side, she went to meet the woman who was negotiating with her. The woman said while smoking a cigarette, "I want you to understand clearly that since you've agreed to my conditions, I won't let you off easily." Extreme anger showed in Lu Jingyan's eyes. As she looked at her, seeing this, the woman said, "You hate me, don't you? This isn't enough. What your Lu family did to me back then, I will return an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and let you also taste the feeling of loving someone you can't have, a life worse than death." As she spoke, she pressed the burning cigarette but onto Lu Jingyan's hand, causing her to scream in pain. "Ah!" Lu Jingyan opened her eyes in a daze and shouted, "Don't." It turned out she had fallen asleep in the car. She held her head wearily. It was just a dream. That woman and the Lu family must have a complicated relationship. I need to find time to figure it out. Just then, Zhuemo called out, Yin, did you have a nightmare?" "I'm fine. Maybe I just haven't rested well these past few days." "Where is this?" Zhuemo took her hand and said, "This is the marital home Grandpa prepared for us. Since we're engaged, we have to consider our future together." Lu Jingyan shook off his hand and said, "Zhuemo, have you forgotten what you promised me?" Zhuemo said dejectedly, "Of course I remember. The night we came back from Changchang Mountain, you suddenly said you wanted to get engaged to me. You said that as long as I agreed, you were willing to give me anything. I didn't know what happened, but I vaguely felt that if I said I wanted you, you have agreed too." Lu Jingyan said, "Our engagement is to stabilize the situation at the Lu group and also to fulfill Grandpa's wish for you." Zhuemo said blankly, "I thought that even if it was an act, there would at least be some sincerity." Lu Jingyan didn't say more, walked out the door, and then slowly entered the house. Zhuemo watched her back, not knowing what to think. At Sheng Xian's house, he lay exhausted in the middle of the courtyard, surrounded by beer cans, like a desperate, heartbroken man. As he was lying there, the door suddenly opened, and light shone in. Zhuangcheng came in with food and was shocked to see his best friend staggering in the courtyard. Zhuangcheng quickly helped Sheng Xian up. Zhuangcheng looked at Sheng Xian, speechless, because Sheng Xian looked so miserable there was nothing left to say. Zhuangcheng roared, "What's wrong with Miss Lu? She just breaks up when she says so. What does she take you for?" Zhuangcheng rummaged through Sheng Xian's pockets, took out his phone, and said, "I have to go reason with her." Sheng Xian, like a soulless person, lay dazedly in the courtyard, letting his friend do as he pleased. He remembered her saying it was impossible between them, and said helplessly, "It's useless. Nothing you do will work." Zhuangcheng didn't care, and took the phone to call Lu Jingyan. Not knowing what he said, his eyes lit up that "I've arranged a meeting with Miss Lu tomorrow at 1. Lu Jingyan was chatting with Song Xian in a coffee shop. "Help me investigate someone. I've emailed you the details. From what angle do you want to investigate? There's too little information. It's like finding a needle in a haystack." Song Xian said. Lu Jingyan said, "She has some secrets about my uncle and the Lu group. It's possible she has a grudge against the Lu family, so she's targeting me." Lu Jingyan recalled asking her cousin, "Has our family offended anyone?" Her cousin said, "It seems we have, but it's not clear who." Song Xian said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely do my best to help you." Lu Jingyan said, "Don't let this leak. If anything happens, I hope you can get out of it." Song Xian smiled and said, "The Song family has its own connections. We're not that easy to take down. Just you wait." Lu Jingyan started looking at her watch, and after looking at her watch, she looked out the window and saw Sheng Xian sitting at the next table. He was also looking at his phone, waiting for Lu Jingyan. Song Xian said, "Did you arrange to meet him?" Lu Jingyan said, "I wronged him, after all. I just want to see him one more time." Sheng Xian turned to look out the window next to him, but didn't see Lu Jingyan. He sat at the table, expectant. Yin, will you come? The lake water outside gurgled, and Sheng Xian was agitated and restless. He was too annoyed to sit still, stood up, and then paced back and forth. He waited, and finally it got dark. He stared blankly at the city outside the window. She didn't come after all. He could only helplessly open the coffee shop door and go home. Lu Jingyan had not come to see him. Rather, She didn't dare to face him, just following behind like that. She thought, I'm such a coward, only daring to watch him secretly from a distance. She saw him turn into another street and hurriedly followed, but no matter how she looked, she lost him. As she was in a daze, there was a commotion. There's been a car accident. To have this happen at such a young age, call an ambulance quickly. Seeing the person in front lying face down in the middle of the road in a pool of blood, she panicked. She thought it was Sheng Xian. She frantically called his name, Sheng Xian. Seeing him lying on the ground, covered in blood, she cried even harder. It's all my fault you got into an accident. She knelt on the ground. I shouldn't have asked to meet you. It's all my fault. The man lying in the pool of blood heard her and turned his head in confusion. Say, miss, we're filming a movie. Did you misunderstand something? Only then did Lu Jingyan realize this was a film crew set, not a real car accident, and she blushed with embarrassment, saying, a film crew. Just then, Sheng Xian walked over, startling her. He looked at her and said, I saw everything. What else is there to say? Lu Jingyan was utterly humiliated and turned to leave. Never mind, I'm leaving. He grabbed her hand and held her tightly, saying, you say you don't love me, yet you cry so sadly behind my back. He nibbled her ear lightly and said, what do you want me to do? Lu Jingyan hadn't seen him a long time and was very emotional, but she had to remain calm. Lawyer Sheng, I'm engaged. Don't go too far. He held her tighter. You still want to use this excuse to make me give up? Lu Jingyan was hit where it hurt and fell silent. He continued, Yin, you can't bear to leave me. Lu Jingyan's mind was in turmoil. If I keep dragging this on, I'll only drag him down. She had no choice but to push him away. She changed her attitude and said, getting engaged to Zhu Mo is the wisest decision. Of course, if you insist, I don't mind you being my lover. Sneaking around occasionally would be very exciting. Sheng Xian said, is that what you really think? She wrapped her arms around his neck and said, of course. After all, Lawyer Sheng's skills are top-notch, both in and out of bed. Sheng Xian uncomfortably cut her off, but she continued. It seems Lawyer Sheng doesn't agree. That's right. After all, you're professor. It's not good to ruin a student's reputation. Sheng Xian's expression darkened, and then he held her hand and said, are you deliberately provoking me? I warned you not to mess with me casually. Lu Jingyan was stunned by his change in attitude. He continued, a lover, huh? If you want to play, I'll play with you. Lu Jingyan's eyes widened in confusion. What the hell? He opened the car door and said, get in. She said, what are you trying to do? He said, does Miss Lu have a penchant for having affairs with her lover on the street? She had no choice but to get in the car. As soon as she got in, Sheng Xian slammed on the accelerator and sped off, causing her to panic. Slow down. Sheng Xian said, isn't Miss Lu very busy? I'm afraid you can't wait. Lu Jingyan panicked and said, I want to get out. Stop the car. Sheng Xian found it amusing that she was scared after just a little intimidation. Then he quickly stopped the car. Lu Jingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said, you want to leave already? She said, don't drive like a madman. Even if you're going crazy, there should be a limit. He pulled her closer and said, yeah, I know I'm going crazy, right at the moment you chose to leave me. You're the one who taught me how to truly love someone. Without letting her speak, he pressed a deep, electrifying kiss on her lips. He kissed her so passionately that she couldn't resist, and his hand began to wander mischievously under her dress. She stopped him, saying, we're still in the car, don't mess around. Sheng Xian said, didn't you say you wanted to have an affair? What's wrong? Did you think I would let you go today? When did Sheng Xian become so domineering? Sheng Xian held her waist tightly, pulling her even closer, and kissed her deeply and passionately. Sheng Xian, let me go. Sheng Xian didn't let go, holding her hand tightly and kissing her until she was breathless. She was a little out of breath. She felt that if this continued, something would happen, so she tried her best to push him away. While he was surprised, she said, that's enough. I said we broke up. She hurriedly opened the car door and got out, leaving him. He watched her, heartbroken. How many times has it been? Pushing me away is what you're best at. You clearly still care about me. So why do you dare to say we broke up? Just then, Zhuang Cheng called to ask, bro, how did it go? Are you and Miss Lu okay? Sheng Xian said, help me investigate what's been happening with her recently. I feel like she has some hidden difficulties. Okay, leave it to me. Investigation is my specialty, Zhuang Cheng said. Lu Jingyan wearily opened the door and entered the house. As soon as she entered, she saw Zhu Mo your back. What are you doing here? Oh, I was just passing by. so I came to wait for you. I've been waiting until now. I was afraid you hadn't eaten, so I personally made these dishes, Zhu Mo said, looking at the food set on the table. She said, you don't need to prepare these. Is there something you want to talk about? Zhu Mo said, my grandpa suspects that although we're engaged, we're too distant. She sat down in a chair and sighed that I don't think this can go on. Let's tell him the truth. Zhu Mo panicked. What's wrong? Did my words pressure you? She said seriously, with your family background, anyone would be willing to be with you if you wanted. You don't need to waste your time on me. Zhu Mo said, what I do and who I'm with, I have my own plans. She wanted to say something, but Zhu Mo interrupted by taking her hand. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat. Lu Jingyan sat at the dining table eating, but her heart was filled with gloom. Zhu Mo sat silently, thinking, why did she come home so late today? Why did she say those things to me? Did she go to see Sheng Xian? If so, I can't let her go to someone else even more. After eating, Zhu Mo washed the dishes that I'm going back. You rest well, okay, but it's late and the road is far. Why don't you sleep in the living room? Zhu Mo immediately agreed happily. Lu Jingyan also wearily returned to her room and lay on the bed, her mind filled with thoughts. At this moment, images of Sheng Xian, Zhu Mo, and the woman who threatened her flashed through her mind. She wearily grabbed her head. When will all this end? The next morning, in front of the villa next to Lu Jingyan's, a moving truck arrived. Her new neighbor was moving in. Lu Jingyan heard the noise while sleeping and quickly opened the window to eye someone moving in outside. She looked down and saw Sheng Xian slowly walking over. He also looked up at her window. Why is it Sheng Xian? A little later, she went to the dining table to sit with Zhu Mo for breakfast. As they were eating, the doorbell rang. She opened the door and saw Sheng Xian. Sheng Xian smiled and looked at her, saying, Miss Lu, I just moved in. Can I borrow some hardware tools? She looked around blankly. Hardware tools. Just then, Zhu Mo came over and put his arm around Yan. You eat your breakfast. I'll help you find them. The two men looked at each other, almost wanting to pounce and fight. After a while, she handed over the tools and said, I found them. Sheng Xian, blinded by jealousy, said, so Miss Lu and her fiancé are already living together. How lovely. Lu Jingyan didn't know what to say. At this moment, Zhu Mo said, we're a couple. It's normal for us to be together. But why did lawyer Sheng move here to be her neighbor? Should I ask you to help me take care of her in the future? After all, she was a rich young lady before the engagement, and I can't treat her poorly after the engagement either. Sheng Xian's face darkened seeing the two of them being so intimate, and he was too angry to speak. Zhu Mo further provoked him by saying, I don't need an invitation to come in, but you can only stand outside the door. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Lu Jingyan quickly pushed Zhu Mo away and said, all right, you go about your business. Sheng Xian also turned to leave. Then I'll be going. Then he slammed the door shut. Zhu Mo said, were you angry about what I said just now? I know you and I have other motives for getting engaged, but facing lawyer Sheng Xian from start to finish, I still couldn't control myself. I am sorry. Lu Jingyan said forget it, but she thought to herself, it would be best if Sheng Xian gave up this easily. Zhu Mo breathed a sigh of relief and said, all right, then try the bread I just baked. Just then, a commotion was heard from outside. Sheng Xian, are you okay? He's bleeding. Get the first aid kit quickly. Lu Jingyan also opened the door out of curiosity. She saw Sheng Xian sitting in the middle of the floor with a lot of blood flowing from his leg. Zhu Mo looked bewildered, but Lu Jingyan quickly grabbed the first aid kit and ran over. Seeing him injured, she tended to his wound with concern. Let me treat your wound first. Seeing this scene, Zhu Mo was burning with rage. The bodyguard said, it's getting late. The master is anxious for you to return. Zhu Mo remained silent, watching the scene before him. The bodyguard added, Miss Lu really has no sense of propriety. She's clearly already engaged to you. Zhu Mo roared, shut up. What do you know? It's only a matter of time before she comes back to me. Suddenly, Zhu Mo's attitude changed, becoming calculating. I will win her favor again. I will succeed, and it will always be this way. Lu Jingyan and Sheng Xian went inside the room to treat the wound more easily. He asked, Miss Lu, leaving your fiancé high and dry, aren't you afraid he'll get angry? She said, it's only been a few days, and lawyer Sheng's flirting skills have leveled up again. But you're right, since I'm already engaged, I should keep my distance from you. I'll be leaving then. He didn't let her leave, grabbing her hand and pulling her back, then held her in a tight embrace. Ian, you always push me away, but I know I'm still in your heart. When the box fell just now, I didn't dodge. I wanted to take a gamble that you would come back for me. It turns out I won the bet. Faced with his words, Lu Jingyan didn't know what to say and tried to push him away. Then she stood up and said, I have something to do. I'm leaving. Sheng Xian watched her retreating back and reminded himself, I won't let you go. Just as Lu Jingyan stepped out, her phone rang. Miss Lu, how have you been lately? There's a pink diamond necklace being auctioned tonight at 8. Buy it. Why should I buy it? I said buy it. I don't need to explain myself to you. She said, I understand. She thought, Song Yin is still investigating her. I'll go along with her for now, but what on earth is she planning? That night, at the auction, the host presented a pink diamond necklace. This was designed by the designer Anveils, an extremely precious and famous necklace. Lu Jingyan also searched online for the necklace's origin. Why does she want me to buy this necklace? Could it be related to that designer named Anveils? The host shouted, I declare the auction open. The people below bid frantically. Lu Jingyan waited for a moment, then raised her paddle to bid 600,000, but another person bid higher, reaching 1 million. Seeing this exorbitant price, everyone started murmuring, isn't that the son of the Zhang family? Is he out of his mind? Lu Jingyan was under orders to buy the necklace, so she continued, bidding 2 million. The young man surnamed Zhang couldn't believe she bid 2 million. He was extremely displeased, and his face darkened. In the end, no one could bid higher than 2 million, so the necklace went to Lu Jingyan. Holding the necklace, she was still very confused. What's so special about this necklace anyway? That guy surnamed Zhang was hiding behind a door, watching her with a vicious gaze. He then quickly reached out and grabbed Lu Jingyan, causing her to fall to the ground with a thud. The guy was like a psychopath, his eyes bloodshot, holding a knife and saying, as long as I ruin your face, no one will be able to snatch Anveils away from me, right? Lu Jingyan said in a panic, Sir, please calm down. I have my reasons for buying this necklace. Besides, Anveils and I are both women. How could I possibly be your love rival? The guy roared, you're all lying. Anveils abandoned me because of people like you. As long as I kill you all, everything will be fine. The guy held the knife to her neck and laughed. Where should I start? Let's start with the neck, shall we? Just then, Chu Mo grabbed the man's hand from behind. The man surnamed Zhang said, you're one of Anveils' suitors too, right? Then I'll kill you first. Lu Jingyan said to Chu Mo, let him go. Chu Mo said, confused, he's out of his mind. What if he hurts you? I know. That's why I need you to let him go so I can handle this myself. No, I'm your fiancé. I have to protect you. Lu Jingyan said only 2 words, let go. Chu Mo said no more. Having no choice, he let go, not daring to make a rash move. The man was about to stab her, but she raised a can of pepper spray and sprayed it in his face, causing him to retreat from the stinging pain. She looked at the man before her and punched him between the legs, thinking, did she think I would come here unprepared? Just then, a group of reporters rushed in. Quick, take pictures, there's big news here. But they stopped because there was nothing in front of them. Lu Jingyan thought she wanted to create a scene of me being assaulted by a madman, and even hired reporters to come over. Her calculations were good, but I'm not someone she can manipulate at will. Chu Mo snatched a reporter's camera and said, delete everything for me. Chu Mo watched the reporters leave, then looked at Lu Jingyan. Lu Jingyan stepped on the man's hand and asked, who put you up to this? He said, what? I don't understand. I won't let you go. Anveils is mine. She thought. She used a madman to frame me, but this guy probably doesn't even know he's being used. After the man left, Chu Mo asked with concern, are you hiding a lot of things from me? From the moment you agreed to our engagement, I felt like you were being forced, and now all this is happening. Lu Jingyan said, I'm fine. But you, how did you end up here? It was just that a friend of yours saw me here. She turned her face away and said, I'm really fine. I'm leaving first. Chu Mo watched her walk away, his hands clenched into tight fists, then said to the person behind him, how long are you going to hide? Lin Molly said, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Lin Molly thought to herself that she had followed Lu Jingyan to find evidence of her affair with Professor Sheng, but she hadn't expected her to be so popular with men. Chu Mo said, I saw you at Chengsheng Mountain. Were you also kidnapped along with Sheng Xian's sister? I'm Professor Sheng's student. Is Miss Lu his fiancée? What's that to you? Lin Molly smiled. I don't think you stand a chance against Professor Sheng. I've thought to myself, I have to win him over. Chu Mo said, are you trying to provoke me? I won't be your ally. How childish. Well, you're right. My suggestion is indeed childish. But if you and I cooperate, I have a way for us to get what we want. In the villa of the person threatening Lu Jingyan, a bodyguard reported, Ninth Sister, It seems we miscalculated. Lu Jingyan is also very smart. She came prepared, so she wasn't hurt at all. Ninth sister said while smoking a cigarette, as expected of her mother's daughter, very clever. However, the game is getting more interesting, isn't it? If she were killed by me so easily, my little baby wouldn't be able to sit still. She looked at the teddy bear in front of her, then revealed a calculating smile. Half a month later, Lu Jingyan was sitting absent-mindedly. Sheng Xian had also moved in next door half a month ago, constantly coming over to borrow things, even coming over to chat in the middle of the night. But why hadn't he come these past few days? Just then, someone delivered a package to her. As soon as she opened it, she saw many cute things. Aren't these the things I bought for Sheng Xian? Why did he return them to me? Inside was a letter that startled her. She opened it and read, Lu Jingyan, do you remember what you said? You taught me how to love, but I never thought the price of learning to love would be accepting your departure. I kept chasing you, but you kept pushing me away. I think I'm finally tired. Ever since I received your invitation, our relationship has fallen into an abyss. Now I'm using this way to end it all, returning all the memories related to us. Congratulations on our meeting, and I wish you happiness. Lu Jingyan laughed after reading it. The handwriting was a good imitation of his, and the tone was similar, but it was a pity the person behind it still didn't understand. Sheng Xian wishes you happiness. He doesn't wait for it passively. That's not his style. This kind of childish trick doesn't seem like the work of that mysterious woman. Who could it be? Lu Jingyan quickly called Chun Kai to ask where Sheng Xian was. The time rewinds to one day before. Sheng Xian was at home baking bread, adding some coconut flakes. She will definitely like it. Just then, the phone rang. It was her again. What did she want? Chun Fong said, Mom went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said she doesn't have long to live. Sheng Xian listened to her speak through her tears, pondered for a few seconds, then said, Do you think I care? Yang Ru is your biological son. You should go find him. Chun Fong coughed a few times and said, It's Mom's fault. Mom knows she was wrong. You are Mom's only good son. Come see Mom. Mom misses you very much. After the call, Sheng Xian was unusually silent. Chun Fong hung up, wiped her tears, and said, Don't worry, he will definitely come. She said with certainty, Really, I know Sheng Xian isn't a fool. He'll come. He's my son. He always pretends to be cold, but he's just as foolish as his father. I just have to act pitiful and say a few nice words, and they'll obediently listen to me. Oh, is that so? With a mother like you, Lawyer Sheng is really miserable. Chun Fong said, Cut the crap. When will my son Yang Ru be rescued? That child is just a playboy. He's never suffered. Don't worry. My people will protect him. You just need to do as I say. When Sheng Xian arrives, he will be released later. You know what to do, right? Yes, I know this son's weakness. He will do as he's told. At this moment, a bodyguard came in to report, Young master, someone is ringing the doorbell downstairs. It's Lawyer Sheng. Good, let him in. Soon, Sheng Xian walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Chun Fong. You're not sick. Why did you lie to me? Lu Jingyan was holding her head, anxiously waiting for news of Sheng Xian when Chun Kai called. Hello, Chun Kai, what did you find out? Where is Sheng Xian now? He's at the Yang family's house now. I just went there too. Is he okay then? Just as Chun Kai was about to say something, Sheng Xian snatched the phone and said a few words to her. Lu Jingyan was overjoyed and wanted to talk to him, but he cut her off. Lu Jingyan, don't contact me anymore in the future. Lu Jingyan asked, confused, what? I made it very clear in the letter I sent last time. During the time you were rejecting me like that, I got tired too. Besides, your Lu family has provoked someone they shouldn't have. There's no need for me to get involved. Lu Jingyan asked with tears in her eyes, Do you really think so? Yes. After all, I still mind your past. They all say you're a slut. Lu Jingyan, before we slept together, didn't you want to ask if I had been with other men? Didn't you have more to say? Lu Jingyan interrupted him in frustration. Shut up. If you don't want to say it, then don't. It's just my bad luck. Lu Jingyan was trembling with anger at this point. She cried out, You're right. We're over. After hanging up, she curled up alone on the sofa, her mind in a mess. She cried and thought, That's right, this is the result I wanted, but why does my heart hurt so much? Lu Jingyan, I'm so pathetic. Half an hour later, she still couldn't be bothered to change and go to bed, just sitting on the sofa and crying. After a while, the phone rang. As soon as she picked it up, Song Yin on the other end was startled. What's wrong? Why does your voice sound so strange? Lu Jingyan forced herself to say, It's nothing. Do you have the results of your investigation? I do, but that woman's background is deeper than we thought. My dad's company hackers are so good, but they couldn't find her background. All they know is that everyone calls her ninth sister. The last time she appeared was in a villa on a suburban mountaintop. I've already sent you the location via email. Okay, I'm going over now. Are you crazy? We still don't know this woman's background. We haven't investigated it clearly. It'll be very dangerous for you to go over like this. Lu Jingyan said, what counts as investigating it clearly? I can't wait. If I wait any longer, she'll continue to target me. Don't worry, I'll bring the bodyguards from the Lu group. You're crazy. You're really crazy. I'm in the next city right now and can't rush back. I'll have my dad send some people to protect you. You must be careful. Okay, thank you, Song Yen. On Sheng Xian's side, Chun Kai was also pacing anxiously. Are you really going to break up with her? You're too cruel. Sheng Xian threw the phone back to Chun Kai and left without a word. Hey, why are you leaving without a word? Sheng Xian fell onto the bed with a thud, exhausted, not wanting to move. He recalled what his mother, Chan Fong, had said earlier, don't be in such a hurry. You should be happy that I'm not sick. What on earth does she want? She said, do you want to know how your father died back then? That incident was too bloody, and it's in the past. I don't want to bring it up again. But as long as you break off your relationship with Miss Lu and stay in the Yang family's house without going anywhere, I will tell you the truth. Sheng Xian gritted his teeth in anger. You call me here just to say these things? Or are you trying to drive a wedge between me and... She smiled and said, I don't think you two are suitable. And Yang Ru went to prison because of her. Of course, she'll have to be dealt with sooner or later. Besides, the Lu family has run into a great disaster. She's been targeted by a very powerful person. You decide for yourself. Sheng Xian blankly picked up a stack of documents she threw over. She continued, that person doesn't want her to have an easy time. If you insist on staying by her side, you'll only harm yourself. If it affects our Yang family, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sheng Xian held up his phone, gazing at her photo, his heart in even more turmoil. Ian, how can I protect you? As he lay there looking at her photo, he heard Chen Kai on the phone with Zhuang Cheng. What's the use of you being so worried? I'm at the Yang family's house now. What? Ian went to find that woman alone? Make it clear. All right, let's meet and talk then. Don't call my cousin. He's too heartless. Hearing this conversation, Sheng Xian was also extremely worried. Does she know who's trying to harm her? Why is she taking this risk? No. So he climbed onto the windowsill, then jumped down and escaped. I absolutely cannot let anything happen to her. As he slipped away, two bodyguards saw him. Sheng Xian, the young master, said that if you want to go out, you have to get past US first. At this time, Lu Jingyan was on her way to the suburbs to find Ninth Sister. The bodyguard said, Miss, why don't we go instead? You're a girl. Before he could finish, someone blocked the road ahead. The bodyguard hurriedly slammed on the brakes, but the brakes failed. Lu Jingyan reached out to grab the steering wheel, then turned to crash into the guardrail. Soon, the car came to a stop only after crashing straight into the guardrail. At this moment, both people in the car were unconscious and covered in blood, a tragic sight. Outside, a pair of red high heels walked over. A few hours later, Lu Jingyan slowly opened her eyes, shocked and confused to find herself tied up in some house. She saw the person who had threatened her right in front of her and asked, Your Ninth Sister? Ninth Sister turned to look at her and said, Oh, you're awake. Lu Jingyan said angrily, You knew I was coming, so you ambushed me on the road, right? She said, It seems you're not too stupid, but I originally thought that if you survived by a fluke, the grudge between us would be written off. But you try to be clever, so I won't be polite anymore. Lu Jingyan said, What's the point of being so mysterious? What is this grudge that you don't dare to tell me? What are you afraid of? Ninth Sister said, Little girl, your reverse psychology won't work on me. I was planning to tell you anyway, to let you die with an understanding. Back then, Lu Hongsheng and Lu Jun. One was your uncle, the other your father. Did you know? They were both beasts. Lu Jingyan said, You're targeting me because of them? What did they do to you? Ninth Sister said, 20 years ago, our Yang family was the most powerful family here. My father was very strict with me. That winter, I wanted to eat candied hawthorns, but my father wouldn't let me, afraid I'd get a toothache. Your uncle, Lu Hongsheng, ran 20 kilometers, his feet covered in blood, to buy them for me, trying to win my heart step by step. My father said he had a clear motive, but I didn't believe him. Later, my father's prediction was very accurate. We fell in love. When my father was seriously ill, he coaxed me into transferring all my assets to him for investment. I was 8 months pregnant at the time, yet he allowed his mistress to stab me twice. Miss Lu, those 2 stabs were like being stabbed in my heart. So painful. Have you ever experienced such heart-wrenching pain? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, stepping forward to choke her. Do you know? My father became disabled for life, trying to block the knife for me. Later, I found out that his illness was also caused by Lu Hongqing's poison. Why are people's hearts so vicious? Lu Jingyan said, absolutely not. My uncle was a profit-driven businessman, but he wouldn't do something like this. If what you say is true, then why didn't our Lu family become more powerful? And how did he escape legal punishment? Ninth sister said, so all this hard and dirty work was done by people who could afford to die. What do you mean? She said manically, Lu Jun, your father, was a heartless butcher. That year I left your uncle, but your father wouldn't let me go. He forced me to drink a potion and made me watch as my child fell out of my body. I was only half a month away. My little rabbit was about to be born. Your whole family are demons. It wasn't enough that he died in a car accident. I have no relatives in this world. I have nothing left. I just wanted to have a child by my side, but you all cut off my path to life. Lu Jingyan began to have trouble breathing as she was being choked. She continued while crying, all of you from the Lu family deserve to die. Now go down and accompany them. Lu Jingyan struggled desperately. Let me go, but she started to feel a bit dizzy. Fortunately, the rope behind her loosened. She quickly sat up and grabbed the stuffed rabbit, throwing it at her face. She seemed to regain her senses from the blow. You want to touch my little rabbit? You're not worthy. On the contrary, you've reminded me. I can't let you die so easily. Ninth sister said to the bodyguard, quick, tie her up and tie her tightly this time. Lu Jingyan said, Ninth sister, you want the descendants to pay for the ancestors' debts, right? I can't stop you, but from my perspective, I don't agree to pay for my father's and uncle's mistakes. I wasn't even born when they harmed you. I know you hate me, and it's useless even if I beg you. But from the bottom of my heart, I want to tell you that I can use my whole life to compensate you. If you agree, I have enjoyed the glory and wealth of the Lu family for so many years. This is the price I must pay for being surnamed Lu. Ninth sister screamed, flowery words. Do you think I'll believe you? None of you from the Lu family are good people. Lu Jingyan said, Ninth sister, you don't want things to end in mutual destruction, do you? She said something was wrong and immediately said to the bodyguard, go out and check. Just then, the bodyguard reported, Ninth sister, we're surrounded by police on the way to the suburbs. At this time, Sheng Xian was riding a motorcycle, looking for Lu Jingyan while talking to Zhuang Cheng on the phone. Zhuang Cheng said, is what you said true? Your mother tricked you into being imprisoned at the Yang family's house. Yes, she said she knew the cause of my father's death, and I have to protect Diane. That woman is very powerful with an unknown background. I can't let her be in danger. Zhuang Cheng said, your mother must have hired bodyguards. How did you get out? I just had a fight, got some minor injuries. Sigh, but every time my mom speaks in a gentle tone, I know it's not that simple. I heard the police have already arrived at that place and started setting up the scene, so don't worry, she'll be fine. Sheng Xian was still extremely worried. Do you think that crazy woman is afraid of the police? What does he want to do? He shouldn't be causing trouble alone. Sheng Xian hung up after speaking. Hey, don't hang up. Sheng Xian stopped his motorcycle, took off his helmet, then looked up ahead, thinking about what he could do to protect Lu Jingyan. Inside the villa, Ninth sister was listening to the bodyguard's report. The entire mountain is surrounded by police. Ninth sister's face darkened. Then she laughed in anger and said to Lu Jingyan, you're just like Lu Jun, always thinking far ahead. But do you think this is over just because the police are here? Do you know what day it is today? It's the anniversary of my daughter's death. When I'm alive, I can only pay respects to her. It's not bad to go down and accompany her in death. Outside, the police had completely surrounded the villa. Listen up, people inside. You are surrounded. Think of your friends and family. Release the hostage immediately. Don't delay. Kidnapping is the most serious crime in our country. Ninth sister said to her bodyguards, all my assets are in the safe in the study. You take them and escape through the secret passage. Then divide the money among the brothers. The bodyguard said worriedly, don't sacrifice yourself for this bitch. It's not worth it. Yeah, come with us, Ninth sister. We'll escape abroad and find a suitable grave for the little rabbit. Ninth sister said with tears in her eyes, what do you understand? Where can I run? This is the little rabbit's hometown. As for me, my heart died more than 30 years ago. What am I afraid of? The bodyguard wanted to say more, but she fired a shot, bang. Go now. Don't make me say it again. The bodyguards could only helplessly obey her and head to the study to find the secret passage to escape. Hearing the gunshot, the police thought the hostage might be in danger and ordered personnel to approach from the roof. Ninth sister held a grenade and said, "Girl, I didn't want to kill you. If my daughter were still alive, she would probably be about your age." Lu Jingyan was terrified when she saw the grenade in her hand. She had no way out now. She cried and said angrily, "But I can't watch you live freely in front of me. I can't go to her with all this baggage. I was planning to sink my daughter's ashes into the sea together in a month, but why did you have to come here? Is it because of that man? Because I can't let you be with the one you love, you rebel against me? Do you think it's worth it? Girl, no man is a good thing." Lu Jingyan said, "Ninth sister, just like you, hate can't be hidden, and I can't hide my love either." At this moment, the clock pointed to 11:59. Ninth sister said, "It's almost midnight. The little rabbit's death anniversary is almost over. It's time for us to go." Lu Jingyan saw her preparing to pull the pin on the grenade, and tears streamed down her face. "Is there no other way? I never thought I would die like this." But in a flash, Sheng Xian rushed over and pushed her away, causing the grenade to fly out. The moment Lu Jingyan saw him, her eyes lit up and she called out his name, Sheng Xian. Ninth sister still had a gun. She aimed it at the grenade that had fallen in the center of the floor, and as she was about to pull the trigger, Sheng Xian roared, "Don't!" On the Yang family side, Chen Fong was standing outside the door shouting, "Get out of the way, let me in. I said let me in. Do you hear me? It's not my fault Sheng Xian ran away. It's your people who couldn't watch your young master. You said you would let Yang Ru go. Don't go back on your word." The person inside said, "Let her in." Chen Fong pushed the door open and entered. Shang Hu said, "Sheng Xian injured our men and ran away. I sent people to look for him, but he was too fast, and I have no other way. All right, I'll make some arrangements, make a few calls, and get Yang Ru out this month." "Really? You promise? You don't believe me?" She said, staking everything. "Okay, I understand. The master is definitely a man of his word. I'll go back first then. I won't disturb you." After speaking, she closed the door and left. Lin Moley also said in disbelief, "I really doubt if Professor Sheng's housekeeper is his biological mother. But didn't we already convince Professor Sheng? He had to stay away from Lu Jingyan to protect her. So why did he still injure the bodyguards and run away?" Chuamo took off his mask, then called his bodyguard and asked, "What's the situation? Did you find anything?" "We found out that Miss Lu went to a villa in the suburbs alone to meet a mysterious woman. There are also many police there. I'm afraid the situation is very dangerous. Sheng Xian probably went there too." Hearing this, Chuamo said worriedly, "She went alone again? Okay, I'm going over right away." "Where are you going?" Lin Moley asked the villa in the suburbs. "Well, I'll go with you." In the suburban villa, just as Ninth Sister was about to pull the trigger to shoot the grenade, Sheng Xian grabbed her hand, causing the bullet to go astray. She glanced at Sheng Xian, then aimed the gun at him. "You're not afraid of death? Then I'll have to take care of you first." Sheng Xian looked at her and said, "If you dare to shoot, I'll take you down with me." Ninth Sister saw that Sheng Xian was also holding a knife, and her gaze wavered slightly. But she immediately sneered, "How touching. But you should think carefully. Is your knife faster, or is my bullet faster? After you're dead, I'll use the same method to shoot through her heart." Hearing this, Sheng Xian's face turned pale, and he didn't dare to make a rash move. Lu Jingyan said, "Sheng Xian, I'm sorry. Don't worry about me anymore. Just go." Ninth Sister laughed. "Want to leave? It's too late, but I can give you two a chance. I hate seeing people being all lovey-dovey in front of me the most. Sheng Xian, today you can take both love and the person you love with you." Sheng Xian asked, confused, "What do you mean?" Ninth Sister laughed. "With so many people outside, you just need to call someone in front of Lu Jingyan and be intimate with her. How about I let you two go?" Lu Jingyan was shocked to hear this. "You're crazy. You're after me. Why drag an innocent person into this? Sheng Xian has nothing to do with your affairs." Ninth Sister said, "Mr. Sheng, consider it." Sheng Xian grabbed her gun, pressed it against his own chest, and said, "Pull the trigger. I've said it before. Even if I die, I won't let you hurt her. Or are you scared?" Ninth Sister was stunned. "You're really not afraid to die for her?" She said tearfully, "Are there really people as foolish as you in this world?" She frantically aimed the gun at Sheng Xian. Meanwhile, On Chumo's side, he and Lin Modi had also rushed to the villa. Chumo asked, "How is it?" The bodyguard said, "The current situation is that the police are still negotiating with the culprits. It said they have bombs on them." Just as he finished speaking, the villa exploded right in front of Chumo. Chumo panicked. Ian. The entire villa was engulfed in flames, the blaze lighting up the sky. Chumo wanted to rush in, but was stopped by the bodyguards. "Young master, don't be rash. The situation is unclear. It's dangerous to go in." Chumo roared, "I can't just watch Ian die in front of me." But just then, Lu Jingyan and Sheng Xian walked out, completely unharmed. As soon as the police saw the two emerge safely, they reported that the hostages were safe and called for medical personnel to the main gate. Sheng Xian looked at her affectionately and said, "Ian, we're safe now." Lu Jingyan looked back at him, moved. She replied. Chumo also saw her get into the ambulance, holding Sheng Xian's hand. He called out her name, but she didn't hear. She got in the vehicle, and the door closed. The next day, the police came to her hospital bed to ask about the situation. "It was Ninth's sister who let us out. She told us to leave before she detonated the bomb. Before detonating the bomb, she said, 'I'm no good person. I'm letting you go to accumulate good karma for my little rabbit. You two once said you'd be together for a lifetime, so don't break your promise.' I think that's why she let us go." After collecting the information, the police told her to rest and recover well. Sheng Xian, still in his hospital gown, inexplicably started a fight with Chumo. Chumo let him hit him without fighting back, not saying a word. Lu Jingyan worriedly stopped them. "You two, stop fighting. What's going on?" Sheng Xian, gritting his teeth in anger, said with a dark expression, "What he did, collaborating with Chun Fong, you know best." It was only then that Lu Jingyan realized, could it be that Sheng Xian's breakup letter was Chumo's doing? Chumo's silence was a tacit admission. Lu Jingyan said, "Sheng Xian would never write me a breakup letter for no reason, unless you forced him. You used Ninth Sister's hatred for me to coerce him." Seeing Chumo didn't respond, she continued, "Why would you do that?" Chumo said, I was clearly the one who met you first. So what if you met me first? That's no reason for you to hurt him and me. If he hadn't arrived in time last night, do you know what would have happened?" Chumo could only say helplessly, "I am sorry, Ian." She turned her face away and said, "Just go. I don't want to see you again. From the moment you went abroad, we were over. I already have someone I love." In extreme pain, Chumo said, "I understand. I wish you both happiness." After saying this, Chumo left the hospital with a heavy heart. But Chumo knew he no longer had any right to interfere in their affairs. Sheng Xian stepped forward to comfort her. Let's go back and rest." Just then, a nurse walked over and said, "Excuse me, are you Miss Lu? There's a patient in the East Wing named Lu Hongcheng who wants to see you. Shall I take you there now?" Lu Jingyan walked into the hospital room and asked, "Uncle, you were looking for me?" Lu Hongcheng said, "That woman has seen you, hasn't she? Since you already know, then you must also know what she said to me." Lu Hongcheng said with tears streaming down his face, "It was your uncle and your dad who wronged her. Your dad died early, and I've been living a life worse than death. This is all retribution." Lu Jingyan said, "You shouldn't have done that." Lu Hongcheng said, "Come closer. Uncle agrees to give 80% of the assets under my name to her or her descendants. Also, I'm handing over the Lu Corporation to you to manage. My cousin is incompetent. The life's work of your uncle and my dad cannot be ruined." Instantly, Lu Jingyan said with tears in her eyes, "I understand. I will do a good job." After speaking, Lu Hongcheng lay back on the bed and said, That's good. Just then, the heart rate monitor showed that his heart had stopped beating. A few days later, at Lu Hongcheng's funeral, Lu Jingyan and her cousin were greeting the guests who had come to pay their respects. Seeing she was tired, Sheng Xian handed her some water and said, "Have some water. You've been busy all day." Her cousin said, "Little sister, you've been here for so long. Go to the lounge and rest." It's not that I'm slacking off, but Dad's Secretary General is here. I'll take you to meet him. You're about to officially take over the Lu Corporation. There's a lot to do." Lu Jingyan asked, "Don't you want to manage it?" Her cousin said, "What can I do? I probably just mess it up." Lu Jingyan thought helplessly. At least he's self-aware. Sheng Xian said, "Go on. I'll wait for you outside." Sheng Xian smiled as he watched her leave. Just then, Lin Modi called out, "Professor Sheng." Sheng Xian asked, "What are you doing here?" "I heard that Miss Lu Jingyan's uncle passed away, so I came to pay my respects." Sheng Xian said coldly, "Go home. Lin Modi put on a pitiful act again, saying, "Have you misunderstood me recently? I just wanted to offer my condolences." Lin Modi thought to herself, Chu Mo is dejected after being rejected by Lu Jingyan and bought a plane ticket to go abroad. I'm not like him. The person I want, I will never let go. Sheng Xian gave a faint smile. The incident with me at the Yang family, that was your and Chumo's plan, wasn't it? Lin Modi's expression darkened. Then she smiled and said, I don't understand what you're talking about. Sheng Xian looked at her sternly and said angrily, it's as easy as flipping my hand to find out what you've done. I used to be lenient with you because I thought you were my student and still young, but you've crossed my bottom line step by step. From today on, don't appear in front of me again. If you still don't get it, I'll be blunt. Don't waste your time on me. I don't like you. Lin Modi said with tears in her eyes, do you hate me that much? Sheng Xian was extremely irritated. Just then, Lin Modi saw Lu Jingyan behind him. Lin Modi became cunning again. I will never let go. Let me test just how deep your feelings are. She wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him, making him push her away uncomfortably. Lu Jingyan walked up and asked, what are you two doing? Lin Modi started her act again. It's nothing. Professor, Sheng didn't mean anything by it. Sheng Xian hurriedly tried to explain to her, but she interrupted him. I was only gone for a moment, and you're already hooking up with another woman here. Behind my back, no less. Seeing Lu Jingyan's reaction, Lin Modi was very pleased. But before she could smile for more than a few seconds, Lu Jingyan looked at her and said, Lin Modi, you wanted me to say those things, didn't you? As soon as she spoke, Lin Modi felt guilty in the face of Lu Jingyan's directness. Lu Jingyan smiled at her, then said, get out of here before I lose my temper. Lin Modi said, are you that confident that you two will be together forever? Lu Jingyan said, you're different from the other female students, quite stubborn and arrogant. Lawyer Sheng, answer her question. Sheng Xian picked up his phone and said, the school has your dad's contact information, right? Does he know what you've been up to lately? Not studying properly, meddling in other people's relationships all day, and pulling all sorts of schemes. Go back to school tomorrow. You can still make it for the final exams. Lin Modi helplessly turned her face away and said, I understand. Lu Jingyan took his hand and said, Professor Sheng is so bad. What do students fear most? Calling their parents. You're so skilled at using that move. Sheng Xian pointed to his cheek, signaling for her to praise him. She had no choice but to give him a kiss and whisper in his ear, I suddenly want to be your student. Then she gave him a mischievous smile. He sighed and said, but time can't be turned back. She leaned in close and whispered, who says there's no way? You can wear our school uniform in the bedroom and teach me with a ruler. Before she could finish, Sheng Xian was already blushing and his heart was racing from his own imagination. As expected, she was still the one who could flirt with him best, and he was completely powerless against it. He covered her mouth. Don't talk nonsense. I know, I'm so hungry. The funeral is over. Let's go home. At Lu Jingyan's house, the cake on the table was not yet finished, but clothes were already scattered on the floor. Professor Sheng, I haven't. The bedroom was filled with a thick atmosphere of love. Ah, Professor Sheng, what position is this? She sat on top of him and said, how about we have the next course raw? Sheng Xian could only swallow hard, then grabbed her waist and pressed down, making her whole body tremble. Ugh, what are you doing? A girl can't take this. Lu Jingyan said urgently, that's enough. I don't want any more. He pinned her underneath him, gaining the upper hand. Enough? I've only just begun. And so, the two spent another passionate night. After an unknown number of hours, they sat together chatting. Sheng Xian said, we're not young anymore. I've been thinking about marriage. Before he could finish, the phone rang. Mr. Sheng, this is the city's mental hospital. Miss Jiang Mo is missing. Sheng Xian was thunderstruck. What happened? We're not sure either. She was fine this morning, but she was gone in the afternoon. The hospital's cameras happened to be under maintenance. We're searching everywhere. Sheng Xian quickly put on his jacket, stood up, and said anxiously, I understand. I'll be right there. Lu Jingyan asked, is it Sister Jiang Mo? What's wrong? I'll go check and be right back. I want to go with you. Jiang Mo was standing on a balcony, looking down at the soccer field below. Jiang Mo wasn't sure if her memories had returned, but she slowly walked forward, feeling an urge to jump. With tears streaming down her face, Jiang Mo said, time flies so fast. At the mental hospital, Sheng Xian had just arrived. He asked, was there anything unusual about her before she disappeared? Any suspicious people in the hospital recently? We haven't found anything for now, as we investigated beforehand. But the nurse who takes care of Miss Jiang M.O. said she most likely left on her own. Her condition had improved a few days before she disappeared. She mentioned several times that she wanted to go out and have a look. She wanted to go out? Where did she want to go? After thinking for a moment, Sheng Xian said, maybe I know where she is. Jiang Mo was still standing on the balcony, looking down at the school's soccer field. Sheng Xian kicked the door open and shouted, Jiang Mo, don't do anything stupid. Jiang Mo turned around and said, little rascal, you're here. It's so good to see you. Ah, you recognize me? Come down quickly. Let's talk properly. Jiang Mo turned back and said, you're still so silly. Why would you think I was going to jump? I would never do something so foolish. I've only just regained my sanity with great difficulty. I want to be Jiang Mo again. Huh? Then why were you standing on such a high balcony? I just wanted to vent. You have to stand high up to shout out all the unhappiness in your heart. The hospital director looked at her with a pale face, making her feel guilty. I'm sorry, director. It was my negligence. Everyone wouldn't let me go out, so I went out by myself. The director sighed, you're a good kid. Don't do this again in the future. Yes, I understand. Just then, Lu Jingyan walked over. Miss Lu is here too. Lu Jingyan extended her hand and said, Miss Jiang Mo, it's a pleasure to see you again. Jiang Mo took her hand and said, you're my lifesaver. You might not remember, but thanks to you creating a commotion and attracting the hooligan's attention, I would have been killed otherwise. I remember you two came to see me in the hospital together. You two are, Lu Jingyan said shyly. We're in the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Jiang Montag was overjoyed. Oh my, I practically watched Sheng Xian grow up. I even thought I wouldn't get to see you happy while I was still lucid. Now, the knot in my heart is finally untied. It's all in the past. Let's walk out of the darkness and embrace a new life. A few months later, Sheng Xian and Lu Jingyan were having afternoon tea together at a restaurant. The two were being affectionate, and she fed him a bite, saying, try the restaurant specialty. It's delicious. As they were eating, a commotion erupted from the table behind them. It turned out to be Chan Fong, there to catch her husband cheating. You, with the surname Yang, you want to divorce me for this vixen? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? All these years I've taken care of you and your son, and even your good-for-nothing son won't acknowledge me. Now you want a divorce? Just like that? Mr. Yang said, I've already said what needs to be said to my lawyer. You interfered in company affairs and caused huge losses. It's already merciful of me not to hold you responsible. Chen Fong was about to curse him out of anger, but Yang Ru roared, enough. Manager, this woman has nothing to do with me anymore. Get her out of here. The bodyguards quickly came to restrain her. She yelled, why are you helping your dad? Did you forget you said you'd acknowledge me as your mother as long as dad helped get you out of prison? How can you say we have nothing to do with each other now? Yang Ru Laogit, my mother passed away long ago. She's buried on Guyun Mountain. What do you think you are? The bodyguards dragged Chun Fong away despite her screams and threw her out at the restaurant's entrance. Lu Jingyan looked at Sheng Xian with concern, but his expression was unusually calm. He turned his face, picked up a piece of meat, and fed it to her. Eat this beef. Lu Jingyan ate it obediently, but still looked at him with great concern. After the meal, the two walked out of the restaurant and saw Chun Fong shouting, Son, Sheng Xian, my son, I'm your mother. Sheng Xian looked at her expressionlessly and said, So, I'm sorry, my biological mother died the year my father passed away. Chun Fong was speechless and stumbled backward in a fluster, hitting a flower pot beside her. She lay helplessly in a pool of her own blood, muttering, Son, Sheng Xian, Sheng Xian. Sheng Xian didn't look back and just walked away with Lu Jingyan. Lu Jingyan wanted to ask him with concern, but he said, Don't worry, I'm fine. I used to have illusions about her, but ever since she came after me for Yang Ru's sake, I've completely cut ties with her in my heart. Lu Jingyan said with tears in her eyes, It shouldn't have been like this. You should have been treated well. It shouldn't have been like this. He held her tightly and said, It's all in the past, Diane. I still have you. Life can go on. Why are you still crying? You're such a crybaby. I'm the real crybaby. Yes, I'm not like that. Shall we go to the supermarket? I want to have a party tonight. Song Yin and Chun Kai are coming too. So, that evening, Chun Kai got completely drunk at the party. Great lawyer Sheng, I respect you as a man. After all these years, someone has finally taken care of this menace. Lu Jingyan, come, my brother, I wish you two a long and happy life together. Sheng Xian said, You're drunk. No, I'm not drunk at all. Let's toast to Lu Jingyan. Song Yin and Lu Jingyan were chatting on a balcony. Song Yin said, Chuimo flew abroad today. I guess he won't be coming back this time. Lu Jingyan said, that's the life he's familiar with. He'll be fine. Before this, she had received a message from Chuimo. I am preparing to go abroad. At the airport, Chuimo looked around but didn't see her there to send him off. The bodyguard said, young master, we can't wait any longer. The plane takes off in 10 minutes. All right, it seems she's never coming and she'll never come back to me. He threw away his phone. Ian, you're a bright red rose on a wall of thorns. You appeared during the most difficult time of my youth. Even as time changes, I will always love you. I don't know how long it will take to forget you, maybe a lifetime. But no matter what, I will keep moving forward, and I wish you well, my former love. Song Yin was also a bit tipsy at this point. The moon is so bright tonight, like Chen Kai's big, but with his pants off. Lu Jingyan was flustered. What are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. I've even pinched it. It's super soft. Lu Jingyan suddenly saw the hickey on Song Yin's neck. Oh, could it be that you and Chen Kai, you two? Chen Kai was drunk and rambling to Sheng Xian. My brother, give me some tips on how to woo Lu Jingyan. How you woo someone like Song Yin, whose eyes aren't eyes and nose isn't a nose. Sheng Xian and Lu Jingyan looked at each other and smiled. Very good. These two had gotten together in secret. Finally, the party was over. The two collapsed on the bed, having finally taken care of the two difficult drunks. Suddenly, he hugged her and said, are you tired? She blushed and said, you tossed and turned all night last night. Let me rest today. He said no. Then he took off her clothes and kissed her deeply. Hey, why aren't you keeping your word? Who said I have to keep my word? And so they gave us another public display of affection, letting people witness such intense passion all day long. The next morning, the two were still sleeping soundly in bed. In Sheng Xian's dream, he and Lu Jingyan were still in their school days. That year, he saw her walking ahead and immediately went up to call out, Lu Jingyan. She said, do I know you? You don't know me? Let me introduce myself. I'm Sheng Xian, a student from the high school next door. We'll know each other once we shake hands. Just as he opened his eyes and woke up, he looked at her tenderly and couldn't help but hold her tightly. Good morning, my girl. So sweet. You too. And so, the story of Sheng Xian and Lu Jingyan comes to an end that I'll still like you tomorrow is now complete. Thank you all for your love and for your companionship. The story ends here. Thank you all for supporting Sunhai Review. Subscribe and like to give the channel more motivation to create more good stories. Wishing everyone a smooth day and a life full of blessings.